And here it is. Here we go. So good day, everyone. Good to have you. Good to be in your company. Share the links around because probably one of the most exciting moments on the platform. We have an eminent guest, a real contemporaneous politician who is of the politics of this moment and now. And the surprising thing is his party has just had an election now. You all know what's going on. But he has still, because he made the promise, still turned up to spend time in our company. So really exciting. Daniel Bwala, of course, you've already seen the title of the thing. So without much ado, because we don't want to hold him hostage for too long. So without much ado, we'll do a little bit of introduction and then we'll bring him onto the screen and then the conversation kicks off. But for those who have been living under a rock and you don't know who Daniel Bwala is, meet the man, analyst and public affairs analyst as well. He has been making intellectual political analysis within the Nigerian. Hello, we are privileged to have. All right, I put that together just a moment ago, but not quite the way I intended. So let me just bring on the guest. He can introduce himself. So good to meet you, and thank you for joining us. A real privilege to have you anyway. But in this moment in time, when your party has just had an off-cycle election, so you have been monitoring the election. How has it been going for your party?
Well, thank you for having me. Good evening to your viewers and everyone that is connected, both live and those that will follow it later. Our party had an election, off-cycle election today, but obviously I'm not in Nigeria at the moment, so I was not physically in any of the events. However, I've been monitoring it from morning when the accreditation and the rest started. Well, if I don't know how to assess it, if it is based on the reports coming from agents in the field, and then some of the reports that also members of our parties were dropping in the various platforms to which we belong and created for situation report, I would say that the election has some mixed feelings. There are moments and places where the elections were considered as free and fair. And there are places like, for example, in Kogi, quite a number of, in fact, not just our party, even the candidate of SDP complained that in Okene, Idiato, and one other place like that, they said the original result sheet was not shown to the agent. Then, of course, in Bayelsa, one or two places of violence, in Imo too, complain in one or two places. But generally in election, there will always be complaints. We wait for the outcome, and then we'll be able to assess based on the outcome. Now, I am not the type of person who believes that it is only fair when you win, and if you don't win, then it is not fair. No. Once the election is adjudged as free and fair, whoever wins, we just move on from there, because that is how we build democracy. That is how we will get the Nigerian of our dream. But if you say that it is only free and fair when you win, then that means you are not being fair. So it is too early to make that conclusion on any. We will wait until tomorrow when we will begin to compare reports from different locations as against the others. Because, for example, in every state where you've had election, it cannot be one party that will complain. If only one political party is complaining, then there is a problem, meaning that the party is not serious. But let's say, for example, if PDP complains, it should be corroborated by the complaint of another political party. If APC complains, it should be corroborated. If Labour or SDP, any other party, you corroborate with the rest and then be able to assess. So far, so good. Generally, I am terrifically disappointed with INEC, because even the Supreme Court, in the recently concluded Supreme Court decision, the recently concluded presidential election, one of the comments by one of the justices, he said that the conduct of INEC leaves so much to be desired because it has eroded the confidence of the Nigerian people. So that means that without prejudice to what the Supreme Court arrived at as the judgment, the Supreme Court also expressed concern that INEC did not conduct herself in a manner that will repose the confidence in the Nigerian people. And there is so much we will talk about going forward, because the minute you destroy the confidence of the people, these 2023 elections, according to reports from independent platforms, they said had the highest turnout and enthusiasm by the young people and the Nigerian people generally wanting to effect a change, and they were met with heavy disappointment. So if there is no way forward for the better, then the next election, probably less than half of the people that turn up will be able to turn out for the election. So that's what I would say preliminary at the moment.
All right, brilliant. I have to say, from the preliminary reports that we have been getting, because we've been monitoring it all the way through, it's not looking good for your party, I have to say. But we'll see how that plays out. It's not over till it's over. So until an announcement is made, because they say that Hope Uzodinma is coasting to a handsome victory. And we're already hearing commentaries of complaint by Dino Melaye, which is to tell us that things are not looking good in Kogi State as well. I'm not up to speed with that Bayelsa State, but it looks as though the ruling party are going to, do that magic that they always do.
Yeah, I won't be surprised. But if, like, for example, in Kogi, I think Dino raised the concern right early, even before the accreditation was completed. So it is not a case of somebody crying wolf when he sees that he's not winning. I mean, right from the beginning, you have probably by tomorrow we will then see the summary of the findings of the various security agencies, because a lot of people were killed in different locations for ballot stuffing, all kinds of crime. And like in Kogi, the consensus report is that there were prepared result sheet even before the opening of voting. And like I said, it is also too early. I am not somebody who is saying by all means my party must win. Like I said in the opening remarks, that once the election is free and fair, that's what I want. Once it is free and fair, whoever wins, that means the person is the most popular person and the person that the Nigerian people in the various locations deem as the candidate they wanted, or they want the candidate to win. So I'm not about it must be my party, and I won't be surprised. But when you know APC, and I don't want to be partisan tonight, my intention tonight is to be, as much as possible, be patriotic in my analysis. That's why I try to avoid partisanship. Like I told my friends shortly after the Supreme Court decision, I said we have to leave politics for now aside and look at governance. We will come back to politics in 2 years' time. But now let's talk about how we can push Nigeria forward. The opposition, let's play opposition politics. Opposition politics is not antagonism. Opposition politics is interrogating the policies of the governing party, offering solutions that you think is better. Like if it's in England, they used to have what they call the shadow government. For every cabinet member, the opposition have a shadow cabinet member. So you interrogate policies. That's what I want us to do. Much more than that, if you look at what is happening in Nigeria, like I said sometimes back, you may not like the pilot and the co-pilot and the cabin crew. But you see, once the flight takes off from the ground, it is in your interest that the plane should arrive safely. Because if the pilot crashed the plane, all of us crash. So, people who are politicians by career, who don't see life beyond the prism of partisanship, will think as if even after election you should maintain that political, period of campaigning, even in governance. We'll be distracted. There's a lot for us to interrogate with this government from the point of view of economy to security, from the point of view of uniting the Nigerian people. How is the ruling party managing the opposition? Is it a case of winner takes all? Is it a case of now we did there, then they did there, or a case of whoever speak against you, they are going to stifle that? But you see, there is a lot to talk about in terms of moving the country forward as against keep reinventing the wheel, keep regurgitating what happened before the election, such as you have a death certificate, you are a drug addict, all those things that people were pushing. Once the Supreme Court said the candidate is the president, can we move the conversation beyond you're a certificate forger or you're whatever that people are peddling at the time to start talking about what are your plans for Nigeria? You said that you remove fuel subsidy, it will better the life of Nigerians. These are the statistics to show that your decision was ill-timed. You say you're floating the Naira because you believe the backing of the Naira is what is creating the problem. Okay, you floated the Naira, Naira is competing, Naira is being hit left, right, and center. And at the same time, there is no cushioning of the effect. In the Nigerian people, you said your policies are very productive and it will change Nigeria, to renew their hope. We're getting to 7 months. There is no hope that is being renewed. So let's discuss issues that will push the country forward and then avoid the issue of partisanship. Because if you come to partisanship, I even have grouse with the way some members of my party are even managing the affairs of the party. So, and at this stage, the poverty in the land, the economic situation in the country, we were not going to leave it at the mercy of partisanship.
All right, brilliant. You said you're a stickler for fair play. You said you wanted to see things done in a fair and proper manner. So let that be the basis of the conversation. And then I want us to go through a series of quick building blocks to land to where we are now as a nation. So let's take it back to your party's primary. So there's an unspoken understanding within the Nigerian political space that power is a spoken understanding, but an unwritten understanding that power transits from north to south. So that's an unwritten but widely understood understanding. But within your party, power was trying to retain in the north, and a lot of people feel that it was at that primaries that your party actually lost the elections. And by the way, it was your party's idea, by the way, that power transiting back and forth. So can you talk us through what happened that led to the jettisoning of that understanding for Atiku Abubakar to get that ticket? Because a lot of people feel that the election was lost at that point.
Discussing this again is like whipping the dead horse. But since that is the direction you want me to go, I would probably give you a background. There is an unwritten code, according to what has been said in the media space, that power will rotate between the south and the north. When the primaries was, first of all, before the conception of the primaries, there was the idea of getting the leadership of the party first. Now, those who were advocates for power shift, like one governor in the South, had a personal interest. So he wasn't about the objective of power moving to the South, but he was interested. And in a bid to do that, he wanted to also shut out others. At the end of the day, he ended up shooting himself. He was the one that sets up the key people that led the committee for the choosing of the national officers. And he did it in such a way that the committee zoned the chairmanship of the party to the north. His idea was that once you zone it to the north, then obviously the presidential candidate will have to come to the south. So he did that. And the committee now recommended. These committee chairmen were his own people. So after the national leadership was formed, then now the second aspect, the committee to be formed to discuss the power shift. He also influenced the leadership of those committees. And during that period, a lot of people were canvassing for opportunity to participate. And I remember Atiku Abubakar at that time said that if truly we are about equity, fairness, and good governance, equity, fairness, and whatever, then there are two geopolitical zones that have not benefited, and that is the Southeast and the Northeast. And that if power is going to be zoned, he is of the view it should be micro-zoned. But as long as it is not micro-zoned to the Southeast that did not benefit, then he will participate. In any case, those thoughts were overtaken by events because the committee now came up and said that the thing should be thrown open. And at this time, that governor from the South felt he has the firm grips of the National Working Committee. He has the firm grips of the various leadership of those committees that gave those recommendations. And of course, he felt he had the finances running everything. So he now said it should be open instead of the party zoning it to the southeast, because at the time Peter Obi was interested, and it was zoned to the southeast, Peter Obi would have been the candidate of the party. So he influenced that it should be open. So it was left open, and at the primaries he lost. But when he lost at the primaries, that was not his problem, because even after he lost at the primaries, he was lobbying to be the vice presidential candidate. I can tell you that because a lot of people were contacted. He did a lot of moves to become the vice presidential candidate. So if you say he lost it at the primaries, if he was taken as a vice presidential candidate, how will you arrive at that judgment? Two, well, a committee again was set up because Atiku told the party to give him 3 names. And the party now created a committee to deliberate. This committee recommended 3 names: Governor Udom, former governor of Akwa Ibom, then Governor Peter Obi, and Governor Wike, former governor of Rivers, and former governor of Delta, who later became the vice presidential candidate. So these were the 3 people recommended by the party for Atiku to pick one. Atiku picked the former governor of former governor of Delta. That was when Wike became more angry because he felt he had again lobbied enough to be taken. So Wike now started making some demands, one of which is that the chairman of the party must be removed. So again, to counter the point you said, some people are saying it was at the primaries. You could see now we have gone past the primaries. He now said he wanted to become the vice presidential candidate. He didn't get that. Then he now pushed the envelope, wanting the national chairman to be removed. Well, the national chairman's removal was deliberated by a lot of people in the party. And at the end of the day, in fact, there were many visits. They met in London, they met in Paris. Atiku was just following them about, begging them. But at that time, when Wike was holding this party demanding for the removal of the man, Wike had committed to President Obasanjo that he was going to support Peter Obi. Then again, President Tinubu, at the then candidate Tinubu, met them in London, and then Wike privately, himself and Makinde, committed again to President Tinubu, candidate Tinubu at the time. That's how the movement started. So they now covered the campaign that whether it is Peter Obi or it is Tinubu, it is the southern Nigeria, and that is what they were about. But predominantly what they told Obasanjo was that they were going to support Peter Obi. So they did all the travels and the acrobatic and the Jackson 5 and everything. When they finished, at the end of the day, he you know, that is in politics, they say you trafficate right and turn left. That's what he did. He trafficated towards Peter Obi and turned towards President Tinubu. But that is not the reason why we lost, because you could see the outcome of the election, how APC, literally, when I say that, you see what this Court of Appeal and Supreme Court did was to simply tell the petitioners, you have not established a proof to warrant us sacking Tinubu. They didn't say that INEC or APC did not rig the election. They say you couldn't prove.
Sorry, Daniel. We'll get to that point, but it's very difficult to imagine how PDP could have won that election. Peter Obi took the whole of the Southeast with him, so that's already a big chunk of the PDP votes. And then Makinde or Tom, the G5, and I've got your clip, by the way, the tale of the G5. We'll play that in a moment. And then that G5 as well, they pulled a lot of votes from the PDP as well. So essentially, the only real space that it looked like PDP was able to really canvass for votes was really in the north. Yes, they got Osun State, but really the way that politics played out, when Peter Obi pulled the Southeast, and then Wike pulled those votes out, the numbers didn't really stack up for a PDP victory.
Let me react to that. You see, this narrative, in my view, it's not a narrative that can be substantiated, right? What happened in 2023 election was not a stifling of the votes of Atiku. I want you to know that Tinubu did not win Lagos, his hometown, the largest voting population of the Southwest. Then Tinubu did not win Kano. Lagos and Kano were the two states that were supposed to deliver Tinubu as president. He didn't win those places. Then he did not win the Federal Capital Territory. Can you lose these three states and become president? I say I don't want us to keep whipping that, because I am about governance. But let me now conclude. The election was to be decided, like I said when the campaign started, by the votes from the Northwest. This election was decided by the Northwest, because from the beginning, we knew Peter Obi was going to take the Southeast. We knew Peter Obi was going to get a part of the South-South. We knew Peter Obi would try to get some states in the North Central. But we also know that PDP has infrastructure to keep sizable votes in all the states of the Federation and dominate certain strategic places, both in the Southwest, in the Northeast, in the Northwest, and in the North Central. So, but what happened was that APC rigged the election in the Northwest, but I don't want to talk further on that. Now, let me make this point. I know because the election was declared, the APC was declared as a winner, then everybody went to court, and then the court said the respondents have not, the petitioners have not established. So anything else you would talk about it is academic. But as you're seeing me seated here, till Christ comes, I know this election was not won by APC. But I have moved on. That's why I said I thought that we are going to be talking about governance. But since you dragged us back, I have to be able to respond so that it will not be said that I have not responded to the question.
All right, let's come to governance then. And I want us to talk a little bit about the obedient movement as well. That's that is the biggest phenomenon that came out of this electoral cycle. But we'll get to that in a moment. But in terms of governance, Tinubu has made some seismic decisions within the, it's made some really big decisions within this cycle. So first, I want to know if you agree that those decisions necessarily needed to have been made, and then the handling of them. I'm talking about the removal of the fuel subsidy, the removing of the arbitrage, the floating of the Naira, all of this policy positioning. So firstly, were they the right decisions to make? And then secondly, what are your thoughts on how it's handled them? Those two key basics, yeah.
Right. The removal of the subsidy was a right decision made at the wrong time, because I know that all of us, all the candidates that ran for the presidency promised to remove fuel subsidy. But Atiku Abubakar, as you can, if you have ever gleaned or gone through his manifesto, you would have seen. Atiku said he was going to apply the principle they did when he was with Obasanjo, where the removal of the subsidy was made to be applied in phases. And I've been up till the time they left government in 2007. I think they were only able to touch phase one. It was meant to be phase one, phase two, and phase three. And Labour Union was actively involved in that. In fact, he quoted Adam Soshomole. So that type of phase by phase stage of removal of subsidy is what Tinubu did not do. And that is why it has plunged the country into a very terrible situation. And that's because he made that statement. It was not in his written speech, as we later heard. It was this kind of, just like the way Donald Trump, when they ask you to stick to teleprompter, you find yourself saying some things and then it created a repercussion. So when he says subsidy has gone, immediately the market reacted. And you know, one thing in Nigeria, anything that goes up does not come down. So that was the beginning of the problem. Now, having already said you have removed this fuel subsidy, where is the cushioning effect? It's not there. So right now, they only removed it for a period of a month or two because they have since returned to fuel subsidy. They are paying for subsidy, one, and the price of fuel has not gone down. So where is the money, the proceeds going? That is one. When it comes to the floating of the naira, again, the floating of the naira is also a good idea because we cannot keep backing the naira when we are not producing, when we don't have manufacturers, when we don't have our own economy is a consumption economy, right? But if you are going to float the naira, you also needed to have done that in stages. You see, in a bid to prove that I said I would do this and I did it, Tinubu's administration has taken certain decisions that, in my view, they are good decisions but made at the wrong time. And that is why, even as we speak today, the economy is at an all-time low. And there seems to be no direct path to a better future, even though he assembled experts in the field, people with very good resume of economy. But there's so much that you can do. And I read as far back as I think the month of July or August, when the London Times or something, one economic policy in London said that before any of the policy would take shape, it will be about December and January. Then we thought that, no, it will not happen. So we are approaching December. There is even no sign that this policy will take effect in the next 6 months again. So 1 year will go without a very good sign.
All right, excellent. I know you are pushed for time, and I know we agreed that. But I've got so many people waiting in the background to have a conversation with you, and I want to let them in about a couple more questions, and then I start to let people in to interact with you as well. You said Tinubu has assembled people with good CVs. But he stands accused of somewhat Yorubanizing the Nigerian government. They even call it a Lagos mafia. So now, the Inspector General of Police, a Yoruba man, the Chief of Army Staff, a Yoruba man, the Custom Controller, a Yoruba man, the CBN Governor, a Yoruba man. What's going on? Are we seeing? It did say it was going to follow Buhari's template, but we didn't think it was in this direction. So are you on board that there's an overabundance of that Yorubanization narrative? What's your take on that?
Well, his decision, his appointment were nepotistic, quite sure. But if he filled the cabinet with Yorubas and they still produce result, you see, what the Nigerian people want is the enabling environment where every hardworking person will thrive and succeed. Because if you fall to the ditch and you are looking for life-saving, you are looking for salvation, you just fall to the ditch and then you are dying, or you are sinking in the ocean and you are dying, you want somebody to help you, and you see someone stretching his hand to help you, you won't ask if he's your tribal person, as long as he will bring you out of that predicament. Ordinarily, that should be the situation in Nigeria. But because Nigeria is also a society that consists of different tribe, ethnic groups, the Constitution recognized that and now provided for what we call the principles of federal character. If you look at Section 14 of the Constitution, it says that you must run the government in a manner that it will reflect the principles of federal character so that there will be no dominance of any tribe, group, or religion in the affairs of government. If you look at the next part, it says that way you will command loyalty. So when you see agitation for secession, agitation for this and that, it started and became very prominent during Buhari because Buhari started this nepotistic thing. And that now gave the Tinubu the leverage to feel he can also do it. And that's why he's doing what he's doing. If you look at it in a way, when it comes to religion and other parts of the country, he tried to balance it. But he has majority of the people from the Southwest in key strategic position. And now some people from the Southwest are even complaining that it is not just people from the Southwest, but Lagos boys What I mean by Lagos boys is, for example, and I used to have banter with the appointed ministers because I know everybody around the president. I know the president personally. Now, let's say if you go to Ekiti, the people he appointed as ministers or whatever from Ekiti are not grassroots politicians from Ekiti. They are Ekiti indigents who are with him in Lagos all of their lives. So when you hear the Lagos boys, some of them come from the states in the southwest, but they have no link, no connection, and have done no politics in their respective states. And that is what he filled the cabinet. Now, some people said he wanted to replicate what he did in Lagos. But you see, when these guys were your commissioners that time, you need to understand that Lagos, there is a big difference between Lagos and Nigeria. I used to tell Wale Odun, I said, they made you minister of solid mineral, and you are in the trenches, you are still looking for solid mineral. One, they said one is an economist. When they make him minister of finance, he will work on water. They said the other one is an finance expert. They make him central bank. He will turn water to wine. Now, the one that will turn water to wine now has turned water to burukutu. You know, burukutu.
Well, burukutu is good too now. I mean, it's all
but it intoxicates and make you behave in a manner that is not sane. Yes. Then the one that will walk on water is drowning in water because, let me say this. If you want to bring prosperity to a country, I believe your first goal is to unite the country. Let the country come together as one. America is the strongest country in the world because the Americans anywhere in the world, I remember 9/11, an American in the plane took the risk to try to, fight the hijackers, and he died. All over the world, that's how Americans die for the country, because they know the country stands for them. And so we told President Tinubu that is what you need to do after winning election at a time when the nation was divided. Candidate came from 3 major tribes. But you see, his administration is not looking at that because they feel it's not a policy. It does not relate to economy. It does not relate to this. And so you find a section of the country praying for you to fall. As a country, we are supposed to all pray and wish that the president succeeds. But when you don't unite, some people don't feel they are part of your government, like in the appointment. So everybody will now sit back and say, okay, let's see how we perform the magic. And this is why we are where we are today. Now, I am prepared to give President Tinubu some time to see how he navigates and change some things. Because when people come to power, himself and all the people he appointed, they are all what we call rookies in government. I don't want to personally call out certain individuals under his appointment. There are some of them that are not helping matters, right? They are looking at that place as, "Una don't do our own, this is our own," rather than let us take this, because Buhari left a terrible economy. And if you say you're going to repeat what Buhari did, then you're only taking us to the abyss. For you to be able to change what Buhari did, then you have to do the things that Buhari never did. Uniting Nigeria, accepting responsibility, making sure that even the part of the country that say they don't like you, they don't do this, you find a way of, bringing them together. This, in my view, are the issues. And I have never stopped to talk to people around him. Now, then again, there are certain appointments. The people don't even qualify. So apart from the fact that you are picking people from your area, you're also picking people who do not qualify. Look at the Senate confirmation. It's like a child's joke. So
it was embarrassing. I remember one lady that got to the Senate floor and then they turned her back. I can't recall her name. Do you remember? Some lady that was, yeah.
Okote, she was dropped at the dying minute. They now picked Festus Keyamo in her place. There are a lot of them that have certificate issue. There are a lot of them that have history qualification issue. Then there are those that they have competence and capacity issue. I said it. I was the first person to say, out of his entire cabinet, you don't have more than 3 people, 3 cabinet ministers that you will say. And I'm glad that a lot of people are confirming that you, for now, as of today, a cabinet member of President Tinubu's administration that is working is the Minister of Interior. And let me tell you something I like about him. I don't know him. I've never talked with him. But let me tell you what I like about him. accepting responsibility. When he took the job, he clearly set a goal. First, he started by dealing with the backlog of passports. And he went to TV station and said, we are trying to do it within 2 weeks. Timeline. And he said, I will come back and report to you whether we're able to do it within 2 weeks. Now, they didn't do within 2 weeks, they did 3 weeks. But everybody clapped for him because he gave deadline, deliverables. Then when he came to TV station, he now began to explain how he intends to take it further from there to a point where there shouldn't be any contact other than when you come for your biometrics. No human contact during the passport production stage. He's looking at Nigeria from the point of view that we need to move forward. Now, TV houses confronted him with hard questions. But because he knows his job and is doing it, he embraced those questions with courage and answered them. But the rest of the other ministers, for incompetence, do you know what they keep telling President Tinubu? That the entire Nigerian media are against him. They will blacklist a media house, blacklist this person, threaten to close down media houses that people are against him because the people he appointed don't have the capacity to represent him. And they are now setting him up against the media. Very soon, they will set up law enforcement against voice of dissent in the country. So this is what you find where capacity is an issue. But when you have the capacity, you don't care the type of question that will be. In fact, you are the one that will be in a position to even put the anchor of the TV into shame by giving him facts by facts. And then the administration should not be afraid to, in my view, when they gaffe, to say, we are sorry, it was a gaffe. The spokesman to the president, if you put him on a measure of 100%, probably he performed less than 20%. On every given time that he issued a statement, there is always a problem. On all the trips they embarked on with the president, they gave a false report of what transpired. Now we are yet to hear the report about what is happening in Saudi Arabia, because he will also come and fumble. This is the issue. Capacity, whenever you lack capacity, you try to cover it up by bringing sentiment or by telling in the days of Buhari, they would tell him corruption is fighting back. After he left, we realized his administration had the highest number of corrupt people. This one, they are telling him that the media houses are again. How can President Tinubu have a problem with the media? 65% of the media moguls in Nigeria have had one thing or the other to do with President Tinubu. He influenced their lives. Tinubu has a TV house, a newspaper house. He has the highest number of cabinet appointees in media, and yet they can't change the narrative. So this is where incompetence, will lead an administration to.
All right, brilliant. There's so many more questions that I want to ask you, but I don't want to. I don't want to hold my panelists back any longer. So, as many of you, I know I never insist on it, but as many of you as can have your camera on, have your camera on. So I'm going to let them in now, Daniel. And when I let you in, just because Daniel is only really with us for a limited, it's just for a short period. So introduce yourself, ask a question, and then so let it not be elongated and too long-winded. So Larry joins us. Good to have you, Larry. Folly B joins us. Good to have you, Folly B. Prince Daddy is here. Good to have you, Prince. Kulata. Ekene joins us from Ojo. That's Ajan Lekoko right there. Emeka joins us somewhere in Canada. Obina is with us as well. And Bishop, yes. Yes. I'll have to swap somebody around for Bishop in a moment. So let me kick it off in that order on the screen. So, so like I said, as many of you that can have your cameras on, have them on. So, Larry, you're up first. Unmute. Introduce yourself to Daniel and put a question to him.
Yeah, thank you, Woman. Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, my name is Larry. I'm based in the United States of America, and it's a pleasure. And I have some questions lined up for you. Hopefully, I have some time to ask those questions.
No, carry on. Yeah, ask the question. But yeah, ask the question and then yeah.
Okay. So my question is this: looking at Tinubu's administration, probing the last administration, do you think it's a good idea for him not to probe that administration? Do you think probing that administration will put a dent on his own administration?
Should I answer or I'll wait for all the questions? I can just go ahead and answer, right?
It's up to you how do you want to handle it.
Okay, so let me go ahead and answer. Thank you for the question. This question you asked is what I said at the beginning when the president was sworn in and he said there is no money. I remember I was on television and I said the money is in the administration that handed over to him, and that if he could probe this administration, that he is going to get a large chunk of money that will be enough to kickstart this administration. And some people thought it was a joke, but you can see that from Emefiele alone, you are hearing. And virtually every minister in his administration, everyone, including those ones that found themselves appointed in his current administration, that's ministers that were in Buhari and this one, they all had corruption allegation. And of a scale and magnitude, such as we have never seen in Nigeria. You can imagine for almost 20-something years, we are still chasing Abacha money. These guys made child's play some of this corruption that you saw in the time of the military. Now, coming back to the specifics of your question, how can President Tinubu proceed when now we have 70-something trillion naira debt that will be paid within 3 years? How can President Tinubu proceed when at the moment 90-something% of our revenue, they don't go into anything, manufacturing, production, infrastructure, or anything? We are paying debt services. In fact, he wants to even borrow more. Now, how can he effect that change when, for example, from Emefiele alone, and this is the bad thing, my brother, let me tell you the very sad story about all this recovered looting. Over the years, we have discovered that when they recover the loot, they reloot it. People reloot it. In Buhari's government, I remember when EFCC was recovering, at first they were giving the Nigerian people the impression they are recovering. But do you know, by the time Buhari left, there was no proper account of how much was recovered, and it is not in the coffers of government. Now, Emefiele has been in the DSS custody. From there, they moved him to EFCC. And only in media, you will be hearing so person in relation to the president, to the wife of the former president, had to pay 40 billion. This one has to bring how many dollars? These monies, there is no record that it is sent to the treasury of the government. And there will not be record on how these monies are going to be used for any project. When $300 million was recovered from Jay-Z and the US that time, I remember my client, I had to take the federal government to court because my client bidded for the construction and he was aged out. And that was how we knew it took the United States and the state of Jay-Z to specifically say in the agreement that these $300 million we are giving will specifically be deployed to the construction of, I think, in Lagos to Lagos Ibadan, then Maiduguri to Kano, and I think one other place, 3 region of the country. They had to put it. That was how this money was released and deployed for the purpose it was meant for. Any recovery without specificity as to what to use it for, my brother, we don't hear it. You will hear that we recovered money. You will not hear it has been sent to the treasury of the government. You will not hear it has been deployed for specific project. And then the administration will come and go, another one will come. So, and I believe that to answer the question, you need to probe the previous administration to get the money to be able to take care of the things you say you will do in your manifesto. The student loan, when in America, people are even crying, they are asking for debt forgiveness. That's the strongest economy in the world. Because you are giving people loan that there's no guarantee they will get a job. They will give them grants and let the people move. So priorities are, and then where is even the money? They said they were going to implement it from June, July. Up till now, people have not seen kobo from it. Salary increase recently he approved, but only for federal workers. How many federal workers do you have in the country? So I agree with you, probing is the only way. But then I also agree with the point that some people think if he's going to do that, he may end up probing himself because it is one party, it is one government. Usually it is when another party takes over that probing becomes easy. Like when Buhari became president in 2015, it was easy to probe PDP. Now it is APC probing APC. and then you see intertwined. There are some people in his government probably benefited from the last administration. This is where they have the problem. But to me, they can't make progress without probing.
Sorry, Daniel. What do you think happened in that Emefiele space? A lot of people are angry that it was released too early. For all that guy took the country, just all this suffering, especially during that election, a lot of people feel that they released him too early. What do you think played out there?
Emefiele was not released. He was merely granted bail. Bail is the right of the accused person in our law. In fact, it is only in Nigeria they keep you that long. Even the time they kept him in DSS against the law. The EFCC was trying to avoid bringing him to court. You see, when you see law enforcement trying to prolong somebody's time in their custody, they don't have confidence in their case. In America, they keep you in custody 2-3 days, you are granted bail, but they will still secure conviction against you. So he was not released, he was granted bail, and he will continue to face the prosecution. It is how effective the government is dealing with the outcome of their investigation that will determine whether, you see, if President Tinubu wants to do a reform in Nigeria, it's going to be very easy. Because I can tell you that right now, Nigeria is a one-party state. It's like the Communist Party of China. You can't take Tinubu to court and get judgment. I'm telling you fact. You cannot report any of Tinubu's people to law enforcement and get respite. So when you have that kind of enormous power, you also have the privilege to cause that change that you want to change without administrative bottleneck. So it's still up to him. But I want to say Emefiele was not released. Emefiele was merely granted bail. And then now, because the law says you have to grant the person bail to prepare for his defense. It's part of fair hearing. If you don't grant him bail, he doesn't have access to facilities to prepare for his defense, such as his lawyers, evidence, and all that. But over the years in Nigeria, our psychic is built that once the person is accused, locked up in custody, you will continue to keep him there forever. In the law of the land, there is only one bail condition. There's only one bail application that is often denied, unless it is absolutely cogent. That is bail to somebody who has committed murder or treason. But any other crime, the bail is to be granted to the person upon application.
All right, brilliant. Prince Daddy, you're up next. Introduce yourself. Tell Daniel where you are joining from, and put a position to him. If you can have your camera on, it'd be great. But I'm not going to force you to do that. But introduce yourself. Tell Daniel where you're calling from and put a position to him. Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy? Oh, there you are.
Hello, man. How you doing?
Yes, I'm doing great, but your voice is low.
Oh, yeah. I think that I was going to ask you if the volume is okay. It's all the way up. Can you hear me still?
We can make you out, but I'm not sure if... can you hear him okay, Daniel?
No.
All right. Yeah, it can hear you.
One minute, let me do this. I'm going to log in from the iPhone. Let me in when I log out.
All right. Go out and come back in. I'll save a spot for you.
All right, thanks.
All right, brilliant. Kulata, you're up next.
Hey, Mr. Daniel, fan of yours, quite an intelligent lawyer, if I must say.
Sorry. My degree, LLB, was it Coventry University?
I read his profile. I read his profile.
A member of the Linking In. So we are talking an international motivational speaker, an adjunct lecturer. So we are in a esteemed company, Kulata.
No, I mean we're blessed. We have like brains. I'm serious. I'm not even trying to gas you up or anything. But my question is this, right? You seem to be free to criticize the past government when you played a huge role in that past government. You were basically a chieftain, if we must use Nigerian speak, in that government. So when it's easy for you post leaving that government, being able to criticize them freely, how did you keep them accountable when all these shenanigans were going on, because you were in the know. That's one thing. Now, forgetting the politics. Now, if we move to the governance, one of the biggest issues we have right now as a country is stagflation. So, I mean, it's a difficult problem to fix. I mean, we have inflation going out of control and all. An area where, I mean, the government will have to keep increasing interest rates till we can, I mean, rein in inflation. But we also need to improve productivity. I think this is my opinion here. I think fixing security will be a big win, a big boost to productivity. So, I mean, moving up from the politics to the governance, because you need to answer the two. In what areas can the government quickly get good wins in the security situation of the country? Thank you.
Right, thank you. You are right that I was with the government, the previous government. I wasn't with the government in the sense of an appointee of the government, but as a chieftain of the party, I defended the government. It was my duty to do that as a loyal party person. It was also my duty to defend what I believe in. And at the time, I believed strongly that President Buhari had good intentions for the country. And so I defended him wholeheartedly in the first term. In the second term, I will refer you to, if you can go through the history of my engagement, you would have noticed that in the second term, I was holding the government accountable in my various interventions to say that the first time was quite believable when you say, give me time, I will do something. But by second time, we should be seeing the fruit of what you said you were going to do. And in the second time, I had a little bit of friction with people in government because of the way they were not comfortable with the way I criticized them on certain policies. So yes, when you go into a relationship, let's say whether a premarital relationship or marital relationship, at the time of the relationship, you have all the belief in the world that it will be great, and you believe the lady. When you come together, either in the premarital relationship or in the marital relationship, that's when you begin to see the realities of issues. Now, what be time if you choose to die in the relationship, even though it is obvious that the relationship isn't working? Now, I know there is a distinction. I'm making a very wrong application, because those who believe in scriptures believe that you are married to stay forever. Now, so I defended that, but in the second term, I was holding government to account on many areas. In fact, I had problem with close to 6 ministers of the government of President Buhari. 3 times, my name was submitted for appointment, and the DSS cleared me. It never saw the light of the day, because on all these 3 occasions, the people in Villa will always refer to my criticism of certain officers of the government. And I remember the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari, who said I would never be appointed because I called for his sack at some point over the Villa hospital, whatever, Villa clinic. So this is it. I'm proud that I defended it, but I'm also proud that at some point I began to call them to question, as to say, if you say you're going to do this, we are finished first time, we're in the second time, we are supposed to see the deliverables, and we're not seeing it. And the same way I supported Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I was his main spokesman in the build-up to the primaries. Then I was in APC. And I did that with all the belief in the world, when a lot of people were going in the direction of either Amechi or Yemi Oshibajo. But when I made a decision based on principle to leave him, I wholeheartedly left him, and I committed to Atiku.
Sorry.
During the period, yeah.
Sorry,
go
quickly.
ahead.
So does that mean, because I read what you said, you talked about Muslim ticket and all. So does that mean everything from your political viewpoint, you really don't have a political ideology? It's more about political expediency?
So what's the political ideology? Can you help me with the ideology?
Yeah, because, I mean, when you look at APC, I mean, whether it's Nigeria, so let's just say they're a little bit more tuned towards socialistic tendencies, and PDP is more free capital, free market capitalist party.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not pure. This is just like a rough estimation. So it's like you're comfortable, even though things were inconvenient. They picked the Muslim ticket. You were comfortable, just kind of like, you know, do
You
the
see,
shuffle, do
you
the
had an
slide.
idea. You have an
Yeah.
idea of a question. Unfortunately, you have a wrong premise. What do I mean by that? I wanted you to be able to push your idea forward by talking to the manifestos, or I mean, not manifestos, to the constitution of the political party in order to differentiate the ideology. There's no ideology in Nigerian politics. There is just every political party, and I participated in the amendment of the new constitution of APC. The SDP constitution, we were the people that set it up. There is no ideology in any political party in Nigeria. All of them try to extract chapter 2 of the constitution, derivative principles of state policy, to say this is what we will do, this is what we do. No distinction. Unlike in the US, when you say you are a Democrat, there are key issues that people know is identified. You cannot say I am a Democrat and you believe so much in taxes. I mean, sorry, if you say you're a Democrat, you believe so much in taxes, you have a liberal ideology towards life, you believe also in socialist principles such as like the student loan forgiveness, debt and all that. If you say you are a Republican, number one ideology of the Republican is the superiority of America over every country. That's why you see conservatives in the Republican Party. They believe in full-fledged capitalism. That's why they don't believe in too much regulation and tax. You can separate them. Nigeria hasn't gotten to that point. So there is no ideology in Nigeria for you to judge me to say, so you don't have ideology. Maybe what you would have said is that, why do you switch from one party to another? My answer will be to you, till tomorrow, if there is a need for me to switch away from PDP, I will switch without blinking my eyes. Why? Because the Constitution of Nigeria gave fundamental right of freedom of association to anybody. And it does not say when you associate, you stay there and die. So I can switch and switch and switch forever, where the interest I am pushing is one that I can achieve. And what is that interest? The interest for national unity. The reason why I left Tinubu because of that ticket is simply because I felt conventionally in Nigeria, and again, this is not in any manifesto, conventionally, where the presidential candidate comes from the south and a certain religion, the vice comes from another. During, what do you call him, late MKO Abiola, we had a Muslim ticket, but Nigeria had not deteriorated to the point where we have. That is why nobody raised eyebrow then. In fact, they even won the election. But if you have noticed, maybe because you don't live in Nigeria, if you have noticed in the last 8 years of administration of Buhari, the way Nigeria got divided along religious lines, along ethnic lines, you will know that any party that wants to put forth candidates to run for position must reflect the unity of Nigeria. And it is in section 14 of the Constitution. So on the basis of that, I felt, I will tell you that for the first time today. I don't say that generally in the media. If I was a nominal member of APC, I would not have left APC. All I would have done would have been to stay quiet. But President Bola Ahmed Tinubu personally told me privately and had confidence in telling me what he wants me to do. I was going to be his spokesman, because the decision he was going to take will be one that will require a spokesman from the demographic where I come from. So I understood he was going to pick a Muslim candidate. So he needed a minority Christian as his spokesman. That way it will douse the tension. Now, here is the point. I go to Winners. I'm a pastor in Winners. And my bishop told me that I must stand for what unites the country. So out of my concern, I personally had the discussion with President Tinubu, then candidate. Not that I just woke up and left. And then as he escalated the conversation between me and Adam Soshomole, I had the meeting with Adam Soshomole, who couldn't say to them. Finally, I had the meeting with Femi Bajabiamila. I ensured that 3 stages I expressed that concern. Now, if I had stayed, I was going to be the vocal cavity. And heck, so I will now be the person that will go about Nigeria telling Nigerians it doesn't matter. That was the premise for which I left and for which I'm proud of. In fact, everybody, including President Tinubu, appreciated me for that principle. When national leaders of the National Assembly, when they were planning to do the election, I got a call from the vice president. We come from the same state. And this was his point. He said, Bwala, I have my greatest respect for you, for the decision you made, even though when you left us, me and the president were searching and you don't want to answer our call, you were running. But the reason I'm calling you today, he told me, is because the national leadership wants to produce a Senate president. And you left the party because you said you don't believe that the unity of Nigeria should reflect one religion in governance. Okay, your own brothers now, senators in the National Assembly, are now supporting Yari, who is a Muslim. And I decided to call you because that principle for which you stand, I need you to reflect it now by supporting Akpabio so we can have a Christian in the structure of power. If that principle is not celebrated, will you have come back to me? That's one. And when I made that decision, Christians, Muslims, all kinds of people in the country celebrated that decision. Now, tomorrow, I can decide to say I will work with Tinubu. It's choice. Why? Because even though I stood for conviction, now time have turned, we have a Muslim ticket. We cannot then, like I said in the beginning of the conversation, that we have to move forward as a country. I cannot now say I will go back and then lie down. We still have to see how we can, and I will tell you, if you, maybe you're not a Christian, but if you're a Christian, I will tell you what Esther, the importance of Esther in the palace on behalf of the Christians. So my brother, in a nutshell, I have no regret whatsoever. I have been consistent in my position, and I am 100% proud of that. I receive all the accolades in the world and the respect I got from my own peers. What I sacrificed for the decision I made, let me tell you today. One, the opportunity to be a minister of the Federal Republic. I sacrificed that. What was given to Festus Keyamo was my position. Because I left, they now had to give him. Two, at the time I left President Tinubu, as soon if I had taken that position as his spokesman, there are certain financial benefits and certain benefit that naturally comes with it. I sacrificed that. Ordinarily, I should celebrate that if I'm a politician without principle. I will just collect all those things now.
Mm. Do I hear an element of regret in your voice?
No. Let me tell you, what regret? After the election, President Tinubu asked me to come, let's work together, and I declined. Why is regret? I am in England doing my PhD. Kilo day.
All right. I'm not sure if you've landed that point, and I'm not sure if Kulata wants to push back, but still in that space.
I will have pushed back because the only thing Daniel just told me that is constant is the only thing constant as far as your principle or ideology stands is the free will to rotate. So it's no reason why most Nigerians do not trust politicians. But I'm just going to end it like that because it's neither here nor there. So thanks.
You're right, but let me tell you, there is no part of the world where a politician has been trusted, because the very concept of politics is not pure. Because politics is, I'll give you a scenario. You have people of divergent views. This view is anti this one is anti this, and you are in a leadership position where you must work with both of them. Now, this is where you distinguish politics and religion. If it is religion, you must decide on one part. You cannot be both for this one and this one. It's either you're here or you're there. But in political leadership, when you occupy leadership position, you must be a leader to all of them. How do you work together with all of them? That is where politics comes. So there is no part of the world where I have seen the populace say they trusted the politicians. In America, they say they don't trust Joe Biden. In England here, they say Rishi Sunak has to go. There's no part of the world where I have seen anybody, and no politician should ever expect the people to trust the person. Just do your job.
Daniel, you and I know. Daniel, you and I know that is a race to the bottom argument you're making. A race to the bottom. Like, politicians are not trusted, so let me not be trusted is part of the package. Come on, man.
No.
We need to do better. We need to do
No.
better.
I'm coming. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying let me not be trusted. I'm saying that I don't focus on your trust. I focus on the conviction to do what is right. Trust will come. Because if you don't trust me, there is somebody who trusts me. No, people cannot all trust you at the same. There are people here, you can even kill yourself. They will never trust you. So what do you do?
Okay, look at it this way. Your conviction is against. Last interjection, I promise. Last interjection. I'm usually not like this. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. This is what makes. Let me tell you something before you say what you will say. I like engagement like that. It is better than people on Twitter insulting people's father and mother. That is what brings intellectualism. And if you are a speaker or anchor who believes that your intervention should be taken by all, and it comes down to the issue of that trust, then you are not a leader. People have to have their own objection. And then try your best to explain where you don't agree. You can agree not to agree. Go ahead, brother.
So Daniel, your conviction is based on Muslim ticket. As a Christian, I'm also a Christian and all that stuff. But based on that conviction, the religious judgment you made, that Muslim ticket is here to stay, at least for the next 4 years, right? So based on your conviction, you should be convicted not to be willing to support this government because you had a principled religious stand against Muslim ticket. But now that it's a reality, now that you see it's not biting anybody, will your conviction now shift into the direction of let me just finish. Into the direction of helping the government? Because right now, politics is over. We're now governing.
You are only repeating what I have said and probably said twice, but let me say it again. My conviction at the time was not to support the emergence of the MM ticket as leadership of the party. Now it has happened. I can't push that conviction beyond that to also say because based on conviction, I did not support their emergence. Now that he's the president of Nigeria, I should also go against him. No, that would be anti-constitution of the party because he is a president administered the seal as the leader of the party, and the Bible I profess said obey constitutional authority. You see, the problem we have is that our society, especially in Africa, is largely built on religion. So that's why even when it comes to disagreement, you see when two people don't agree, one calls the other one all sorts of names because we have not advanced our argument to a point where we can both disagree and still respect each other. Now, my conviction was to make sure that I am not used to cause the emergence of that ticket. And I stayed true to my conviction. Now, the election is over. He has emerged as the president of Nigeria. Whether I like it or not, if I take my passport to any border agency or the immigration, you're entering any country, carry out your passport and check the backside, you will see the seal in the name of the president of the Federal Republic. So are you suggesting that because based on conviction, I did not support his emergence, now that he's president, I should be the obedient? That's where now you want me to be the certain type of obedience who believe that he is not my president. I'm not ignorant. I'm a legal practitioner. But the choice whether to accept and work with his government now or not to accept with his government is purely mine. And I will not say further.
All right, brilliant.
Thank you.
Stay there. If we can hold Daniel for as long as we can, then we'll loop it around again. But I want to make sure everybody on the screen gets the chance to put a position. So, Prince Daddy, you're up next. But before you go, before you put your question, actually go on. Yes, otherwise I'll slow it down. Prince Daddy, introduce yourself. Tell Daniel where you're joining from and put a position to him. Prince Daddy. Unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, but yeah. Carry on.
Yeah, thanks, woman. Hello, everyone. Hello, is it Barrister Daniel Bwala, Dr.
Yeah.
Bwala?
About to be Dr. Bwala. He's doing his PhD as we speak.
Yeah,
Yes.
that too. I think previously, I think on one of the TV stations. Okay, but anyways, yeah, calling from the States, United States, and thanks for giving the opportunity to come on the show so we can ask you some questions. And let me start with this question, kind of a follow up to Kolate's question. Personally, I don't believe that you switch party because of the conviction of the Muslim ticket. I think that's just for the wayside. I'm not sure those that believe in it. I say that I say that because you've actually came on multiple TV stations to pose a challenge that the article, your principal article, was going to win at least 12 million votes. The same number that Buhari had, like 2 or 3 times that he ran, that wasn't able to become the president until Tinubu's ingeniousness came about to give him that opportunity. So, in other words, I stand with the position that you miscalculated greatly. Okay, you're an attorney, but I don't think you're a really sound political analyst from that regard. So you miscalculated. You went with that article based on the atmosphere of the country and how things were turning. You saw the challenge that Tinubu had from even his own party, APC, and Tinubu and the central bank. They were all working against Tinubu, and you saw the tide or how the wind was blowing. So you decided to up onto the ship and see the APC Tinubu sink. So if you understand my
are you asking me? Are you asking him a question, or are you berating him? Are you
No, he's not berating me. He is giving his opinion that he does not believe what I say was the reason I left was the reason, but that I saw the situation going against Tinubu, and that's why I left. Okay. Can I respond to that?
No. Sorry, Daniel. Let him land. I think there's a question at the end of that. Yeah. So carry on, Prince.
That's why Daniel is smart. I watch him all the time. He's brilliant. So he's smart. He actually understood the question. Well, man, I don't berate.
I know. I was only pulling your legs.
Okay. So yeah. So I stand with that position that he miscalculated. That's when he jumped on the ship. And to wrap it up to this, my follow-up question. When you were with APC, I enjoyed hearing your analysis, because your analysis were more focused and more message focused and based. So when you did analyze on the APC, you talk more on tangible stuff. But now that you are with PDP, or Atiku being your principal, you seem to engage in the art of prestidigitation, if I put it that way. You put things out of the air in order to justify, because there's no way you can convince me that your principal article is better off than Tinubu in every category. If you want to put corruption in there, if you want to put governance and leadership, I don't think article is any better, and I cannot be convinced otherwise. But anyway, thanks for taking my questions.
Right. So in answering you, your last comment destroyed everything you're saying. When you say, I don't think you'll convince me. Nobody on earth starts a conversation and say, I don't think you will convince me. That means you close your heart from any possibility of persuasion, or in other words, what you said, just take it as I say it. That's why most of your comments were not a question, but they are positions you are putting on me. But thank God for the right of fair hearing. You see, when you say it was not based on the ticket, even after I had narrated my 3 separate conversations by the way, at the time, Tinubu was considering offering Dogara the VP ticket. So I was aware of the conversation. And those who work against Dogara, I knew what they gave as a reason. And I was in that conversation. Now, so I left based on that conviction. And that conviction I carry it through. Now, You said it's because I studied the moment. Let me tell you something about the moment. I knew anybody who gets the ticket of APC, anybody who secures the ticket of APC has already gotten 50% of the possibility of emerging as the president. Because in Nigeria, in Africa, and you can see in today's election, the state apparatus work in favor of the incumbent. So 50% of the job would have been done. The most difficult job of Tinubu, I was one of the leading people that participated to make it happen. I told Delia Lake, when one day we were throwing banter, he sent me a message that you people lost. I said, no. I said, if Obi won the election, I will consider myself a loser because I never supported Obi, even when Obasanjo said I should come. But whether it is Atiku or Tinubu, I have played a role at one stage or the other of their lives. And why do you think till today, till tomorrow morning, I relate with the Tinubu? Because of the impact. When I supported Tinubu in the primaries, the Yoruba nation have turned their back from Tinubu. In case you don't know today, and I'll give you facts. I don't speak on conjecture. The key leaders in the Southwest were behind Osibanjo. 70% of the team of senior advocates that prosecuted this election petition were the people that were discussing who will approach Tinubu and say, Daddy, step down for this man. All these firemen, all these other people that you know, they were not doing Tinubu. And that was one of the convictions that I had. That's why he did that Emiloku speech. He was abandoned. Villa was not behind him. His own Southwest people were not behind him. The political godsons that he raised were not. Everybody abandoned him. I stood with Asiwaju, and the most difficult job was to secure the ticket of the primaries when you knew the president was not going to give you the ticket. So it was not studying any moment. It was not studying any moment. Having secured the ticket, you need to understand two things today. Atiku does not have the kind of money Tinubu had to win. Atiku did not have the kind of reach Tinubu had. Atiku was hoping and strongly believing that because in 8 years, APC's government under Buhari did not help Nigeria, naturally Nigerians will look for alternative. That is his strongest belief. Then some other people started campaigning that Buhari will hand over to Atiku. And then you brought about the issue of the Naira policy. Let me tell you till tomorrow morning, the Naira policy was a conspiracy by APC to stifle other political parties. We know what's up. So to debunk your point that my decision was based on the moment. Okay, if it is based on the moment after election, why did the president ask me to come and work with him? That's why. And then you said, when I was in APC, I give, and very strangely, you are the first person saying it, because all the people I've encountered, they say it was after I left APC that I was talking sense. According to, when you read on social media, people talking. You're the only person who is saying when I was in APC, even the last person that asked the question before you, that we had a back and forth, is the same point, that you defended that administration. Now, you are supposed to start hearing me after the election going forward. During electioneering process, it is like a salesmanship. It was a market time period. You market your candidate. And I, as you see me today without bragging, I'm one of the fewest people that help douse the tension in Nigeria. When the people were asking that people should flood the street and reject the election, I continue to give interview to say, as a country, we cannot but stay around and then litigate in court. When people were calling for military takeover, I want to refresh your memory to go to all my video interventions. I was one of the fewest persons saying we will not accept any military intervention. In fact, to a point where people in PDP even thought, I remember one time when I congratulated Tinubu when he was sworn in, they say, no, that's not how politics is done. I should not congratulate Tinubu. People were even saying I was betraying Atiku for Tinubu. My idea of because I'm not a full-time politician, what I mean by full-time politician is somebody who doesn't have a job other than politics. No, I'm a legal practitioner. I'm a lecturer. I'm an arbitrator. I have jurisdictional license in Nigeria and in the UK. I have a lot of things going for me. Politics is second. Politics is not my everything. And so the nation building is not limited to myopic reasoning and intervention. Now, I do not agree with the proposition that when I was with APC, and I don't want to push it back to you to say whether you are APC apologist or anybody. You have even if you're APC apologist, you have a right to give opinion. But I do not believe that my consistency had changed to a point where somebody would say, when you were in APC, you were making more sound judgment. And now that you're in PDP, maybe you see on social, especially people who knew how I supported Tinubu on Twitter, the way they come at me when I raise point. I will have loved, my brother, if you can call an item or say something I say in the media that to you is downgrading or is not justifying of the intervention, and then juxtapose that with, during the Twitter period, when I was in APC, single-handedly, I took on Twitter, and the federal government pursued it until Jack Dorsey and Twitter company agreed with Nigeria to do the right thing. At the time, all the people who are doing answers and the rest thought that what I was doing was wrong. But I looked beyond just the Twitter, and I knew that there were forces behind the Twitter push and answers to unseat the government at the time. You see, this regime change, we are not small children, no. When it comes to issues of intelligence, by God's grace, I've had my highest training in the USIP. I consult for different security intelligence in Nigeria. We know when there are external forces behind. And that was why I stood my ground. Until tomorrow, if Tinubu takes any policy decision that is right, I will stand for him. It doesn't matter I'm in PDP. I don't do like that. By the way, even this evening, I had a chat with Sheyi. I'm not against President Tinubu at all. But look at when I make a comment on Twitter, more than 6 times that I made a comment, it affected the policy of President Tinubu. I got calls from his people. My duty till tomorrow morning will be to pursue my conviction. I will not always be right, because as human beings, we keep learning every day. But you cannot question my integrity. To say that I left him because, okay, if I left him because of the moment that I saw the tie was, how can the tie be in his favor? I mean, in favor of Atiku. When you have Peter Obi on one side, you have, what do you call him, Governor Wike on the other side, you have Bwala, who is from the north, also raising agitation here and there. Things were more favorable to Tinubu than to Atiku.
Mr. Bwala, sorry to interject real quickly. I think I also heard you on one of the stations, correct me if I'm wrong, that or you've heard from the APC camp that there were some governors working against Tinubu candidates.
You're right.
Okay. So you're right. Information on that. You understand information. So that's one among other reasons why I was saying that you saw the tide and you saw the opposition mount against Tinubu so strongly that you have. There is a personal decision, that is fine. But
no, the governors, sorry, let me correct that. The governors, I was the one to even break it because I know the governors. The governors not supporting Tinubu was not from the beginning. I had already joined Atiku. It was midway when Tinubu decided against their wishes in the nomination of the campaign council, where he made Faleke the secretary, and Faleke was not listening to them, but was carrying out specifically what President Tinubu wanted, then candidate Tinubu. The governors now felt, if this is how he is even running the campaign, we are not even sure when he becomes president, he will carry us along. And it was at that point, about 6 of them contacted my principal. But you need to know in politics too, there were governors with us that met Tinubu, governors with us that met Peter Obi. They do that a lot in politics. Even in America, they do that. So it's the same. It's just like counterintelligence. When you think that you have your agent in a foreign country collecting intelligence for you, you don't even know that those other countries have their agents in your country, probably in your camp. So we know that happens in politics. But I'm trying to say, at the time they started calling my principal, it was after the campaign council was formed and their candidates, because at the time Tinubu was suspecting that if he allowed their nominees to form the campaign council, they will work against him. So he didn't trust them because they fought against him in the primaries, almost all of them. But how did he bring them together? Well, there are some things we don't say it on air. So it was long after I had joined PDP before this idea of governor started happening. And thirdly, you see, I know Buhari, I know him as a person, and I know his family, right? And I know that on the choice of whether Buhari is not supporting Tinubu was mere rumor. Buhari kept to his chest who he wanted to support until he left government. Nobody knew. But at some point, he was cowed in the primaries to support Ahmed Lawan. It was his wife that was initially supporting Amechi. Then at the last minute, she did a 360 and came to Tinubu. Then you have some people around his cabinet supporting former vice president Osibanjo. Yeah. You see, Osibanjo also sought me to work with him. The reason why I did not go to Osibanjo to support him, again, if like the answer to the guy that said I made the decision because of religion, then I should have gone to Osibanjo, who is a Christian, and support him, who is even a pastor. But the reason I did not go to Osibanjo was because I knew the only person that can challenge Atiku was Tinubu. Anybody other than Tinubu cannot stand. And I said it then. You can, if you Google my name, you hear those interventions. I still maintain the position. If it is based on tie, the tie was in favor of Tinubu. Anybody that secures ticket of a governing party has 50% already chances of winning that election, because they will use state apparatus, they will use state resources, they will use everything in their favor.
Okay, I know we have to go to the next person, but I hear you. But you know, last election was absolutely.
I hope you don't mind I hold it like that to go and urinate. I've been holding it for long. Go ahead.
Carry on here.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. I was saying, this last election, the obedient factor was not known to a lot of people, and I believe, including yourself. So the notion that
sorry, I'm just giving the guest a moment. Carry on.
The notion that an incumbent presidency has 50% is made void by that argument, by that statement, because of the obese factor. Nobody knew that, and again, maybe the obese factor played a big deal, because if Obi hadn't been a factor in the whole equation, absolutely, I think a lot of people were expecting Atiku to win. There's no doubt about that. Part of the miscalculation also. And now to wrap it up, I'll add, of course, that you're a brilliant lawyer person. So it wasn't a question of you being disingenuous when it comes to answering questions in the same way that you do with APC as PDP. But my contention, though, is that, look, APC has substance, at least things to question and to challenge. But on the other side, with a PDP, not so much for Atiku. Atiku could not even express his leadership to be able to squelch the issue they had with the G5. He couldn't do that. And it was, I mean, even though, including yourself, went out there on TV stations calling Atiku the unifier, everybody saw Atiku crumble right there in the presence of everybody. He could not unify his people. He could not bring them together. The G5 was a runaway train. But everything about leadership was on display, and to grade him was an F.
Thank you, my brother. Let me answer it. Strangely, people have been peddling a very false narrative about this election. Because of unity of Nigeria, there are certain things I never wanted to say from the beginning. You see, I, for one, I am well aware of how Atiku was doing everything possible to plead them to please Wike and his group, to a point where a lot of people were thinking Atiku was playing weakness to Wike too much. Atiku was somewhere in France. They were in London. After they met with Obasanjo, they finished with him, had a session with Tinubu. Then they called Atiku and ordered him to come. Atiku came. They sat across tables like that. You need to see the way they were talking. Atiku did everything possible to please Wike. But what happened was that Wike having not secured that role of the vice president, he was at that point prepared to ensure Atiku did not win. So even if Ayu was asked to go, and then you bring a new chairman, they will still work against Atiku. But let me tell you something deeper. And I said it from my first interview, and I will prove it to you today. You see, Peter Obi was supported by the West to stop Atiku, but not because they are supporting Peter Obi. I will give you premise. I know they give.
You are spilling too much secrets.
I didn't want to say too much, but let me just give you one. When Obasanjo called me, I was in London. He was with Peter Obi and Dati, and asked me to come and work with them. I didn't want to tell Obasanjo no on phone, because where I come from, and it is the same thing when I left Tinubu and he was calling me, I was avoiding answering the call. I didn't want, because the culture where I come from, you can't tell an elder no. But when you start avoiding him, he will understand. So Asiwaju had to be calling me through one of his aides. You know, once I pick up, we're talking with the aide, then he will call it and start, my son, why are you doing this? You see, that one of Obasanjo, I didn't want to say no. So I said, my phone network is bad, Daddy. If I come back, I will see you. And I never went to see him. But let me tell you today, for one day, Obasanjo never went to anywhere in the Southwest and campaigned for Peter Obi, because he didn't want to touch the vote of Tinubu. But Obasanjo had gone to the North campaigning for Peter Obi because he wants to reduce the votes of Atiku. And I said it in interview one time, and then people call me, for national security, don't say it again. And I kept quiet. Two, have you not noticed that Wole Soyinka, who was the greatest supporter of Peter Obi, immediately after election, he called Peter Obi Bajwe. Doyin Okupe, who was the spokesman of Peter Obi after the election, turned his back. See, some of our bishops, most of the Nigerian Pentecostal churches are founded by Southwest ministers. Most of them, none of them is on pulpit speaking against Tinubu. So, but we learn in part and prophesy in part. There are some things we will learn tomorrow. And I told Peter Obi from the beginning, Obasanjo is not supporting you to be president. You don't have the infrastructure. The people that voted Peter Obi were church people now, because it is the church bishops and pastors that generate. And these bash pastors, majority of them are from the South. They are the founders of churches, and they are from the Southwest. And I told somebody, that's why I am forever. I doff my cap to the Southwest. When Southwest wants to achieve an aim, they have a strategic way of achieving it. And they did that. I have no qualms with them. My only worry is that Southeast, during the election, did not see it like that. When you say anything like that, the obedient will just come and pounce on you. Because if Peter Obi understood that he would not get support to be president, if Peter Obi had supported Atiku and become Atiku's vice presidential candidate, right now Peter Obi is the vice president of Nigeria with the potential of becoming the president of Nigeria, either in 4 years or in 8 years. But we leave that in the past. We look to the future. That was what happened. So it is not a case of Atiku has is on his knees, he lost because of this. My brother, there were deeper things that even Kwankwaso. Do you know Kwankwaso had an alliance with Asiwaju? Asiwaju is the most intelligent politician that I know since the inception of Nigeria. He is the last person that will show you overconfidence, even when he's absolutely sure he has locked everywhere down. I saw it in the primaries. Even when he had absolute, conviction, everything has been locked down, he still behaved as if he's not sure. That was how Asiwaju became president of Nigeria. This CBN thing you are seeing, do you know CBN people gave them money? Last question, please. So sorry, sir.
Just to yes, we go on to, so Prince Daddy, hold steady. We'll go on from you to Ekene, but on our way to Ekene, just what you were saying earlier on, Daniel, pardon me. you know, in the build-up to the primaries, there was a time that Tinubu went to visit Obasanjo in Abeokuta, and he went with a retinue of his usual. And then when they got there, Obasanjo took him by the hand, and then the two of them went into a room, and they were in that room for 1 hour, and then they came out again, and then they departed. So there's little antecedents that somewhat hints towards that three-dimensional chess narrative that you've just painted. But before I go on to
but permit me, sorry, sir, because you just re-echo what I forgot. And I said that in my interview that time. Obasanjo, from history, when you visit him, as you're coming out, he wants to address the press with you because he doesn't want for you to go out and give a false representation of what happened. For the first time in Obasanjo's political whatever, when Asiwaju met him, they both agreed not to address the press. They came out and they walk away. But the next day, Femi Gbajabiamila was in a program where he told the people that the meeting between Asiwaju and Obasanjo was agreed that Obasanjo was going to support Asiwaju. He said it. Then I granted an interview. I said, this further proves my point that Obasanjo is actually supporting Asiwaju. And from Obasanjo, you know that right later, since Asiwaju took power, from the fuel subsidy to the floating of the Naira, people are dying. Obasanjo has not written any letter. Heck, he has not even made any public comment against Asiwaju.
You know, a lot of people knew that Obi was being played, but when you try to explain it, you get slaughtered. But before I go on to Ekene, in the build-up to the APC primary, no, not in the build-up to, shortly after the APC primaries, people started calling the vice president Yemi Iscariot Oshibanjo. Why do you think that was?
Me, right?
Yes. Why do you think they were calling the vice president Iscariot?
Let me tell you what happened. You see, when Professor Yemi Oshibanjo sent Baba Femi Ojodu to me, and I told Baba Femi Ojodu, I am of the view that Professor Yemi should not speculating that Buhari will support him. Let him meet Buhari and get Buhari's point, whether he wants to. Because Professor Yemi Oshibanjo did not want to announce his running until he has the assurances that Buhari will support him, because then Buhari will make him president. He knew he didn't stand the chance of fighting Asiwaju in all fronts, because Asiwaju has structure. Oshibanjo does not have any structure in the party. So I told Baba Femi Ojodu, tell him to meet, because I knew the people coming to Oshibanjo and were telling him that Buhari will make him are the same set of people that were coming and telling Atiku that Buhari will make him president. You know, in a great house, you see some of these elements. And Professor Yemi Oshibanjo never met Buhari to get that. So he was in a dilemma. Now, as at the time Professor Yemi Oshibanjo announced he was running, I was the first person to grant interview and shut down that announcement. Why did I do that? Because at that time, it became apparent to Professor Yemi Oshibanjo that Asiwaju was building the structure to win that election. And I had made up my mind to be with Asiwaju. And again, to answer the point of my much earlier questionnaire, the person who asked me a question about intervention in TVC, salesmanship. If you believe in a product, you must advertise it as much as you can. Even in this Tinubu's administration, there are, if I am supporting Tinubu now, I know the areas I will pick 1, 2, 3 something item. The way I will market it to the Nigerian people, I know I will persuade a lot of people who are looking at him with bad eye to give him hope. It is the job. What the least that is expected of you, if you say you are a speaker, the least is to do thorough research. The problem I have still with Tinubu's people is that those people he has appointed as media people, they are just about money. They are not researching. Look at, I can take 3 things and stay 3 weeks to talk to Nigeria about Tinubu's administration. They will say Messiah has come. It's my job. But if I am in the opposition, so you want me as in the opposition to go to Twitter and be praising Tinubu, Haba, Kilede. So this is the point with respect to that. But in terms of the Oshibajo matter, now those who call him Iscariot are people from the Southwest. The Yorubas who felt Tinubu made him commissioner. He was Tinubu's lawyer. Everything he had, Tinubu made him be. And he knows that Tinubu plans to run is Tinubu's lifelong dream. And he did not come to tell Tinubu he was running. He simply announced it, and that is betrayal. Now, they have a right to say that. But he also has the right to run because he's a citizen of Nigeria. Unfortunately for him, he comes from the Southwest, where the cultural belief of people in the Southwest is such that if somebody is your boss, there are certain procedures you will follow before you break away from him. If he's from the Southwest, Southeast, his announcement will not matter. Nobody will call him Judas because the Southeastern Nigerians, they are democratic in nature. They are not feudal. They are not culturally, bound to worship anybody. They are democratic. The most democratic people in Nigeria are the Southeasterners. That's the truth of the matter. People will not want to admit it, but that is what it is. That's why it's only an Igbo man in Nigeria that can work with any tribe without looking at where you come from. As long as you will solve the problem, he will work with you. Any other tribe other than Igbo in Nigeria are nepotistic in nature. Unfortunately, that Igbo man has never got the chance to become president in Nigeria. Who knows? Maybe the day an Igbo man becomes president, maybe that's when some of these things will be changed. So that is to answer the point of Yemi Oshibanjo, but he shouldn't feel bad. Of course, things have gone. So now, Oshibanjo too, on principles, he did not support the same-faith ticket. That's why he didn't campaign for Tinubu. That's why Boss Mustafa did not campaign for Tinubu. It's a lot of people that took the decision that I took. And you see, people don't know. I come from the Northeast Nigeria. I'm a minority Christian. When you see Southern Christians, the way you live freely with your Muslim brothers, no persecution, no anything, everything okay, you tend to think it's the same thing in the North. You don't have the experience of a minority Christian. Then you can understand how they feel when they see the likely threat that a same-faith ticket will further dampen their chances of achieving the Nigerian dream. But it is something that can be just like the way the African Americans will say, the white people, you don't know what it means to be an African American in an American society where the system works against the African American. When you experience them, then you'll be able to see it from their light. But you come from the Southwest. Southwest people are more culturally inclined than religiously inclined. I mean, a Southwesterner doesn't care whether you're a Christian or Muslim, but when it comes to tribe, the affinity is there. So this is what I can say.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, and thank you, Prince Daddy. Hold steady. So up next, Ekene. So Ekene, unmute. If you can have your camera on, that would be brilliant. Tell Daniel where you're joining from, and put a position to him. Ekene.
Yeah, Waman, thank you very much.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bwala.
Thank
you. Speaking with you. One man, I commend your platform. It's one of the best. So
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bwala.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Gentleman.
Thank you. I appreciate
it. My question is, I don't have much. It's just like an able man wanting to speak to the heart of a northerner. It's not it will look like a personal question, but it's not a personal question anyway. Just the way the last election went, because I had a lot of questions you just answered concerning the federal calatas, all those representative and all those stuff. But do you think Igbo man would be very happy to vote for an Atiku ticket after Fulani 8 years of leadership? And if PDP were so myopic to believe that, don't you think they don't know Igbo man very well? For them to believe that after 8 years of Buhari, an Igbo man will still go ahead to vote an Atiku. Even though you might Atiku is well loved in the southeast, even more than in the north. But for PDP to believe that after 8 years of Buhari, that Atiku will be given a chance to rule for another 8 years, a Fulani, don't you think it's very myopic of PDP to believe that? And to round it up, don't you think that Atiku didn't mean it well when he comes to the southeast to say that he is the stepping stone for Igbo man to become the president of this country? I don't think that Atiku really understand the nature of an Igbo man for him to come to the southeast to make that statement, because it really angered a lot of Igbo voters for him to make that statement.
Yeah.
So, and it's a very bad one. If he didn't know, it's a very bad one. It really go viral in the heart of Igbo people, which he didn't understand.
Let me answer.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ekene. I think Daniel gets you get the gist of the point. Yeah.
Ekene, I want to talk to you I want to respond to your question, and I want to be pragmatic and realistic. I was in Enugu when that statement was made. We are at the Southeastern Forum, and I knew when he made that speech, because it was a speech we all agreed he should push as a narrative to the Igbos. Let me tell you the meaning, the implication of that. And a lot of Igbos felt bad because Peter Obi was running. If Peter Obi was not running, they would not think that way. First of all, the architecture managing Atiku are Igbos. From Senator Ben Obi, Chido, the architecture, if Atiku had become a president, even without Igbo vice president, it is still the Igbo people that will be governing, that will be running structures around him. That is point number one. But let me tell you what he meant by that. What he meant by that is that if you vote Atiku, the vice presidential candidate then, the former governor of Delta, partly Igbos. You know, from a distance they will say he's Igbo, but when you go to the east, they will now differentiate that he's not the main Igbos, but he's an Igbo. What Atiku meant was, if you vote for me to become president, whether it is 4 years or 8 years I do, the minute I finish, it is that Igbo person that I will project to become president. But if you vote for Tinubu, and Tinubu finishes 4 or 8 years, power naturally will come back to the north. So the chances of an Igbo man, if the journey to Israel is 40 days, with Atiku is 40 days, but with Tinubu might take 40 years. Because once Tinubu finishes, let's assume 8 years, the next thing is that there will be a movement of voting to vote a northern candidate. That means 8 years plus a prospective 8 years, meaning 16, before it will come back. And if Tinubu works for that 8 years, and Atiku is doing his 8 years, by that, after 16 years, you don't even know at that time whether it is the Southwest who would then form alliance with the Northwest and collect back, which now bleak the chances of an Igbo person in terms of, voting. Now, secondly, Atiku is a minority northerner. He's from the Northeast. Even the Northwest Fulani don't see his own Fulani as original. And the transaction in Nigeria has been the shifting of power between the Southwest and Northwest, because they have the largest population and the bloc. They just keep exchanging among themselves. Atiku, being a minority, feels that if I am a president and an Igbo person is my vice president, there is more chances that that marriage of the minorities will work for an Igbo man to become president. That is what he meant, but that not he is the one that has the capacity to give Igbo man power or not to give Igbo man. And unless you are in politics and you will see it from the way politicians talk, you might take it as an insult because you are looking at it from the point of view, who be you to say that? But now it has happened. The Atiku did not get it. Tinubu has gotten it. Tinubu has 4 years in front of him, prospect of 8 years. When it finishes, it can't go to the Southeast now. Even the Southwest will not vote an Igbo man. They will want to vote the North so that it will come back to them. So if you put these two balance, you will now understand where Atiku was coming from and why he said what he said. But that narrative that was run by the people that ran with this narrative were people who already were supporting Peter Obi and had believed that Peter Obi will win anyway. So what you are saying is nonsense. But if Peter Obi was not in the race, you will better understand and appreciate what Atiku was talking about.
Okay, a little bit, Mwawamara, please, I need a little bit interrogation for what you just said. You know, a lot of narrative came that Obi was in the ticket. That was why a lot of people from the South didn't support Atiku. But was PDP so myopic to know that even Obi was loved? You cannot love him in anywhere in the country, but in the Southeast, can't PDP understand that Obi is well loved in the Southeast? That they have to consider him very well before making a position or make his position known in the PDP before giving that ticket to Atiku. Because if not so, PDP would have understood that naturally that ticket should come to the Southeast. But maybe because of money or anything, they decide to give it to Atiku. But
You see,
they should understand. They didn't. The PDP didn't understand the power of the people, because Obi might not be loved in any part of the country, but if anybody in the PDP think that Obi is not loved in the Southeast particularly, that person is a joker.
yes,
So why PDP didn't consider that? You give advice to an Okowa who couldn't even win his own state.
Yes.
Do you think that PDP is very political wise to do that? Thank you.
Let Daniel respond, and then we'll move the conversation on.
You know, by the time Okowa was picked as the vice president, Peter Obi had already left. And Peter Obi and Atiku sat together, where Atiku told him, if they are going to zone in the party, I am of the view that they should zone to the southeast or northeast. And if they are going to zone to the southeast, I will not run because I will support you. If you know Peter Obi has even said it in public before. So it is Atiku who advocated for Peter Obi. But Peter Obi, when he saw that Wike was already manipulating everybody, the committee he was the one that set up, and that the signs are coming out, they are going to throw it open. Peter Obi knows that if it is open, he cannot defeat these other gladiators because it is a party team now. And Peter Obi will not want to wait to participate in the primaries, because the new electoral act is that once you participate in one, you cannot change to another political party and run. So he quickly, even though he has bought form, he has done screening, he quickly pulled out so he can go and run elsewhere. So Peter Obi moving out was what gave rise to to Okowa getting the ticket. If not, Atiku's choice has been Peter Obi, both in 2019 and even in the 2023. So Atiku was not the reason Peter Obi left. Wike was the reason Peter Obi left. But if Peter Obi had stayed and they insisted that the power should be zoned to the southeast, then Atiku would have achieved what he wanted. That if they are going to zone it, it must either be southeast or northeast, because the southwest, the northwest, and the south has gotten it in our administration. Because in the southwest, Obasanjo did it; in the northwest, Yar'Adua did it; in the south, Goodluck Jonathan did. So he now said, and there is no credible person standing at the time from North Central. So he said it has to be southeast or northeast. So the point you are making supports the case of Atiku at that time. But Wike was interested. Wike controlled the National Working Committee. He was financing them, paying staff and the rest. He was actually the owner of the NWC. What even worked against Wike was that he now became dictatorial towards them. So at the primaries, they dribbled him.
Okay, I have a lot to say, but for time's sake, let's leave it there.
For time's sake, if we're able to hold Daniel for longer, then we'll loop around again. But I want to try and get, it's already yawning, which is to tell you that it's probably ready for bed. But Daniel Koko, or Mute put a position to Daniel. One question now, just so we don't hold Daniel for longer than he intended to be with us. So Daniel Koko, you're up next. On Mute, introduce yourself, put a position to Daniel. Daniel Koko.
Yeah, thank you, Woman, and thank you, Mr. Bwala, for coming to have interaction with us.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you consider yourself as the biggest loser um, in this last election? Talking in terms of you being a former surrogate to Tinubu, because of your fear that Tinubu Muslim ticket, you believe Nigeria is we are more divided than ever before in the history of Nigeria, and you left Tinubu, left for Atiku, and you got to Atiku, your principal Atiku failed to manage the case and the steam well what they requested for, that the chairman of the party should step down for a southerner to become the chairman. Atiku couldn't, compel the chairman of the party, Aisha Ayu, to step down. I believe Atiku would have done so if he really interested to do so, because he is the most powerful person in the party, whether we like it or not. That's a fact. Forget about UK and this thing. He's the most powerful, most respectable in that party. But he couldn't manage the situation well, and we're where we are today. He failed. You fail on both sides. You fail to support Tinubu because of Muslim, and you run to Atiku, and now Atiku now fail, and you are just by yourself. You have nowhere to go now. So you consider yourself as the biggest loser. That's
Okay.
one. Yeah, and then number two is
Ajande Koko. Let me push you. Ask 2 questions, but because Daniel and I, we only agreed to a limited amount of time, and I want to get through. So condense it, and then and that's for everyone as well. Ajande Koko, carry on.
Okay. Now, number 2. Let me speed up. Number 2 is that you are justifying your character of jumping from one party to the other as
I think it's already addressed that.
No, hold on now. Let me land.
Okay.
So you are justifying that. Oh, everybody, you are trying to use the law to say, oh, you can move from anywhere to anywhere, and that character that we have seen being carried out by politicians that have, run this country to where we are today. Now, do you see democracy in Nigeria on the way forward, the future of this democracy as sustainable, or do you think the way we are practicing it, which is selfish interests by the leaders, pursuance of selfish interests, and not the interest of the people? You describe it well. You said we don't have no manifesto. No party have manifesto, nothing whatsoever. Everybody just doing what they do. You think
No,
that
they have manifestos, ideology.
Yeah, no ideology. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, you say ideology. No ideology. So do you think we democracy, do you think is sustainable in Nigeria? Do you think we are going to be better off in the future, the way we are practicing it? So thank you.
Okay.
Question.
All right. Let me start with the last one. With respect to ideology, the reason why in England and in the US they have a very strong ideology, because apart from them, probably France and a few other countries, the rest of the world, the same with Nigeria, is because these ones are early founders of democracy, and their democracy was built on that. Like in England, where you see this trade union, forming a party and all that. In our Nigeria, whether you have ideology or you don't have, Chapter 2 of the Constitution is where you take your ideology, which is state derivative principles of state policy. And that is the summary of everything that you can think of in terms of delivering democracy to the Nigerian people. Now, you also said that, then I also am glad to let you know that Donald Trump was a Democrat. but he now joined the Republicans and he contested and he won. This other man, this elderly man that also ran for primaries in Democratic Party, Bernie Sanders, he was a Democrat and now he's an independent. Changing political party is not the problem, and it's not the reason why they have not governed Nigeria well. The reason why leaders in Nigeria didn't govern well is because of corruption. Any party you change to, if you are not corrupt, you can still deliver, because none of the parties, political parties, said, when you join us, do evil. All of them aspire to do the right thing. Now, that is with respect to the second one. And the reason why I have to make it clear in this meeting is because if tomorrow I change a political party, they will say, oh, he has changed it. That's why I'm making it clear to you now. I have right to change it 100 times, but judge me by the content of my character rather than by the political party. Tell me a political party in Nigeria that is perfect, and tell me a Nigerian politician in Nigeria that has not changed party. Even your president that is sitting, APC wasn't the party he started with. So let us not belabor that issue. Now, the second one, he said I'm the biggest loser. Do you want me to go back to Tinubu tomorrow morning? I want you to answer me, my brother.
It left for you now, whatever you want to do, because you have
changed.
If
I am a loser,
you have changed from Tinubu to Atiku. So if you go back to Tinubu now, being the person in power, we won't be surprised, because you left him before thinking that he's going to lose the election. So
yes, but now he has not lost the election, but Nigeria is not his property. It's a public office, right? So the point I'm saying is, a loser is somebody who, after he lost, he shut out. That's what I'm trying to point. That's why I tell you, do you want me to go? Because if tomorrow morning I say I'm going back, that's how I'll walk in there and take my place. A loser will not have the door open for him. I'm not a loser. Tinubu's success today partly is because I walked towards him, imagine, as a candidate of APC. That's why I have no regret. I talk with everyone. I told you this evening, we just finished talking with Sheyi. Sheyi Tinubu is the son of Tinubu. And you see, another problem that people have, let me tell you today, and people who stay as masses, sometimes they are the ones that even encourage politicians to be corrupt. From the premise of your point, you are a loser, you have nowhere to go, is because you also in your subconscious mind think that once people grab power, it's as if the wealth of the country is in their private pocket. Once you go into power, it's a privileged position to serve. If you take away all those privileges, that gives room for corruption, public office in Nigeria will not even be attractive. I am successful in every sense of the word. Why do I need to kill myself? Hey, my brother, me, a loser? Oh, Diego.
No. Hold on. Look, I believe you are a loser because
okay.
If you had been with Tinubu, possibly today, maybe you will be a minister. Today.
So now that I am not a minister, has it reduced my life?
It has not reduced your life, but your political you will have added something to your CV if you are a minister today. So
I need the CV to go to where, my brother?
Don't worry. I mean, you are a politician. If you are a minister today, yes, that will add something to your CV.
Okay, so let me give you the good news.
And that can prepare you for future career in politics, maybe for the position of president. You know?
Okay, let me give you the good news. I will be a minister in Tinubu's government. I'm sure, as an APC and Tinubu supporter, that will gladden your heart. I'm a loser, I shouldn't come again.
No, wait, Daniel. You see, what you are simply telling us is that those of you up there, you are all the same people, irrespective of the party.
Thank you but it's your opinion. The thing is, if you speak from now till tomorrow morning, one fact you cannot convince me is that I'm a loser.
No. You can defend it, but where you are today, you don't have any political position. because of your jumping from one place to the other. Yeah, that was what.
Again, I take exception. Again, I take exception.
Yeah.
This is the first time I moved from APC to PDP. When you use the word jumping from one place to the other, let me finish.
Which party
It's derogatory.
Hold on for the guest.
It's derogatory. And I take exception to that. Don't say it again. It's wrong. And then secondly, like I said, now me make the decision. Now me go article. The election don't finish. Am I not the one that is supposed to be crying that I lost? I'm okay. You are the one saying I'm a loser. Now, those who are appointed as ministers, the one that says she wants to sue United Nations, are you proud of her? 70% of his ministers that don't know their left and right, are you proud of them? So your own is, I should just become a minister, whether I'm effective or not. It makes somebody a winner and the other person a loser. And by the way, some of these ministers you see, do you know how much they spend to be made ministers?
Let me go on to Emeka. But before I go on,
let me give him the last.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Everybody, hold on. Daniel, are you happy to take everybody on the screen? I know we only agreed to 1 hour, but
I'm happy to add 10-15 minutes, but after that I'll have to go.
All right. All right, Ajanle Koko, let me go on to Emeka because it's only now 10-15 minutes left with us.
Let me just with Daniel before you go.
Then no one else will get the chance to speak with him.
Yeah. So you see, you know that you can defend it, but that is fine. But you know who the winner is? Wike is the winner. He fought you guys to the ground. To the ground. So get in touch with Wike and see how you guys can work together in order to build your party up again. If you think you want PDP to come back up to be a
you look like somebody who is more tense than myself. I'm the one that's supposed to be under pressure.
All right, Daniel, take that as a rhetorical statement. I want to get to at least 2 or maybe 3 more people before you leave. Emeka, quick and to the point the question. Emeka, quick and to the point the question. Daniel responds. Dewale, quick and to the point the question. Daniel responds. And then if we see if we can fit Zita in before Daniel leaves. So quick and to the point. Emeka.
Daniel, thank you for coming around. My name is Emeka, calling from Canada. It's really good having you. I just want to say you should come more often to this platform where we have intellectual, rubbing minds on politics and as other issues going on in the country. You've literally answered most of my questions. You've even given inner secrets of what actually went either wrong or right during the presidential election in 2023. These were known facts that we got to know about what was happening. Anyway, I don't want to waste more time so that you can go back to bed. My question is, one, what do you think the PDP would look like? Because it appears like Wike is going to take over that structure and kick out your principal. Then, number 2, there are rumors that you are coming back to join Asiwaju's government structure. That is what you have not told the people on this platform now. There are rumors, yes. You have not said it, but you were keeping it in your heart. And when Baba Janikogo was saying it, I wanted to interject to tell him that you are going to come into Asiwaju's government soon. But speak on that. I think I wanted to say
all right.
But let me not.
All right. To you, Daniel.
Okay. Now, the party, PDP. You see, honestly, I am a believer of individuals rather than party because, like I said, parties are the same. There is no difference between APC and PDP. This is my grouse with PDP. That Wike consciously, Fayose and a few of them are submitting the party to Asiwaju and trying to make PDP a subsidiary of a parent company. That's my sadness. Now, they couldn't summon the courage to do that in the election petition season because it is believed as Atiku was still the candidate of the party. But immediately after Supreme Court decision is like you're starting all over again. So they now feel that they are going to attack him. You see, what they wanted to hear him was to say he's retiring. When he called for a press conference and he said, "I'm going nowhere," that was when they got angry. And they now went to Tinubu and were submitting the party. Here's my problem. If PDP as a party will be doing that subserviency to APC, that is to say, PDP wants to turn itself to a subsidiary company of a parent company. Me, who came from the parent company to the subsidiary company that is wanted in the parent company, why don't I go back to the parent company with pride than to stay in the subsidiary company? I'm just giving an analogy. I'm not saying I'm going anywhere. That is one. Now, with respect to Bwala will work with Tinubu, is a natural speculation. You know, even in PDP, it's even stronger than this platform. Immediately after the election, they now felt Bwala will go. You see, because I don't do that politics where you hold bitterness. Throughout the campaign, when they were talking about Tinubu is a certificate forger, Tinubu is a drug baron, you never hear that from my mouth. I turned, in fact, shortly before the Supreme Court, I turned CNN invitation to talk about that because to me that is personal. I rather let's talk about principles. Whether Tinubu has capacity to govern is a good conversation than personal. And because of my resistance to go into the mud, both political parties, especially people from PDP, they will feel, oh, he has sympathy. That's what they are saying. I have sympathy for Tinubu. The reason is because they know the role I played for Tinubu. But I never said I'm going. Neither will I say tomorrow, they'll say forever, I cannot go. I just leave the doors, the options open. But right now, I am with PDP, committed to PDP. I don't want to brag about it, but before God and fair people who judge, after the election, PDP as a party was never playing anything opposition. It is me single-handedly playing the role of an opposition to the government. The party never issued any statement, never issued nothing opposition. Because Wike is controlling the party. Wike, you see what Wike is doing, let me tell you this. Wike is doing like that with the party to frustrate Atiku, but Wike wants to run. What Wike does not know is that he is a baby, a toddler. When it comes to Portly, you are in the den of Asiwaju. You think you will play that game more than him. Wike is thinking once as Atiku goes, he will take over the structure, then he will leave Tinubu and then build and then stand as an opposition. But what Wike does not do, he played himself into it, is that by his very two hands and leg, he's submitting the party to Tinubu. And Tinubu, like I said, is a master strategist. This is the albatross of Wike himself. His political career is ended. Let me tell you, Wike can never get one vote from the North because Wike has played divisive politics. Wike will not get vote from the Southeast. He cost Peter Obi. Is it in the Southwest? Who knows Wike in the Southwest? Then when you come to South, he's the only governor in less than 6 months. After you put a governor, you are fighting with the person. So with time, people will know Wike's problem is Wike's problem. It's not anybody you are trying to say Atiku, calling people. You will know that he has an inherent problem. This is a bloody civilian, but behaving like a military dictator. That is his major problem. And you see, we try to tell people to stay away from alcohol because sometimes when Amechi was talking about alcoholism, him and Wike, people thought it was a joke. But now you can see that reflection. See, I nearly cost Wike his job as a minister of the FCT. I'm telling that in this platform today. When he was pushing, and I came up with the narrative that if he says demolition, Villa has to go down. Quote me, Mr. President personally asked him to calm down. You see, Wike's idea of politics is war. In politics, that is why Atiku throughout the campaign, people were even calling him weak. Because if you want to be strong in politics, your last card is trying to make it war. Asiwaju, one day I was with him before the primaries. Somebody came and was complaining about Kanu, and that Atiku should forget, and Asuwaju should forget about Kwankwaso. Let they just deal with the other Shakarao. Kwankwaso is inconsequential. I say Kwankwaso, Ganduje is inconsequential, blah blah. Asuwaju say manage him. The man is finishing his term. He doesn't have anything to lose, but he can cause all of people. The man was arguing. He said, Asuwaju, you don't know the way we play politics in Kano. You know what Asuwaju did to surprise? He said so, picked his phone, call a ward, like the way the polling unit ward, the head of a ward in Kano. And after they finished greeting, he dropped and told the guy, that is how much I know what is happening there. Which politician will have the contact of a ward, not local government chairman, not state? That is how politics is done, not big man somewhere. Wike's politics, okay, yesterday Wike went for Thanksgiving, a bit today, and was insulting a bishop in the Anglican church. Everybody is his problem. He's not in talking terms with Jonathan. He's not in talking terms with patient Jonathan. So how can it be that everybody has a problem? Wike is perfect. Right now, 5 governors in APC are angry with Tinubu because of Wike. That he came and scattered money and then he's now causing rift. There are some things we don't say it here. So whenever Wike's matter is mentioned, sometimes I keep quiet because some people don't know the depth of what is happening. Wike is on a mission for self-destruct, politically speaking. And there is no way Wike will play the politics where you will say, I will crash the party, I will take the structure, then I will contest against Asiwaju. You want to contest against Asiwaju, you want to use his ministerial position. Are you okay? So that is it. Now, some people want me to just come and start saying, God is my witness. I swear I will never work with Tinubu, so that when tomorrow you work with Tinubu, they will say, but the other day he swore. No. Tinubu is occupying a public office as a privileged president. It's not a property. The call of duty to every Nigerian now is to us to come together and build the country. Criticism and opposition is part of building Nigeria. People want me to go on Twitter and be praising Tinubu. I identify areas of problem and I critique it. I get feedback from people around him of his feeling about it. All my interventions in social media, only 2 he kicked against it, and I know those ones. And I advance the argument to support my point. That's my idea of politics. I don't have to be in his government. I don't have to be in his government. I don't need to be in government to succeed. If I need to be in government to make money, then I want to steal. Anybody who says he wants to be minister so he can be successful is a thief. If you are not already successful in what you are doing in life, when you go there and are stealing, you go steal. I am successful in every respect and I give glory to God. I am funding people's scholarship here and there. And that's okay by me. Integrity. Let me give you an example of integrity. President Tinubu attended G20 meeting in India. And you must have seen the picture. One of the places, one of the plenary section, after they finished, they were hanging out around. You see him standing by a distance. Meanwhile, Joe Biden carried his phone. He was snapping Okonjo-Iweala. Our president was standing by the side. A #1 citizen of the world is snapping her. That is honor. You don't have to be in government. She's not a minister.
That was doctored.
Pardon?
Sorry to interject you, that was doctored.
Okay, Asuwaju was not there, right? Or that he did not snap her.
He was standing with some people. Those people were walked away.
Okay, but what about the snapping? So even the picture he was snapping Okonjo-Iweala was doctored? Hello?
It was a selfie, not snapping.
A selfie. Now when I wait there, America know it. So that selfie, what I'm saying, Bam, for the president of the United States of America to take a phone and Okonjo-Iweala with one other person from World Bank or whatever standing and he's snapping, it goes to show the honor, the dignity, and the prestige in the name of Okonjo-Iweala. So if you are honorable in life, you don't have to be a minister to be honored. We should strive to be honorable. we should not strive to be ministered. There can only be 30 or 40. So in the case of Tinubu, maybe 45 ministers. In Nigeria, we're over 200 million. The goal is not to be minister. The goal is to impact your generation. The goal is to play your part in government. Everybody does not have to be a public officer. That's the point I'm trying to say.
All right, brilliant. Daniel, take one final question before you leave us. Dewale, make it as brief a question as you possibly can. Daniel actually only promised us 1 hour. It's been here 2 hours.
I also
now,
have
so,
one, and I'll be brief too.
Yeah, make it very brief. Yeah.
You know, I'm always good to straight to the point. Thank you, Mr. Bwala. I admire your brilliance. My question to you is that you've
speak up a bit. Speak up a bit.
Oh, can you hear me now?
A bit more. Carry on.
Oh my goodness, is this same bug with this software? Okay, I will continue with my question. And my question is that I assumed that you're a constitution lawyer, correct? And if that is the case, considering the sentiments that shape our political and electionary process, talking about religion, affiliation, ethnics, and all that, and speaking of pragmatic way of sustaining and building a sustainable democracy, do you think we should consider those sentiments in our constitution to give room so that we won't be having some of these problems that we're having during the electionary process, where religion affiliations and tribals and all that, became an aperture to democracy? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I think I've had the idea behind that federal character, without taking us back to history. And by the way, when you say you believe I'm a constitutional lawyer, every lawyer ought to have an idea of the Constitution, whether he's a constitutional lawyer or not. But the idea behind that federal character was that when the British people were about leaving Nigeria, the rest of Nigeria was ready, but the northern Nigeria was lagging behind. So that's why Nigeria didn't get independent in 1957 with Ghana. They had to wait till 1960 to be able to get the North. And since then, part of what was agreed in the drafting of the Constitution was to bring clauses in the Constitution that will also recognize the part of the country that academically or in other aspects of life they are lower. That was the federal character, so that the competent people from one side don't fill up everywhere. You must find a way of involving the other part of Nigeria. But we have come a long way, to be fair to what you said, where if we go purely by competence, every part of Nigeria has competent people. But again, that has not been removed from the Constitution. So if you are suggesting that we should do away with it, I will say yes and no. A lot of people argue that we should say yes to it so that it will now be competence, but without federal character. But you see, the downside is that when Buhari became president and was doing this nepotism, if you remember, his media people were saying it is about competence. So everybody who claims power or comes to power will find reason to put all of his people who are competent and say it's about competence. But the Constitution recognizes that even when you talk of competence, there are competent people in other parts of Nigeria. But in order to bring this national loyalty, where everybody will say, we pledge allegiance to the flag, then they must have a sense of belonging. That's the idea of incorporating everybody. Our politicians are not honest. Otherwise, there is no part of Nigeria where you cannot get the brightest of the brightest in any field of life. Either the bright person you will get from this part of the country, he's not a politician, or that the politicians in those places don't like him. We see that happening now. Governors, most of the governors, when they are asked to nominate people for ministers, it's deliberate. They will leave the competent ones and nominate those ones they can control. The same thing with National Assembly. The governors are the fundamental problem. At a better time, we'll talk about the role. The governors are more powerful than the president. In Buhari's time, they held him by the balls. So there will be a time when that conversation will be there. But I agree with you, we need to amend the Constitution. Rather, I would argue, we need to amend the Constitution to create grounds for unifying Nigeria. Because right now, I tweeted recently, after the day Peter Obi did his World Press Conference and Dati went on air and refused to recant the things he said about Tinubu, I tweeted, I said, with what I saw today, with the press statement, the position that Peter Obi and Labour Party are taking, Tinubu has a bigger problem in obedience and the Labour Party to manage than security and economy in Nigeria. Why? Because there is still that sense and that feeling among the obedient that and don't forget that the obedient cut across every part of Nigeria. It's not only Igbos, but every obedient has sympathy for the Igbos. That's the point. Whether the obedient is a northerner or westerner, they have sympathy for the Igbos because they feel over the years the Igbos have not been given their pride of place. So we have used the politics of numbers over and above a people who are highly productive, but because they do not match the numbers in other places. That is the sad part of political process. When they say it is a government of the majority, it is about numbers. So if we amend the constitution to do the rotational presidency that Atiku is talking, that way the minority will have a bite at the presidency. Otherwise, in the next 100 years, this power will be rotating still between the southwest and the northwest, because these two are the ones that have the largest population in Nigeria. So there's a lot of problem. Now, Tinubu dealing with the Igbos, how does he go about it? First of all, he's surrounded by people who are carrying the anger and the sentiment against the Igbos. I used to say that, but thank God they didn't appoint Bayo Onanuga early, because Bayo Onanuga's brand of politics is divisive. Now, as soon as they appointed him, he now doubled down on the same. So he will keep widening the gap. Instead, what President Tinubu ought to do is to bring them together. You can win them over from Peter Obi, but are we ready for that? Every president is surrounded by advisors. You have bad advisors, you become bad president. You have good advisors, you are good president. The quality of your advisors would always determine the direction you take as a leader. So, but they are starting. I say I'm prepared to give them the chance to see how they navigate. If in the next 6 months, meaning that complete 1 year, this economy does not show a direction, and the Nigerian people are not coming together and believing their country, then Tinubu has a big task ahead of him.
One man, are you talking?
Oh, sorry, I was speaking. I didn't know I'd muted myself. So thank you, Daniel. So Daniel, I'm going to let you go, but only on one condition, that you promise to come and visit us again. Because
I have a question for him.
Yes, he has to. Everybody has a question for him, but I think he has.
Just allow him to ask the question, sir.
No
problem.
Just briefly, promise.
No. If you are going to take one more question, then that question has to come from Zita, because she's the only female voice here. So Zita, let's hear from you, Zita.
Hey, one man.
Yeah, Zita.
Okay, Bwala, thank you for coming. My name is Zita, and I'm speaking from Tromsø, Norway. The AI that is written there is actually my initials, although I do a lot of AI stuff. I don't want to question why, what, and who you supported. To me, is your personal decision. And but I will question how, if I want to. But that's not what I want to ask. Maybe next time when you come, we discuss intensively. I want to ask you just one question, because you don't have time and I came in late. Do you think that this election was the closest we have gotten to democracy? This last election, I'm talking about from the Second Republic, 1999 to date. Do you think that is the closest we have gotten to having something that is a little bit fair?
Okay, if you talk in terms of fairness, it's the worst election since the Republic. But if you talk of the promises, the election, before the election, the amendment to the Electoral Act, the introduction of beavers and IREF and viewing portal that would take away ballot snuffing, ballot snatching, the viewing of the result, real-time transmission, electronical, all those things were supposed to be the closest that we can get to democracy, because it will take away what has been our albatross, which is as soon as votes are cast, people manipulate the vote. Unfortunately, if I tell you a story behind that, you won't believe. When I was in APC then, when the Electoral Act was amended, the fear of APC at the time was that PDP would win the election. And I remember the Lanelsig Wole Olanipekun, was telling all the APC governors, you better not support the amendment of the Electoral Act because the transmission will hurt you. But at the end of the day, people prevail, and then the president signed. Then he began to tell them what is likely going to be the problem. And it is that electronic transmission of result. Then they began a narrative that time that even the electronic transmission of result, it is only in the Electoral Act, but not, it is only in the guideline, but not in the Electoral Act. So it will not prevail over. They laid the foundation so that if APC rig the election, you are going to stay on the Electoral Act, which accepts of manual transmission over the electoral. Long story short, we have gone past that. So in terms of the outcome, this is the worst election. In terms of the promises, it was a big prospect. My only fear is that the next election that is coming, you will see less than half of the people that voted now. Because now, in addition to the malpractice, violence now is assuming a new dimension. That when election comes, some people must die. This is the part. Today election, you see the way they gone down, people carrying ballot stuff. So this has presented now, somebody said, I read it today, that don't contest any election the next time if you are not running on the platform of APC. So the way these elections are running, a PDP governor is more likely to retain. APC governor more likely to retain than another person to upset. So in other words, INEC are for the highest bidder, or INEC, they have a posture of maintaining status quo. In the state where a PDP governor is there, they are more likely to help him to stay. APC there, they are more likely. But it is not supposed to be like that. An outsider is supposed to upset the system. Now we have assumed a new role, the court. The most inconsistent judgment since the inception of democracy has ever happened at this time. The same disqualification that they refuse to disqualify Tinubu, they have been disqualifying governors and senators on the same ground. No? They said the Supreme Court said you are a busybody for you to inquire into the activities of another political party. In Jos, they suspended close to 7 national representatives on these activities of PDP that was inquired by a member of APC. So the judgments of the court now, we don't know which one be judgment. When you go there, you cannot say this is the portion of the law now. It's as the spirit leads. They can turn this way, they can turn the other way. For the Supreme Court, the reason why I don't blame them by my discipline as a lawyer is that our existing law has a problem. And what is the problem with the law? That one, the Supreme Court is not final because it is infallible, but it is infallible because it is final, meaning that Supreme Court can make mistake, but even their mistake is sanctified and justified. One. Then the other second part is that Supreme Court is not bound by its previous decision, meaning that you cannot take the decision of Supreme Court of yesterday and say, this is how you rule, you cannot change from what you did. They are not bound by that decision. So for Supreme Court, a large room is open for any type of acrobatic. That's why they can sack David Leon. The same case can apply in another place, they will not agree. They can sack this person. So Supreme Court is in a different field. The Court of Appeal is where the problem is. Because in presidential, they are the trial court, but in all other matters, they are the Supreme Court of those matters. And they are the ones that have been given inconsistent judgment every here and there. So hope, there is hope. Hopelessness, there is hopelessness. But thank God, he has come to renew our hope. So hopefully, our hopes will be renewed.
Thank you very much, Bwala. And I hope you come next time, because actually I want to discuss what you said about the electioneering process and the voting process in Nigeria. According to amended law.
Hold on to that. Yeah, hold on.
According to the amended law, I want you to discuss it with me in the eyes of the law, and I will discuss it with you in the eyes of what I do as a living. So
we'll bring all our lawyers in. We have quite a few PhD lawyers here, Daniel. So if you come discussing law, they will come after you.
And I will come on the condition that all the people that we discuss with today, that we had debate with today, they are going to be around next time.
Definitely, I will be here.
No
All
leave,
right.
no leave, no transfer.
All right, brilliant, excellent.
Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you for doing this, and thank you for persevering as well, because you did only say, I know you have other commitments, but we stretched you more than you intended to be stretched. But that commitment to come back, I'll be holding you to it. So I'll be harassing you until you come back again. So that's the excellent Daniel Bwala, who held nothing back. So parting word from you, Daniel, as you depart us.
Well, it's a pleasure having the conversation today, and I'm happy Nigerians from all over the world care about what is happening in Nigeria, that they can stay up to this moment. For those ones who are in jurisdiction where it is late at night now, for those who are in the US, that it is evening, early evening. The fact that you care enough for your country to be involved in what is happening in Nigeria, I think gives us hope that Nigeria will be great. And I want to thank you for that. And then for those who say I'm a loser, maybe when next I'll come on this program, I will come as an appointee of Tinubu, and I don't know what they will say.
You know, I will be so glad because I respect you and I know you are very smart. So the
obedient people, let me finish. The obedient section of this meeting will kill me, and the PDP, the APC section will say yes. Or when I come back and you would have heard that Tinubu approached me and I said no, then the Tinubu faction will kill me here. The PDP will say well done, and the obedient will say come to obedient. Life is just funny.
And the funny thing is Atiku is obedient, and obedient is articulated. People shouldn't fight over these people. They love each other. So stop, there's no need for, all the pressure and all the backlash. Yeah. These two people love and respect each other. So
all right. Thank you, Obina. So everybody stay muted. Daniel is just having his final words. He did promise to, and you know me, I'm going to push him until he comes back. But I'm going to push him for a 4-hour slot so that he's rested, he's relaxed, and then we can have it all out. Apologies to the people who have not been able to put a question to Daniel, but he did promise to come back, and for certain he will, because he's a man of his word. So thank you, Daniel. And it's very important, Daniel, that our politicians of your seniority engage with people like us, because we are the people. And that connection has to be made. So thank you very much, Daniel.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Final words. So that's the excellent Daniel Bwala. A lot more than I anticipated. You know, when politicians turn up, sometimes they give you this non-committal, placid, middle of the road opinion. No holds barred, and that is what we got just then. Riveting stuff. So thank you, Daniel. Have a good night, and we'll see you again. So that's the excellent Daniel Bwala. So that's the excellent Daniel Bwala. So I'll play a little bit of music, and then we'll recap on what just transpired. We'll do it. Apologies to the people who didn't get to speak. I know you'll give me a flogging, but there it is. The man only agreed 1 hour, so I didn't want to over push him so that next time I invite him, he won't say no. So let me play a bit of music, and then we'll come back, and then we'll debrief. So a bit of Ayendeba.
Chụba chụba jọ dịrị chukwu mma chukwu chụba jọ dịrị ndị mmụọ obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa nigga come to mo. Yeah, they go get me. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banyo si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota wakuna koga book.
And there it is right there, Eyendeba. So Eyendeba. So that was the what does that even mean? What does that mean? What does it mean?
If a prostitute give birth to a child, that child must be a prostitute. Since he was born, that's how it used to be.
Is that what it means? Is it a
yes, sir?
God.
Well, it's for people that understand that.
I play it every day now. You never told me it was it's not it's a wicked song, isn't it? Yendeba.
But that last statement was just like it was just like
should I try and cut that because that's my theme song now? Should I cut that last statement?
Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
No, leave it. Fine. It's just like what are they calling it in English? It's using inu as in fables and all that. So it's not real. It's not a real statement. So it's if you understand it very well, it's referring it to other meanings. So
all right. Let's debrief. I'm so excited. Like I wasn't even being nice when I was saying that. Usually when you get politicians, you get middle of the road sort of commentaries, some banal sort of vanilla nonsense, and then they just play you along, and he just said it as he saw it, which was quite refreshing. That was how I saw it. But let's debrief. Let's kick it off with Ogbeni to land on Ekene. So Ogbeni, I don't know quite why you came in now. I thought you would come in and give him the legal what seat, give him the PhD law or something. But how was that for you? How did you? I think you were listening. How was that interaction for you?
Yeah. So one man, I tried to. The panel was already filled up before I got to try to click. I had the time to enter, so I couldn't. But I was expecting you to probably project some of our questions. We were throwing some questions as he was talking. Even if he was not going to address those questions, I was expecting you to just, highlight those questions and let him, read it. It won't be a distraction to him, to guide his thoughts, probably to remind him of some things. For instance,
maybe next time. You know, for me, it was a race against time because I could see he was yawning. I could see he was tired, and he only committed to 1 hour, and I didn't want to over push it. But yes, maybe next time. I tried very hard to bring him back.
But don't forget that the same way we brought Prince Adewale here, and he was also yawning, and it's public service they are all doing, and they are being paid for all these things. Yes, today
they are being paid. Can you afford Daniel Bwala? Is richer
but
than
also really
Samosa.
one man. Also, we need to have limited the time for each question so that it would have gone round, because at the beginning we had one person just going for like close to 20 minutes or something. So I think that maybe when you do that initially, maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes, once it goes round, then every other person can take their time. But
so
okay, go on, Ogbeni. Then we look at that.
When I said they're being paid, they collect money. It's part of the PR for PDP and Atiku that he's doing, and he's also gradually selling himself back to Asiwaju, if you notice him. And that is some of the questions I actually wanted to ask him. He's selling himself the way he was hard on Asiwaju immediately after that election. You realize that gradually that force is fading off gradually, and he's not giving you, he's not categorical about whether he's not going to join Asiwaju, and he's not telling you that he will join Asiwaju. When politicians like that, particularly a lawyer for that matter, speak like that, you should understand where they are heading to. But you know, some of the things I pick in is this thing that for me is either there nor there, and some sound for me very hypocritical of Mr. Daniel Bwala. Was first, I remember the main reason why he left, which he granted many interview, okay, on TVC, on mainstream media, was that he left because of religion. It was his religious what do you call it now, his faith that made him to leave Asiwaju, according to himself. He defended Buhari government throughout Buhari time, and he will never speak anything against Buhari. He will tell you Buhari the best that have ever happened to Nigeria. And then he got to Tinubu. He was one of the major supporters of Tinubu until he said religion, that was the only thing that led him to leave Ajwa. So not good governance, not because Ajwaju is not good, not because PDP is not good in his side. So if today he's now telling us that, apart from religion, he thought Atiku is better, I think he sounds very hypocritical to me. And that's one of the things I actually wanted to ask him and say, okay, at what point did you realize? Because at 2015, if you go back to go and dig out the interview granted by this gentleman, 2015, he said PDP era has ended in Nigeria. There are some of his interview where he was castigating Unity List. If you remember Unity List of 2019, he castigated it and said the PDP has lost its very last chance to lead Nigeria. So if you use the same word then, and you talk down on Atiku, you talk down on the Unity List, you talk down on the Dokpesi and others. So at what point did you now wake up to realize that the same article should resurrect again? That's one of the things I want to ask him. Another question I actually want to ask him is that there was a case in 2010, which I participated in that case. That case is called Yahaya Kwade against PDP. I would have given him the suit number of that case, which is FCT CV 369/210. I have it in my head. The decision in that case was delivered by Justice Isaac Bello, who later became CJ of Chief Judge in FCT. And what was the decision in that case? It was Atiku Abubakar who sponsored that case. And his point in 2010 was that PDP had a rotation, pattern, which was an agreement. In fact, there was an agreement they brought out that same year. That agreement was signed. You can't believe that agreement was actually put together by Baba, Cicero's, what do you call him, now dead, Bwala. because Bwala was the first secretary of PDP, and he was the one who put on that, and it was that thing they all relied on in a case sponsored by Atiku Abubakar Sadiq. Now, if Atiku at that time, and the case that time was that Jonathan should not contest, because if Jonathan, they didn't want Jonathan to contest that year, 2010. So they wanted to push back and say, see, we had to complete Yar'Adua tenure because it would dislodge whatever is happening within PDP. So Atiku was in support of rotation in that case. So the question I would have asked him is, okay, if Atiku supported rotation at that time, don't you sound very hypocritical for you to come and support that same Atiku in 2023 to dislodge the rotation system within PDP? So if whatever would have moved away from north, it should go to the south. You know? So I don't know then. Another thing I would have asked him too is this issue of trying to paint Atiku as someone who belongs to the minority. That's a false narrative he's pushing there. Atiku doesn't belong to a minority tribe. That's not true. We all know. So you should understand that this is a global platform where we are all well informed. Atiku is a Fulani man. Fulanis in Nigeria are not minority. They are a major tribe. Yes. There is
no. I think what he was actually saying was that Atiku
I know exactly what he was saying.
Yeah, you're a Fulani man, Al.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think
I know.
Okay, tell us what you were saying, because you are vast in Fulani history, Al.
Right. I actually spoke about this not about 2 days or 3 days ago, didn't I, one man, right?
Yeah, yes, it was quite riveting stuff. Wait, I heard you. Yeah.
Atiku is from the northeast. Yeah, they're the Fulani branch of the Cameroon, right? These are the ones in the east, in the northeast, the Adamawa region, right? As I said to you, they are Fulani, but they're very Hausa Fulani. They've been, there's a different community of set of Hausa Fulani to the east.
Aren't they called Chamba?
Aren't
they called Chamba? Chamba. That's what they're called, right?
Yeah.
Articles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They Hausa Fulani. They Hausa Fulani. They admixture Hausa Fulani as you get. But just like the northwest, they Hausa Fulani also. And also you got the Hausa and you got the Hausas in the northeast and the northwest. However, the majority of the Hausa Fulani branch. Sorry, can you hear me now? Is that all right? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, carry on.
So the northwest Fulani are the majority of those branch than the other northeast Fulani. So he's right on what he's saying. I know what he's saying. I think I said that before.
Okay, now I still think that.
Yeah, but Ogbeni, you should have turned up now. He is not here now to get the right to reply. So you are taking free shots now. If he was here now, he would have been able to. Oh, okay.
I try my best, and I put all my question in the.
They are all the same people, by the way, but they're just different branches.
Okay, that's where I'm going. If you check on my comment in the comment section, you see me posting my question, and I was expecting you to post the question. At least you will view it and see some of the questions. So yes, we may try as much as possible to try to distance Atiku from Fulani. That is not true. Let me tell you a little that I can tell you. I told you that I was in a Yaya Kwade against PDP. That is a case sponsored by Atiku. I was part of it. So if there's anybody I'm a bit close to in all these three guys, is Atiku Abubakar. And I know that this discrimination is talking about doesn't apply to Atiku at all. It doesn't. An average Fulani man sees Atiku as his brother, and he sees them as his brothers too.
But let's not make it about that though, because there's a lot of stuff that we need to unpick, and I think that's really it's not as important.
That's good.
Yeah. It may not sound that simple. It may not sound that
for someone that worked for the judiciary in Nigeria. I find it really concerning.
Hold on, Al. Yeah. I just want a quick feedback on that interaction. So let Ogbeni land, and then I'll swivel it around and land on and come to you. So Ogbeni, carry on.
Okay. So yes, but it may not sound that simple, but for somebody like Atiku, I don't think so. I don't think so. Now, and over time, Atiku has been contesting. He has been having the Fulani support. So I don't see any reason why somebody should come on a platform to be saying Atiku belongs to a minority tribe. That's not true. You won't compare Atiku to probably somebody like Jonathan. Jonathan actually came from the minority tribe. Everybody knows that, but not Atiku. So, and Atiku represent that. You see, when Obasanjo picked Atiku in 1999, Atiku, apart from representing PDM, the Yaradua faction of that merged into PDP, Atiku represented a nation, the Hausa Fulani nation. That was what brought Atiku to government under Obasanjo. So, but for him now to now come at this stage and be distancing himself from that majority folk or a majority bloc and try to paint himself as majority, I think that would be sounding too simplistic. And I think that would be very hypocritical of Daniel. You should stop peddling that narrative. Lastly, which is the point I wish to make, I think it's also sound very hypocritical for him to run away from APC, which I love the question Babajale threw to him. He tried to downplay it, but I love the way Babajale Koko maintained his stance, you know, and his seriousness of the question is pushed to him. Although I won't call him a loser, I won't. Now, what am I saying?
No, that was he didn't like that, but carry on.
He didn't like it. He didn't like it. I know, but I know Babajale also was just.
No, but I don't think Ajahn Koko did not mean it in the manner in the way that I came across. But yeah. But
so my last point is this: it sounds very hypocritical that you are craving or you are talking about equality. That is okay. You run away from Tinubu because you believe that Muslim ticket will not count. You believe that there should be equality. In fact, there was one of his interviews which I would have put to him where he castigated that Tinubu thing and he said Muslim ticket that Tinubu choose politics over unity of the country and then the balancing what is happening in the country. And I said, okay, if you leave that space, why do you now go to join a space where Atiku is coming to also change the balancing in the north-south rotation that Nigeria has been doing? So, okay, you are leaving the religious cycle, but you're coming to the tribal one. So you think the tribal one is less evil? Or so if you want to be in Yoruba, they say if you want to be Oshaka, be Oshaka. If you want to be Oshoko, be Oshoko. Which one is Oshaka or Oshoko? It's make you chameleonic. You are not pure. That's it. And finally, I would also say that, okay, he's trying to downplay what Babajale Koko said and said, oh, you don't need to be a minister to make impact. Then you don't need, then I was also ask you, then you don't need to be a spokesperson of a party to make impact because it doesn't make you to be objective. When you must take job with them, you're collecting their money, you won't be able to speak the truth. And that is that. But in all, very sound guy, very good guy. I think he's somebody who still understands Nigeria well. I won't be throwing name the way he keeps throwing some name. There are some things you should keep very confidential. Meetings that he had, information he had.
No. You can't say that now. The public has the right to. What are you saying? I was just praising him for not being vanilla. Is that what you want? Vanilla politics?
No. If I fall in his shoes, there are some information that
don't discourage our politicians from opening up.
I'll give you an instance. There are information that don't have values at this point. For instance, something that transpired in, let's say, 2019 or 2015 that don't have any value at this point. And I had the privilege to have access to such information. I don't throw it out to the public. I hold whoever I work for as a principal then that duty of confidentiality, except if it's going to hurt the public. That is when you as a public, I hold you that responsibility. But if it's a bygone and it doesn't impact on what is now, then I don't need to bring that out. So that's my own idea of about duty of confidentiality to your principal, and it makes you a man of your words. Thank you, Woma.
All right, brilliant. Can we get the likes up, by the way? Surely we can get 100 likes at least, please. If you want me to say please, then I say please. Just bring the likes up. Don't be such a yam head bunch. So yeah, Kulata, I thought it was really riveting stuff, you know. Yes. I mean, what did you make of it? I enjoyed it. It was a lot more than.
I mean, this is not, you will not get anything like this in Channels or Arise or any of the vanilla stations. Because, I mean, I think we pushed him hard. I did not like, I did not want to pretend like, hey, you're the one jumping parties. You gave religion as an excuse. Where do you stand? Are you principled? So just to put him on the defensive. And since then, the floodgate just opened. And Prince Daddy.
And to be fair, sorry, Kulata. To be fair, he was happy to be pushed. He didn't object to being pushed. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's an intellectually mobile guy. Like, it's not like a dance now. If we bought a dance now, it would have been, you would just keep quiet, or you would start throwing the fit or telling you that to stop us. So I felt we need something. We need more like this on this platform. We need more like this on this platform, because when you even look at everybody, none of us was rude, and we could milk a lot of stuff that has not been said on public TV. I can't even keep count of many things he revealed that people have suspected is in the rumor mills, but he confirmed it about all those.
I mean, that Obasanjo space, that Obasanjo space is something we speculated too, but there is. How many times there is a 3-dimensional chess that played out, and Obi just got played, and he doesn't even still know till today that he got played.
By now, you should know he got played now. Like,
Hey,
I mean,
is it?
it doesn't bode well for Yoruba people that you guys are your native intelligence. So this makes for great entertainment, for great TV. I will not be shocked if some of this stuff we've talked about with this guy makes it into the dailies, because it's confirming a lot of things that are underground gist. Even though Ogbeni was saying he will not have said something. No, Ogbeni, no, I disagree. This is not client lawyer confidential.
Oh, Kulata, Mr. Kulata, let me ask just one question. Though I know it's monologue of just two minutes. Have you occupied a public office before, as you work for a politician, the public office?
I've not even been class captain before, so no.
Okay, won't really understand what I'm talking about, seriously.
Hey, but look, from a lawyer's perspective,
I disagree with you, Ogbeni, and I agree with Kulata. It is refreshing. Let's have it all out
gives
there.
Context.
It's context now. Yeah, sorry, Kulata, carry on.
Context. Why will he talk about something in 2023 when there's a lot of contextual information from 2019 and 2015 that just makes everything add up? Otherwise, there will have been a gap in understanding. But now that he brought everything into the forefront, now we all understand, like we all know, or we're able to validate some of what we suspected. I'm happy that a lot of things we've discussed on this platform suspected, it's confirming it. And I mean, the guy definitely is going back to APC. That one I can say for sure, because I was pushing him on that. He's going back to APC. Let's not kid ourselves. And I mean, he essentially called himself a shameless politician. He has no principles.
No, he did not. This rule now, that's taking too much now.
It's not, because he don't stand for anything. You are here, you are there. I almost called him out. Like, is it everywhere Belefi's?
Hold on. That's a bit unfair. Let me say why. He was actually saying to you that there's no such thing. The guy maybe was too honest. Maybe you don't want honest.
He was trying to dribble. We don't corner him.
No, you didn't corner him now. He told you that it's all about expediency. And if you are looking for piety, then go to the Vatican. If you are coming to politics...
Is anywhere Belefi is one man. Let's speak it in Nigerian terms. Is anywhere Belefi is. Is anywhere Belefi is whoever is going to feed me. We get it. He was honest. He was upfront about it, even though he tried to use big grammar. But everybody here understands big grammar, so it wasn't fooling anybody here. So we could milk that out of him. So look, we at least all of us here were intellectually honest, and we pushed him. He was a good sport. He responded. So one man, you have work to do. Go bring us more politicians. I'm tired of arguing with rational mind. I want to talk to who do I want to talk to next? And Pansat. I don't want to be talking to trolls. I want to talk to real politicians now. You've removed my appetite. Like you've moved it up. So you have work to do. Go and be chasing them all over. I don't know how you got this guy. But go get them.
All right. Yes, I think we still have unfinished business with Daniel, and hopefully he's such a gentleman. I'm sure he will come. I suspect he may have enjoyed it himself as well. So I try and get him back, but if you are lampooning him, or maybe it'll be that much more difficult for me to get him back.
I'm not lampooning him. I'm just saying what happened.
I can't see any reason why he will not come back, because he's been honest to the audience, and he's whether you like it or not, he's been honest to you guys. So you should honor our respect for being honest. We might like it or not, right? So that's our own opinion.
All right. Emeka, you're up next. Just a short little feedback on what just transpired.
Yeah.
Mekos.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Well, I want my congratulations. This was a very beautiful interactive section. I enjoyed it, and like what Kolata has said, you've increased our appetite. I don't think, me myself, I don't want to be arguing with Kolata again. Bring politicians, let's ask them questions. He spilled some inner workings that are rumors that we knew. He confirmed them, which is very good. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He told us things, and also, the obedient space, they are very ignorant. So them hearing it from someone who is inside would confirm their or open that space of knowledge for them to know that the Peter Obi you were actually supporting was pushed by specific people and was pushed to ensure Atiku did not win. Because we told them, and no, Peter Obi was going to win. And I didn't have the time to ask him that question so he can confirm it, because we know what he didn't say was that Peter Obi actually knew he was not going to win. Peter Obi actually knew his mission and that he was not going to win. It only came to light to Peter Obi that when he saw the momentum around him, that okay, there may be a chance. And he also said something that the West, remember, Obasanjo pushed him and sent him to go to the UK, the Labour Party in the UK, where he met with some parliamentaries in the UK that consolidated that rumor. He was saying that the West actually pushed him, supported him to stop Atiku. He is right. I won't say he's right. It's the suspicion and rumor we were hearing, but he confirmed it. It's a nice one. I liked what he did. He was not trying to, he was more relaxed. He was more open. He was more honest. Not like when he goes to the mainstream media where he would try to, give you that vanilla statements or comments that, okay, just take this one, this is for the public. But he was more relaxed and more open, and he told us things. And if he was questioning further, he would have said and enlightened us more on what actually went wrong and right in the 2023 election. And I enjoyed every minute of it. And he's a brilliant guy. We always know he's a brilliant guy. And to be fair to him, he's not. I think he's the one that is not wanting to join. We are calling him to come join. Let's be very honest. That's why I asked.
It strikes me more. It strikes me more as an academic than a politician. That's how he. And not even off the back of this interview. Every time I've seen him in the media, it's always struck me more as an intellectual than a politician. And he is an intellectual as well, by the way, of course.
Boy, he's a politician now, right? So he can't run away from that title. But the rumor, that's why I called it, so that he can say it himself. And he laughed. The rumor is they want him. They want him, not him going back. So to be fair, it's not like, oh, he's jumping out and jumping. The rumor is they want him. And I don't know what the hesitation is or why he's hesitating. That's but I was not, there was no room. I wanted to press him further, and I think he's going to go back. Why? Because the media space for Asiwaju is not strong enough. So there's a possibility he might go in some form of capacity in one way or the other to serve under the Asiwaju administration. But again, overall, I was not in my comfort zone anyway. I was outside my house. I was actually having a haircut. My barber, who is also a Nigerian, was also listening into the conversation. I was enjoying every bit of every question, the pushback, his answers, and everything. So I enjoyed it with him, and it would be beautiful for him to come back, not when he has gotten an appointment, but as quick as possible.
Yes, we probably need to get him before he gets an appointment, because as soon as he gets an appointment, it's that much more difficult to get. Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
So, and also, would also, also thank you for bringing him in, and if you can bring more other people to come into this place, because this place, I've been to other platforms. This place is where you get sound individuals in their respective fields.
I'm targeting Reno next, so anybody that can, anybody that is listening, let me put my Instagram link in the comment section. So I'm targeting Reno next. Anybody that can facilitate that, please do. So we can bring him in to come and take on questions, just like Daniel did. So anybody that knows how to reach Reno, Instagram me DM.
Reno will be a beautiful spot, and Reno too is open like him. So Reno would also tell us certain things that the public is not aware of, and that is why this is a better platform for people to come in and interact, because you not get the inner workings, not on channels, not on Arise, not on TVC, but inner workings of what actually transpired and how Nigeria can move forward. I also wanted to.
Your voice is too low.
Yeah, your voice is very low, Emeka. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Thank you.
Is it better?
Not much more, but a couple more words, and then we go on to Larry.
Okay, let me wrap up. I actually wanted to question him more and push him more on the Southeast, on let him throw more insight on the Southeast politics, so that our people can learn. You saw what he was saying, and he's spot on. If the minority or the constitution is not being amended, or there's no agreement being developed, power will continue to shift between the Northwest and the Southwest. And this is what I keep telling my people, to understand the politics of the game, not play emotive politics, but to understand that we do not have the numbers for us to have to push ourselves to the top echelon of the political game. We must negotiate with other people and push our case collectively for them to see. Thank you very much, Woman. Congratulations.
All right, brilliant. Let me mute to make our getting feedback. So brilliant. Up next, Larry. Just a short summary of what just transpired, Larry. But on our way to Larry, that's my Instagram handle right there. Anybody that can facilitate bringing Reno onto the platform, then please contact me via Instagram, or Sheun Kuti or Asari Dokubo. So those three names. Anybody that can facilitate that, I'll make my efforts too. But if you can facilitate it, then my Instagram handle is there. Larry, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, Woman. So firstly, I will say thank you for really bringing Daniel. As far as I'm concerned, I think he was really truthful, and he was able to speak the truth. I know a lot of people don't really like what he said, because he wasn't really extreme, which is really one of those, what people are used to, particularly with politicians in Nigeria, that you have to be extreme, that if you are for one place, you have to be there. The only place I think I'm not really buying is this issue of him leaving APC because of religion. I can actually liken Daniel to Dele Momodu. They all thought Atiku was going to win because they thought he had the northern vote. And that was their calculation. If you look at someone like Dele Momodu, someone like Daniel, as far as I'm concerned, I think it was more like, that vote, that block vote, they were expecting that block vote from the north. But I think Tinubu was a little bit smarter than them to break that block vote. So it's not all about this conviction of, oh, I went to my bishop or Oyedepo, he told me I should stand for unity. No, I'm not buying that. It's too cheap. So if Oyedepo had actually told him to do something else, right? So that means he's not a man of himself. Because basically what he said was just that he went to Oyedepo, the bishop, and the bishop actually told him to do something that's going to unify the country. And that was exactly why he had to take a stand. No, I don't buy that. It's just a politician that just felt, okay, fine, Atiku had the block votes, these northern votes, plus or minus, they were going to get that 12 million, which unfortunately they couldn't get. So that's what I think. But I think he's a very smart person. I think he's gonna make a lot of breaking news tomorrow, particularly if the media is actually smart to kind of like put in some things, mix it with the election to get some breaking news. But what I wouldn't, but what I wouldn't like with the media in Nigeria if they don't reference where they are getting their source from, because they are used to that. They just pick something and they are not really referencing their source. And that's where I wouldn't even like. But I think it's good. It's been able to help us understand some things. It's more of politics, and all of them are the same thing. I need to be very candid with you. It's not like it's more of politics, because everything you see in everything, the build up and everything, it's more of politicking, it's more of politics, which is good. They could always play the politics. And I like the fact that they said, now election is over, it's time for governance. I know he's been criticizing the government objectively, because I look at some things he does on Twitter, and I think he's been criticizing the government. And I think Tinubu follows some of his criticism, which I think is good. So for me, I wouldn't even want him to go to APC or join Tinubu's government. I would rather want him to take that part of being in opposition that criticize the government policies. But you can't trust a politician, and he said it too. That you can't trust them. You can't say this is what they want to do, because even himself, he doesn't even know himself. Because he said he's keeping all doors open, which means that tomorrow you won't be surprised if he just looks like, okay, fine, Wike is with Achiwaju, then he needs to go get something. So that's, for me, I don't really trust them. But for me, I would rather prefer if he stay where he is and just dissociate himself from this article spokesman and give us things, criticize the government as a Daniel, not as a spokesman of Atiku.
No, all right. I would say I disagree. I think you need, the way I see his political life, Daniel Bwala, I see that political life landing in the State House in Borno. And if he's going to land in the State House in Borno State, it's never going to be via that PDP portal. Because PDP, they are going to cannibalize themselves for the next 3 years. Maybe Saraki would then emerge as a phoenix from the ashes and then try to rebuild something. That is if that space is not already seized by the obedient. So it's a whole heap of mess coming there. And it's still a golden light. So if he wants to sparkle and land in that Borno State House, which is his natural trajectory, it's probably better off just hopping back to APC. But up next, let's go to Al. Al joining us. Is this the first time you're joining us, Al? We know we are one of our Kaizo's crew.
No, I think I joined it quite a while ago. I don't think it's the first time. But yeah, it was a great hard talk interview, and he was quite honest about it. I wanted to ask him about, the religious politics, which I think he is actually also guilty of, because he did mention religion a lot, in the interview, and how it's actually affecting democracy and the nation. And also, I wanted to ask him, if Wike being the minister in Abuja, if that's going to be a negative side effect for Tinubu's second term, if he behaves certain way, because he might put the people off. And my last final question was, if he think his party, PDP, actually Yaradua died with PDP.
You there, Al? Have I dropped off?
Yeah. So if Yaradua died with PDP, because and also Buhari did said PDP is finished, and he's a guy that don't speak a lot. People that don't speak a lot, when they say one thing, maybe there's a good substance behind it, right?
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So up next, let's where's Ajanle Koko? Oh yes, up next, Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko. Feedback on that. Sorry, I pushed you a little bit, Ajanle Koko. I could see he was ready to leave, and I wanted to get in as many voices as I could. Ajanle Koko, how was that interaction with Daniel?
Thank you, woman. Let me thank you so much for bringing him today. So, it was a nice interaction. Everybody tried their best to ask him some fantastic questions, and he played the game well too as a politician. He dribbles, he scores some goals, but I tried to let him know that the game he was playing, some of us here cannot buy into his game. Everything he said to me in summary is that politicians in Nigeria are all for themselves, are all in that game of politics for what they can get and what they can eat, what they can benefit for themselves. He is not exempted in that character, and that is why you see him jumping from one party to the other. Like I told him, he miscalculated.
To be fair, he only moved once, and he paused you to correct you on that he only moved once, and he moved as a matter of on a matter of principle. That's what he said.
Look, what do you expect him to tell you? We saw. Look, Tinubu at that time, we saw the problem, the way I mean, Buhari government with the policy that he rolled out before the election, like the money, this thing and some other thing, the petrol something. So it was like people are going to vote against Tinubu. So he tried to jump out from Tinubu camp to Atiku, thinking that, there's no way Tinubu going to win. People were not happy with APC, with redesigning, and people were not happy with Muslim ticket. So it was like, oh, no, they can't get it this time. And Tinubu was falling apart with his head problem. Exactly. It was blah, blah, blue, and everything we are seeing it. So he thought Tinubu can win, and that is why he left. Not what he was telling you guys. Look, we know the way politicians operate. I've been part of them before, and I know they operate. So his calculation was that, it's going to be very, very difficult for Tinubu to win the election. So that's why, because Obi came out, he has done their calculation that, he's not going to get the votes from the East. And in the North, Atiku was basking around with his tribal campaign, and it looked like the Northerner, a lot of Northerners were jumping out from the party to PDP. So it was like Tinubu will surely lose the North the way it was. So he left. And like I told him, he failed. He jumped to Atiku. Atiku couldn't manage PDP well, and he failed on both sides. So what he has said,
I don't think you guys want him to come back, do you? When you are the guy makes the effort and then you are slaughtering him. I thought it was a refreshing breath of fresh air. A politician that was actually willing to open up to what is actually going on. I'm not sure that I've yet had that encounter. We've had quite a few of them. Yeah.
Ajale Gogo, can you speak on how intelligent Daniel is? He's very intelligent.
Yeah, he's an intelligent guy. I like him. No, look, he's one of those guys that we have out there that we can look up to. That yes, if it's given position of authority and it's given a free hand, I think he will perform well. You understand what I'm saying? If it's given a free hand to operate, independently without any control from any quarter, I believe that he will perform well. But his shady political character is what we.
But he's also a very honest person.
Stop that, man. What do you mean?
Ajale Gogo is honest enough to tell us that to tell us he has no stance.
He's a guy. He's a guy with a high IQ. He got a really good IQ. I give him that.
He's a lawyer. He can dribble around. He's still in PDP.
Is a man that can answer the question. Sorry, Angelico. Is a man that can answer questions at any time.
Yes.
I don't know about being truthful. Yeah, he knows how to dribble, but because he's good at it.
He's good at it. He's an intelligent guy. He can say it in the way and dribble you guys that you think, oh, this guy is real. And I'm not going to say maybe it's not real totally, but most of what he's saying, or he said rather, he dilly-dally somehow. He was telling us, it was President Tinubu this, but during the campaign, he was saying all sort of things against Tinubu, against him. He was saying all sort of things against. Look, when these politicians, when they are playing this game, and we don't try to listen to them, what is their action today against their action in the past, and use that to predict what they can do in the future. You see, what is telling us now is that, look, I can jump to anywhere. I can go to anywhere. Wherever there is pot of soup. Tinubu is the one in charge of pot of soup now. I can go back to him and, get my own share. That is the politics he told us they are playing in Nigeria. And he told us clearly there is no politics for the ideology. When you don't have politics,
but that is honestly.
All right, you clearly don't want him back here, but round it off, and then we'll go on to the.
I mean, why don't you guys just
Oman, please, can I ask you one question?
No, hold on. Let Ajande Koko land, and then because I want to get through everybody quickly so that we can, we still had an off-cycle election which we still not discussed, but
why don't we just like to say the truth? This is my own opinion. If he want to take because of me, don't want to come back, and then he shouldn't come back if he bought because of only Ajande Koko. We cannot pander to him. All of us cannot pander to everything he said. Somebody got to push back against him, and I'm pushing back against him. That it's one of the untrustworthy politicians that we have in Nigeria. They are all looking for what to eat. I don't care about him. I don't care about all their politicians. They are all what they can eat. They are jumping from one party to the other. They are praising them. One time they say all sort of things against Tinubu. We had a lot of interviews he conducted that he condemned Tinubu. What are you guys talking about? And then you want to say he was praising Atiku. Then you want to run back to Tinubu and you say we should not push back. If you want to, because of only Ajayi who doesn't want to come, that will tell you that he is not matured. He just want to, go to where they will praise him or pander to everything he says. No, I'm not.
Nobody is saying to praise him, but I thought it was honest, it was forthcoming. I thought it was refreshingly given in the answers that he gave. He could have hidden away behind. He could have given us platitudes, and he would have stayed. How many politicians have we had here? They just give you platitudes, and then, or have we listened to? They just give you platitudes, and then they walk away. But it was refreshing to be forthcoming, so I think he should be applauded for that.
Yeah, one man. Can I basically? I totally agree on what Ajali Koko is saying. There's so many things I heard that he said that is really disturbing. However, you got to give the man credit for being honest. About his views and what he experienced, and he gave us a really good insight of how the politics is also run. So we have to give him that. I don't agree with loads of the stuff that he said. I actually find it really disturbing, but I give him credit for saying it, right?
But one man, Babajani,
can we do that at least? Can we do that? Can we give him credit?
No, you can criticize, of course, what he said. But I also wanted to acknowledge that he was quite giving. More so than you traditionally get from politicians.
I mean, it was forthright.
And I thought it was forthright. Yes, it was forthright. Yes.
One man,
and I thought it was refreshing as well. So I'm not hearing that in the feedback. It looks as though we're just I didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was quite refreshing. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
What Babajani Koko is saying, I think you should all understand what he's saying. Babajani Koko is not saying it's not forthright. Babajani Koko is saying that his forthrightness is a market strategy to go back to Tinubu. Let's also
thank
look
you, Ogbeni.
Yeah, it does sound like it. It does sound like it. I agree on that point. But coming back again to my point, yes, he's here marketing himself. He's actually a freelance. He sounds like a freelancer. To me, that's the right word for him. He's a freelancer.
Well, that is great.
Yeah. However, he's actually, giving us insights, to things that we haven't. To be honest with you, like a lot of the stuff that he's saying, I kind of already sussed them out. That's how things will be playing out. Knowing African politics in general. This is not just limited to Nigeria. We have to bear this in mind. We're talking about Africa here. And one of the reasons why I'm here is because I'm concerned of Nigeria. West Africa is our biggest population in the continent and right next door. And also I got some of my people that live there, as we always discuss. But the reality is he gave us an insight of the situation, and he's obviously, marketing himself as a freelancer. So while he's at it, we should give him the credit for being honest about the things that he's basically do as living, whether we like it or not, and also the things that he pointed out as issues. So
okay, that is fine. On that note, the man can answer any question. He never shies away. So if you guys want to call that honesty, then that is fine.
Yeah.
When I think the first part of my question was is engaged in the arts of prestidigitation. That is crafty and skillful in what he does. Okay. He knows how to answer the questions. Okay. But the notion that basically Bwala was priming us. It was priming us and preparing our minds that in case we see him go back to APC or Tinubu and become a minister or something, we should not be surprised. And to the point of Ajali Koko, it was playing his game. He said a lot of things about Tinubu. You would not believe before the election that even after the election, that Buhari was once a friend or had a relationship with Tinubu or the APC. But nonetheless, one thing also, it talks about most of the info it provides, they happen to be one-on-one or unverifiable information. Like I talked to Sean, like Tinubu called me a citizen. That okay, fine. Who knows that? Apart from you, Daniel Buhari, we have not heard that from other third parties. But anyway, we want him back, one man. I've always loved to listen to the man on television. Is great. He's very skillful and a good speechifyer, and we would love to have him back. Maybe give us more time to talk more.
Oh, all right. He did promise to come back, and the one thing I'll say is a man of his word. Because today being what today is party in the throes of by-election. He could have made excuses and they would have been legitimate, but no, he gave the promise and he turned up, and he did tell us he was going to come back. So I'll ask him, and I'm sure he'll say yes.
He has given you his word. Ajane Koko word should not scare him away.
It's not your words. I'm just saying,
yes. My word should not scare him.
No, I'm not saying specifically your no, hold on, Ajaleko. I'm not saying specifically your word. I don't think it's held hostage by your or anybody's words. But I'm saying some of the feedback should reflect the overallness of that guy's Daniel's delivery. And I thought it was refreshing, but I'm not hearing that in the feedback. That's just my frustration. But carry on.
Yes. Do you know why they don't come to this kind of platform? They don't believe in Nigerian people. They don't want Nigerian people to ask them hard questions. But I really commend him for coming to talk to us, because it's a freelance space where people will ask questions. In Nigeria, even the press cannot ask hard questions because some of them are looking for favor from the politician, or maybe they don't want them to close down their place. They don't want them to roll out, what do you call this thing? What do you call this thing that NBC roll out, like a memo, or what is it? It's a strict, what do you call it? A law against them. So they are being careful because they know this set of politicians you have in Nigeria now doesn't respect the law. They violate the law from all angles with impunity. They don't care. So when they come here and we ask them hard questions.
All right, guys, just check this video now. Check this video. Maybe see what's in the.
Who's that?
So it should be able to be man enough to answer our questions. So, but he has told us that, look, don't be surprised if you see me tomorrow with Tinubu. Anybody that wants to cry can cry. He is the person in charge now, and I was once with him. I'm a prodigal son. I run to Atiku. We couldn't make it, and I can go back there. How long will we continue to have this kind of character by our politicians? Not stable in workplace, not reliable by their word, and not, not.
Ajale Koko eti no to now. Ajale Koko
they can't leave.
I know.
All right.
They can't live by their they can't live by their word. We have seen the people in the past that served this country. Aminu Kano did not. His ideology was clear to everybody.
All right.
Our ideology was clear to everybody. And that is why we saw them, those people in the past, serve that country well. They serve the people well of that country. But the people we have here today with no ideology, jumping from one party to the other, they can never serve. And that's why I was asking him the second question, that how do you see democracy in the future in Nigeria with this kind of behavior that the people were behaving? jumping from one party, no ideology. How's democracy going to? You see the way he's smartly. Oh, if you go to Donald Trump was once.
All right, Ajande Koko. We have to sample other people as well. So
one man, can you let me interview him?
No. Can you hold on 1 second? Yeah. Go on, Ajande Koko. Land it. Yeah.
Okay. See, smartly. Oh, Donald Trump left Democratic Party. He went to Republican. This, and this and that. How many of Donald Trump? How many Americans from one party jumped to another party compared to what we have seen in Nigeria? Did he tell us that? Let me leave it there. This politician.
All right. All right.
That drum, when they are beating it, don't dance to it. So it's beating.
All right.
You want to go back to APC to eat with Tinubu.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ajande Koko. So thank you, Ajande Koko. So hold on, everybody. Ekene, you're up next.
Baba Ajande Koko to cap it by saying that it's a show person, you know.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Ekene, let's hear from you.
Okay, for me, the only honest I found in the man was being honest to come and interact with us. Because he's a man, I listen to him almost anytime he appears on the television, especially towards the campaign period. And even the Asiwaju, he was not trying to drag him in the platform today. He dragged him a lot towards the campaign, both the issue of forfeiture, issue of all those forgery and all those stuff. So that is why I don't really want to lay emphasis on what he just said, because I know what he stands for during the campaign. Maybe he's tuning down now because those in APC will not see him to be arrogant to the government, and he wants a position in the government. There is no doubt about that. So and I will not accuse him if he gets that position. There is nothing wrong if he wants to work with the APC. But the problem I have with all these politicians is that they don't really say the truth. They only say it in a way it favors them. Yeah, the guy is intelligent. But these are the more reason why I don't like the people that say they're intelligent so much, because they're intelligent to their own selfish gain. They're not intelligent to the public. They don't use their intelligence to serve the public. So, and the many issues that he attended to, the issue of when he was trying to say that the Naira design was the manipulation of the APC, all those stuff and all. I can't really get him very well in that. I don't really understand what he means. The APC wants to use it to manipulate the public. I don't know. I don't really understand what he means by that. So it's not clear to me. And the issue of when he said that Obasanjo used P2B, I don't really get him very well, because he also confirmed that Obasanjo called him to work for Obi. So how did Obasanjo use the Obi when he also called him, Daniel Bwala, to come and work for Obi, which he publicly denounced? So all those things, I see it in a way that he's trying to make Obi look less, or they're trying to make him look more like a spoiler in the political space, so that maybe in the next election, because I can really understand in him that instead of them to agree that they made a very big mistake in handling the issue of Obi and the G5 governors, they are trying to cover up. They knew that they didn't play their politics well, because I was trying to make him understand that before Obi left PDP, they would have made mention or give him his position in the PDP, but you just left him as nobody in the party, when you know that he's contributing a much in that party, but you make him look less. So when now he left, you people are neglecting it. You choose Okowa because of money that he's going to bring into the campaign. At the end of the day, Okowa cannot even give you his own state. You don't recognize that. So they are not being truthful. He was just trying to play the whole issue around and make Obi look like a spoiler in the political space. But that's not how it is. Obi contested as a Nigerian. So whether he lose, he contested election as a Nigerian. which he did, and everybody that supported him. We are just watching on how the country will develop. So let him not bring that narrative to me to make it look like the people that supported Obi didn't do well. Because whenever he comes to the television, I know how he castigated the man, Obi, how he wants to bring him down on it. But at the end of the day, he all the time he campaigned for Atiku on the national TV, he comes with all these Ishiago, all these Igbo attires to make it look like he loves the Igbos or they love the Igbos so much. That is what he used to come to the channels, Arise TV, to speak on behalf of Atiku. Or then when he comes, he wants to gain the love of the people of the Southeast. Then when you ask him a question about Obi, he will use all the negative words, wanting to drag him down. Because they knew that he's going to take that chunk of vote from Atiku in the Southeast. So they didn't play their politics very well. But instead of them to acknowledge it, they are still going that round to make it look like Obi is a spoiler, all that. And they're still doing the same mistake. He's still going the same round because in the next election, nobody. The problem the PDP have is they created that problem by themselves. You don't recognize the Southeast. They're nothing to you. You don't recognize the Southeast. All the support they gave PDP throughout their life, it comes to their turn. You want to use Atiku to steal that position. At the end of the day, come to blame you come to blame Peter Obi. But you know you didn't play your politics well. What stopped Atiku from supporting a candidate from the Southeast? And I know that they will never do that. He never do that, and he cannot do that. The only thing he wants from the East is just the masses vote, nothing else. Let any candidate rise up on the East. Let's see how they will support it. Even the one praising Soludo, all that and all that. The day all of them, maybe people like Soludo will come to contest, even for a primary. Let me know the number of political elite from the North that will support him to win even the primary. Let people like Alen Onyema come up to say, I want to be a president of this country. Let's see how most of the Northerners elite will support him. So let them not start to bring that narrative that the brightest politicians we have in the Southeast now is taking a position of a spoiler in the space of the politics. I don't buy to that idea. Anybody can contest. But if Obi decide to contest tomorrow, he should come back and contest. If Atiku wants to contest, let him contest. If Tinubu wants to contest, let him. Anybody that wins, let the person continue to rule. That's how I see it. So let him not bring that narrative again and that kind of politics that he's trying to play. If a PDP wants to arrange their party very well, they should consider the Southeast and give them their rightful position back. If they give the PDP the Southeast their rightful position back, then we'll continue to consider things again. They will get their number of votes. He knew the best chance Atiku got was in 2019, and it was because of Peter Obi. He can go and argue that the closest Atiku has gotten to be the president of this country was in 2019. The vote he got in 2019, he never got it in his life until we feeded Obi to be his vice presidential candidate. So he can continue to go. They can continue to play and they kill their party PDP. I don't care who governs this country. The only thing I care is who will make the country better. So let them continue to go and play that politics they are playing in PDP. Until the Northerners in the PDP decide to rise up and they support a candidate from the East, that is when you see that party continue to come back to life again. That's the only thing I want to say, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. So, excellently put by Kenneth. You're up next, Zeta. I wonder, Zeta, if we had the same interaction with our guest, who I thought it was riveting, it was revealing, it was refreshing, and it was bright and alert and ready, and it felt comfortable in our company. And at a point, it was almost like we were just sitting around some mama put something and just chatting politics. But the feedback somewhat. What's your feedback? Let's hear from you, Zeta.
One man. You know, I usually come from another angle. First of all, I will say that I love his enthusiasm to answer questions. I like that fact. Secondly, as I put to him, whenever we want to talk about politicians, we should not remove the word and the art of politics. It's very wrong for us to separate them from it. We start looking at them as some kind of different human being from what they do for a living. Now, I have said this several times. I am not gonna criticize somebody for a decision he made to support somebody, even if it is best known to him that he doesn't want to make it public. It is his fundamental human right as a citizen of Nigeria to decide on whose side he's gonna be on politics. Who, I don't care. What, I don't care. When, I don't care. I might care how he supports the person. Now, when it comes to the game of politics, I will not criticize somebody, whatever the person said pre-election, because at that time, it's market. Everybody saying everything, doing everything to woo voters to their own side. Everything goes at that point. Anything happens at that point, I'm not gonna criticize anybody for that. I've said that several times. But I will criticize somebody on what the person said after the election. Somebody has been declared winner. Everything, the electioneering, the polity has been pushed behind, and we are looking forward to governance. That's when I can criticize you on what you're saying. Now back to Bwala. Whether he jumps from one party to the other and just jump from supporting one person to the other, that is his decision. I might have an ideology or believe in you for one thing or the other, and I am following you. I notice something that I don't like. That's why most people don't marry their first love, their second love, their third love, or their fourth love. You change course. When you notice things you don't like about that person, you move on. When you have a rethink, you can come back. That is not actually where I have issues. Where I have issues is saying things, more especially after election, that you don't have facts to back up. I am really getting worked up on this real-time uploading of election results. I see them hitting on that, and I really want any of them to come to this platform as a lawyer, as a doctor, as a real full-time politician. And I will come from the angle of what I do for a living, and then we debate on it. Honestly, I will want Daniel to come back so that we talk on governance, not on how he tried to get votes for his principle. I will not discuss that. But few things he said after the election, I can discuss that with him. That's who I am. Because I understand very well politics. Now, if I get angry that politicians jump from one party to the other, they say one thing and they don't do one thing, that is politics for democracy. I shouldn't get angry on that. If I get angry on that, I should be looking for another form of leadership or rulership, whatever. But as long as democracy is concerned that we have to play politics to lure our voters into going to the polling unit to vote for us, that's what it is. But I will concentrate myself on who won the election, what is his deliverables, what is he going to give to us, not what people were campaigning and screaming, saying all manner of things, trying to get people to come to their decks, to their what they call party line on the polling station to vote for them. I don't care about that. That's politics. It's dirty. We all agree. It's extremely dirty. And when you go into the politics, I'm sure you're gonna get debt. That's why I keep telling people, in that game, there is no set. So it is what it is, one man. One man, it be like, say, LP want LP for Nigeria, but they don't want the LP for
LOP
themselves.
99, LOP 71,
see what is
LOP.
happening
The last time I checked, it looks as though Hope is coasting to a comfortable victory. Just as no surprises there, of course. It will.
Oh my God!
They say you shouldn't go bring a knife to a gunfight. This is what they say: don't bring a knife to a gunfight.
So Igbo people want
playing chess. They are playing checkers.
Okay, Igbo people love LP. They want it for Nigeria, but they don't want it for themselves. You know, I like looking for trouble. Never mind. When we get to that, we discuss it. So that's my
all right. Yes, we will open up on the by-election just after we've done the cycle.
That's my take on Daniel. I like his enthusiasm to answer questions. His laugh, I like his laughter.
No, I like it, you know. I'm not sure if
he's a politician. He's a politician.
But
he might get angry with Tinubu and go to Atiku. They win, they lose. It's a game. A game, you win, lose. There must be a winner in the game. So politics is a game. I wouldn't want to go back to what all of them were saying because they said a lot of bullshit. Not only him. They said a lot of bullshit. But somebody is there now. If he calls him to work with him, I wouldn't raise an eyebrow. He should work with him. If he have anything to deliver, let him deliver. If he doesn't deliver, then I'll criticize him. That's my take on him, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Stay steady. We still have the off-cycle election to discuss, but still sampling opinions. Let's hear from Babati, who was not with us, but hopefully listening in the background. So, Babati, good to see you. What did you make of that interaction with what I thought the excellent Daniel Bwala?
Yeah, good evening to the platform, and congratulations to one man for today's session. I think it's a breath of fresh air that we get people in those that have insights to the inner workings of this major political parties to come on the platform and tell us what's going on. So hopefully we can get people like him from other political parties, preferably from the Labour Party, by the way. So, we can, also hear their own perspective, and we can also ask them questions, and also from the APC as well. So congrats to you on that, and to everybody on the platform. I love the line of questioning and the way we were able to, especially Ajaliko was pushed back and Prince Daddy. So I think we have to, I know you tend to put it to a guest, but I love the way people ask them. But two key things I really I wish we pressed them more on was one that Ekene had a problem with, was this idea that Obi was a tool used for to get Tinubu into power. I mean, we've talked about this on your platform before. The question is, was he a willing tool, or was he just naive enough that he didn't?
No, he was an unwitting tool. That's the thing, and the wit has still not caught up with him, by my reckoning. So it was 3-dimensional chess now, and he was just a pawn. Yeah.
Right. So that's what I thought perhaps we could have try to press him more, and maybe something he wants to share. So was he willing, or was he naive not to realize what's going on? And second of all was this idea that Atiku was willing to sacrifice the ticket if he was zoned to the Southeast. I don't think nobody believes that Atiku was going to actively support somebody from the Southeast if the party zoned into them. And like I've said on your platform before, that that PDP ticket, to me, the way I've described it on your show, is that Atiku stole the Southeast birthright. And I know the politics in that part of the country. I'm not. They're also culpable as well. because of the weakness and them not getting themselves together. But he literally stole the birthright. And him trying to observe Atiku, that, perhaps maybe if he had even thrown open, it would have, just hands off and, supported this Southeast. I wasn't buying that, but I'm surprised nobody really pushed him. I think McKinney maybe did for a few times, but I wish we could just.
Baba T, can I come in? Can I come in? It's just because of time. I wanted to push him very hard in that area.
Right.
But it's just that I don't want to waste too much time.
Yeah.
You see, when he was making that statement, that I was just laughing. You just because you are from the north, you think it's okay to just come down to Southeast and say, just allow me to take that 8 years. Then after now, it will now be the turn of the Southeast. Who will believe him? The people that will believe him will be so myopic to believe him, because that is the chance of the Southeast. Everybody that supported Southeast supported PDP from 1999 to this 2023 knows that this is the only chance that the PDP would have given to Southeast to become the president of the country. But you see a lot of them from the north jumping up and down, wanting to take the tickets from the Southeast. And you tell me to believe in the unity of the country, that in the next, that after 8 years of Atiku, we should allow him after 8 years, then he will now come back and now to support the Southeast.
Yeah.
The best that they want to give Southeast vice president, there is nothing more. That's the best they can give Southeast. So anybody that wants to buy to that idea can buy to it. I don't buy to it at all. The only thing that will rebuild PDP, if they will stand up to come from the north, those northerners that have enjoyed the privilege of the Southeastern support, to also support the Southeast candidate. Apart from that, they are just joking. They are deceiving themselves in that PDP. And that is why the PDP is going down every day by day. You can continue.
Yeah, thank you, Kenneth, for and interestingly, after you asked him that question, if you remember, Ina talked about that we hope that Ina interestingly said that once Tinubu is done with the 8 years, he's going to go back to the north. The same person just told you that article. So it was just this thing. I was just surprised nobody pushed him when he said that same thing after you pushed him slightly about that. So those would be my two key things that when next it comes on the platform, one man, I would like to press him more on that PDP ticket, and also about the future of the PDP if he decides to stay in the party. With Atiku, Atiku, everybody on this platform knows this guy is going to run till he dies. So we will not be surprised if he shows up in the next 4 years. So the inner workings of the PDP, the ticket, and how it can to be honest with you, we can also talk about how your region did not do a good job in galvanizing the troops. Because the energy that you put towards Labour, one would have thought that maybe perhaps earlier you could have pushed that towards the PDP primaries to influence the votes, or but that's a different story for another day. So I really want to know more about that PDP pick and what really happened. So let me just leave it at that. Thanks for having me, one man. Hopefully we get more of this on your platform. 3 hours of wonderful discussion, no abuse, no agbado talk, no idiot, just wonderful discussion and dialogue. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Always a delight. Anything to please. So thank you. That's Babati, of course. Thank you, Babati. Stay with us. Can you please push up the like buttons? People listening. We want to try and get to 120 likes, which will it won't be a record, but it will be an encouragement. So if you've not yet clicked on the like button, then please do that. I don't think we've had feedback from Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, you're up next.
Yeah. Thanks, Homer. Hello, everyone again. Yeah, great session today for sure. We'd love to have Bwala come back. He's a smart guy, brilliant. Yeah, watch him on television. He is not a man that likes to lose. He has an answer for everything, and he will push back. So there's nothing. I don't believe there's nothing on this platform that we can say that would deter him from coming back. I don't think so, unless if he does want to come back. But he's capable of taking on everybody on this platform and twice of Ajela Kuku. So that's Daniel Bwala for you. Yeah, I mean, he did his best to answer this question, but he don't expect us to buy everything, all his responses to the questions asked. So yeah, what can I say? We thank you for coming. But I was gonna mention one point also. Yeah, it said, an incumbents, um, um, running again has automatically 50% of the votes, which of course is not the case, because we happen to be as a third at a third force that made that imbalance. And I think, from my calculation, I think Tinubu won less than like 39% of the total votes. 39% of the total votes.
You were just here, right in this spot. The other day, you're always on the phone in your car, and then you come to this spot.
Sorry, Roman. Yeah.
Oh shit.
A bit of road rage going on there. Do you need a moment, Prince Daddy? Yeah.
No. The guy was pumping my gas, and he recognizes me, said I was here.
Yeah, it says you're always at that spot talking jibba jabba on your phone. Yes.
Wait a minute, pumping your gas? Aren't supposed to pump your own gas? I mean, why somebody?
In New Jersey, maybe it's in New Jersey.
Oh, they still have alternate in New Jersey in America?
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that. I thought you were supposed to pump your own gas.
Yeah, they pump your gas for you in New Jersey.
Well, actually, in this place, they use, you don't pump your own gas. They pump it for you, but they just changed the law, amended the law. And at this gas station, right, they have like 2 lanes for people to pump their own gas, and the other 4 lanes for others to pump our gas, the attendants, right? So I never pump my own gas. So that's
of course not. He has his butler. He has his butler to do that. He has his butler to do that.
All right, well, man. So yeah. So hey, thanks to Daniel Bwala, for real. If you can come back next time, give us 4 hours. That'd be great. We'll love it.
Yeah, that will have to be the thing. If he will come back, I'm pretty sure of that. But we will have to agree for a longer time, because people want to speak to him. Yes, I think that's clear.
And please, one man, when he comes back, can you allow people to push him more, please?
No, of course. Now they were pushing him. I'm not holding that back. Of course not. He's a politician now. So he's not a. He's not a. No.
I heard you trying to restrain people, like not pushing a little bit, but please let them do that. Let him push back with his own volition, not you trying to. No. I
don't think did I restrain? You can tell me if I did, also, so I know for next time. But what I was trying not to have was like repetitive sort of narratives. So if you had addressed one thing about 1, 2, 3 times, then I don't want that. He said what he has to say on that particular topic twice. Then so push him on something else.
One more thing: are you working on anybody? Because to be honest with you, I love hearing from the PDP person on the platform. I know you did a good job, so all kudos to you. If you can get somebody like that from the Labour Party, I will really love to interact, because we want to hear about
you forget that I'm just some random body guy in Kent. I don't have media reach.
Do you know what's funny? They actually know your platform quite well on like Clubhouse. You're very popular. Your show. I'm even surprised people actually pay attention. Like in terms of like.
What do you mean you are surprised?
No. Like I mean, like the way that they talk about some of the things that we talk on your platform, like the policies, stuff like that. People actually pay attention. Like where So when you talk on this platform, be careful. Some people actually listening to what you have to say. So that's what I meant.
One man. We want Aisha Yusufu.
Yes, exactly. That would be a perfect Labour person on your show.
Or Dele Farotimi. I think that would be good for I would love to duke that one out. So that one I can take that one on by myself, Dele Farotimi, because I think I have unfinished business with him. I came across him in the platform once, and he used home advantage. So I'm after that guy. But yeah.
Okay, let me step down for King Emeka.
One man, I want to go. I want to give my commendation to you. So before I go, thank you very much. This your platform has really taught me a lot, and I'm happy about that. So I commend you so much. And today is one of the day I'm happy to be a member of this platform. So you did a nice job, and I commend you for that. So thank you very much.
All right, we're about to go into the election, so but maybe you have to go to bed. So thank you, thank you.
That election is a no-go area.
Thank you, Ekene, at least for pushing back.
Yeah,
I really commend you for that. So good job.
Thank you.
So, and thank you, Kenny, as well. Does anybody else wants to feedback on Daniel before we go on to the off-cycle election? All right.
But,
let me.
Sorry, I just wanted to say something.
Dip off.
I want to say something.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, but thank you very much. It was a great interview. I think he's a great IQ guy, even though I do not agree on on his the way he sees politics and the way he deals with things. But he's been honest, so you have to give him credit for that. On that note, good night, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Al. Join us again. King Emeka,
what I actually wanted to say was, I think a lot of us agree that he was honest and he was straightforward, and he touched on the part that our politics or our political party do not have an ideology. We can't fault him for that, right? If our political parties have ideology, then we can that why would you be moving from one party to another party when you say this is what you believe in? Our democracy has not matured to that level. So whatever Labour Party is bringing to the table is the same thing PDP and APC is also bringing to the table, because actually we are deficient in a lot of things like infrastructural development, reduction of poverty, improvement of the standard of life of the citizens, as well as income too. So the ideological aspect of our politics has not gotten to that point. For him to move from one party to another party, it's within his own right. We should not criticize him for that. Then, if we want to do that, then we are hypocrites, because in our own personal life, we can switch jobs. We can go work for a competitor. So why would we want to call him out for moving from one political party to another? And the man has said, yeah, let me land this. Sorry, don't be angry, sir.
Okay.
The man has given his personal reasons. I did it based on my religious faith. He has said it on several media platforms, and he did not change his words when we asked him that question. So we may not want to believe him. Maybe he may not want to say other. Maybe he has more to say, but he chose not to. But I think for him to say that, we should take that on, first instance and say, okay, no problem, fair deal. But to come out to say, oh, I don't believe what he's saying. He's within his rights. Let's be honest. We've had political, even those, even Sowore has. Okay, I don't think Sowore has changed political parties. Well, he doesn't even have a political ideology. Peter Obi has switched from multiple political parties. So we can't criticize them for that at this moment. But we can use it as a political campaign statement when politics comes into play. So that's what I came in to clarify, that the man did a marvelous job to explain certain things to us in clarity and in plain sight, or within his own purview, to tell us what went wrong and what went right. So the pushback was good, was nice. I think this is what we stand for in this platform. You just don't come and rail us into believing what you want to tell us. We would definitely push back and hold you on account on specific things, especially when it's out in the public domain. But what I just wanted to clarify or put out there is to say that, hey, this man has said something. We may not believe him, but we should respect his opinions and not call him out, because currently now our politics has not matured to that point. Thank you.
Emeka, you
Yes,
see,
sir.
these excuses that our politics have not matured to where we will run political party based on ideology is a way of giving this politician to continue to misgovern or misrule that country. In the past, we had political party that governed that country on ideology. In the past, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, we had political parties that governed Nigeria with ideology. We should improve on that. But what have we done? Because of corrupt practices, these people doesn't care about ideology. What they care for is, where can I get my own? Where can I cover up? Where jumping from one party to the other? Where is the new party that is in power? Let me go there. That is the way they are practicing democracy in Nigeria. It is the corrupt practices that make us not to have parties to govern that country with ideology. So we shouldn't fall into their trap by, helping them to campaign that we are not mature to govern with ideology. No, we have done it in the past. We have practiced govern that country with ideology in the past. Why are we not doing that again? So it's just to correct you that don't help them to campaign that we have not matured to govern that country or to practice democracy with ideology. Don't say that again. And anybody that is saying that is just supporting politicians to continue to govern that country with their corrupt practices and their nonsense way of running that country. So that's my point. Thank you.
All right. Enigmatic, do you want to have the final word on that space? And then after I'll play you a clip of Dino Melaye to pivot into the by-election. Enigmatic on day.
Thank you, Wama.
Why is everybody so low? You have to speak up now.
Wama, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think.
I can hear you up here, sir.
Hello?
I can hear you up here, sir.
Hello, I'm speaking. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Like you are far from your phone. What happened to your mic today?
I can hear you. You are far from your phone. What happened to your mic today?
Enigmatic. Mike be saying there's a bug. There's a enigmatic.
That's what I'm trying to
Enigmatic. There's a bug in Google Chrome.
There's a bug.
Use your microphone or headphones. Use a headphone.
Yeah, use a headphone. Not that quick on name. And on StreamYard, there's a notice that there's a bug on Google Chrome as well. So yeah, Kulata is right.
Or better say, you should go through YouTube. When you go through YouTube, you don't have this problem.
But can you guys hear me a little bit? Is it possible that you guys hear me?
Okay, Mama, let me speak before he comes. Can I?
Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning. I was with you from in the morning when the session started, but I just wanted people that have the real question to ask Bwala some good questions. That's why I didn't come in. I don't want to take somebody's space. But for a joke anyway, I want to protest. Why is it that in one man show some people are more equal than some people in this platform? How dare Kulota will be telling you on a private chat that you should take Zita out and he should come in? And one man. Can you hear me?
How can anybody kick who out?
He was telling you that you should jet Zita so that he can come in. Kulata was saying that.
Is that possible? Zita, the landlady of the platform.
And that took me to me, Ola, and Dewale complain that we are the most maltreated on this show. They kick us out without notification. So I'm beginning to wonder if this pro-tunable platform that you bring only Tinubu supporters to this platform. Anyway,
I was advocating for Zita to speak. She's the only woman on the platform. That's why I said she should speak.
Okay, anyway. I was just joking.
And it's not a pro-Tinubu platform, by the way. So I don't want us to promote that because...
No, I was just joking. I'm not saying that. Anyway.
Hold on. I know you are joking, but the listening audience might not understand that it's a joke. We've had the spectrum of everybody's interact with the session today, so as they always do. But yeah, carry on.
Yeah. It was a good show. It was nice. This gentleman came Bwala, and I want him to come back. Please, Jalokoko, suspend that for a minute. We should allow people to come to speak. If they don't speak, we will not know what's going on inside the inner circle of politics. We can just speculate, but with somebody like inside the politics, inside the game, speaks to us. It make a lot of great sense.
Let Adan Lekoko be Adan Lekoko.
I know, I'm not.
Hold on. Let Adan Lekoko be Adan Lekoko. Let me speak the way I want to speak. Let me speak my mind. Speak your mind. Let others speak the way they want to speak. I'm not telling anybody by the way I speak not to come. Okay? Let me speak the way I want to speak.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I'm not saying not to speak the way not to speak. I'm just saying for the optics, we should allow people. There's a way we encourage people to come more often to speak to us. So at least they say that the goat you want to use for Christmas, you still feed it in Christmas Day, meaning there's still more time for you to push on this hard talk question. If God and time permit us again to see Bwala again, I hope and I pray he shows up again to give us some insight of certain political structure that's going on. Not like what he's saying that some of us don't have privy to the information, just that we cannot say it. It now become
Hold on, War Peace. Hold on, War Peace. Daniel Bwala is a senior politician, and more to it, is a senior lawyer as well. I'm sure he's robust enough to take uncomfortable feedback. And I'll be disappointed if he can't, and I'm pretty certain that he can. So he's not expecting everybody to wrap around him and give him hugs and kisses. It's a political space now. The one thing about Adade Koko is that was how he felt. So that's just it. And I'm pretty confident that Daniel Bwala is robust enough to take feedback. But carry on.
Yeah. That's being said. Let's not flog that issue too much. Yes, I'll start some things he was talking about. That Tinubu is a. Yeah, I'll start some things he was talking about. That Tinubu is a master strategist, or how you say, master of the game master. Which yes, anybody that win this last election is a master of the game and is pragmatic in the game. Only winner takes it all. But there are certain things he said that give me concern, like why will he say this on national TV that the Southwest played the Southeast to get the position? No, it's politics. You do anything to win, but don't make it look like we have to start driving out. Oh, my son, this boy. We have to start driving a sentiment which we want to move away from. In Nigeria, Tinubu won, he won. He played his game well, and he won. Fair and clear. If it's by ringing, it's by shootout, whoever can do it will win. And he did it best and he won. We give him that. Now, let's talk about the policy. And he said about Tinubu is appointing some people that is not performing well. Well, like he said, he should wait for 6 months and a year before he starts criticizing the people. You know, I didn't really have much to say about him. That's why I didn't come in. That's why I didn't really have much to talk about him right now. But I hope he comes again so you can question him more. Ikene question was more like accusing the guy than asking questions. I was a bit confused when some people was asking questions. Sometimes people ask the question and answer it, so I get confused. I would have appreciate the big brains in this platform. They should ask a direct, sharp question so that he can respond to the panelists and the people on the comment section, so that we can understand where your question is going to and how the Japan is being played. But people will ask questions and they will answer it, and I get confused. Just like Ajayo could like put it to him like, you're the biggest loser and all that, asking direct question, answering the question too. So I was getting confused, one man. But thank you, Wama, for bringing him. I hope God bless you to bring more people to this platform so that we can question them. And this election that is going on, INEC is a total disaster and a failure. Like Ajayo said, I would support Ajayo on that. We are nosediving.
Hold on. After we hear from Enigmatic, we'll open up that the election going on now. Yeah, that's the next phase. But yes, I know people want to speak on that. But Enigmatic, let's hear from you. Enigmatic on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah,
okay,
that's much better.
Yeah, thank you. So unfortunately, I was unable to join, but because today is Veterans Day, so I was somewhere. But I was following. But Bwala is a cool dude. I mean, what I noticed about him was whoever is harping on the narrative of maybe they're trying to call him two-faced or being a quote-unquote young politician or stuff like that. Hey, well, this is what we've been saying about the nature and the conduct of Nigeria's politics and the political space. So Bwala is not different from I won't even compare Bwala with some few politicians like somebody like Peter Obi now that a lot of people want to call angel. He wouldn't concede simply or just as easily as Bwala has conceded. He said he left APC, and he has basically opened the floor that there's an possibility that he'll be going back to APC. But somebody like Peter Obi wouldn't do that. He would lie to a lot of people, and they will believe it hook, like a sinker. And same as Dele Momodu as well. Dele Momodu wouldn't concede or probably speak the way Bwala has actually enumerated his reasons and why he will be going back to APC. There's an opportunity for that. And people should appreciate the fact that we have somebody who is smart and brilliant. Of course, we may not actually agree on everything he says or does, but what the sincerity of purpose of his ideals and ideas of politics, and he's been able to basically shed the light on certain things, inner things that a couple of us know on this platform, but we may not be able to say it. And that's why I would say, when some of us say, we say from the just give a snippet or probably think like a signal of what could be the situation. Like some days that I was talking about Emefiele, what happened behind the scene. If you really understand the real story of what happened to Emefiele, you know the reason that why he's been granted bail. He wouldn't have granted the bail if things hadn't actually happened. But I'll leave it at that. But I like the sincerity of his thoughts, and then he's not trying to pander to any lies or probably trying to. He's a matured guy. He's not going to be shaking. He's not going to come back to this platform. And I pray to God that in good health, we all will be here to welcome him again. I hope I'll be here again. But he's not a typical politician that would lie or probably try to mislead or misguide, the followers or people who believe in him or people who are listening to him, unlike some other politicians, So I'll leave it at that. Then I don't know if you say you are going to the election that is happening today.
Yes, let me play a clip on that, and then you kick it off. I think Zita wants to speak on that space as well. But this clip from Dino Melaye, typically Dino.
Show agents result sheets, and that result sheets have been written. There's a massive protest in all polling units in Ogorimagongo local government of Kogi State right now. The result sheets have been, filled and tampered with already. and people are refusing to accredit, people are refusing to vote, and they are insisting that plain result sheet must be shown to agents in accordance to electoral law. If they refuse to show you result sheets in all polling units across the state, don't accredit, don't vote, protest and resist it. This is democracy. We must protect our votes. We must protect the process. We must make sure that all the regulations are being observed and respected. I call on all my agents all across the state that once plain result sheets are not shown to you before the commencement of accreditation, don't accredit, don't vote, resist it and protest, record it, video it, show the faces of these compromised INEC staff and security agents and post it on all platforms on social media. We shall overcome. This election is a must win for us. Thank you.
Enigmatic.
Okay.
Sorry, woman. Can I say something?
Yeah.
After this video, he did another video that was praising the security guys. So that we have the two sides. I think he did another video. After that.
All right, send that in and we'll play it as well.
Let me just start by this. One man, when they say it's a shame that a giant or the giant has fallen, I mean, it's quite when you see the irascibility of Inu Melaye, constitute himself to be more or less like an imbecilic willful nuisance. Then it speaks to the volume of the opposition we have in Nigeria now in the political party. When a whole PDP, right, it's quite a shame. It's an embarrassment. It's to be very liberal, right? The level of the abecedarian and the the latente level.
Enigmatic roller now, eh? To this
do you not know to have your dictionary ready when Enigmatic is on the platform? You have to have your dictionary ready.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely inexplicable, right? And then to people who have been political watchers, keen observant of Nigeria's political space, the level at which PDP has sunk, you will be so marveled how a whole PDP, a political party of political Iroquois, of political people of timber and caliber in the political space, having such a clownish moron, a moronic, dogmatic buffoon like this, as and they gave him a governorship ticket in a state like Kogi State.
Sorry, you're supposed to understand that this Kogi State election was won on the days of the primaries. The day they did the primary ticket, not the day of the election. You don't need to stress more on English now. The day they gave that ticket, that's the day APC or whoever's going to won that election.
Hold on, make my point. Why I'm concerned is I have PDP people. I feel so bad for them. Look at the mess they made at the presidential election. In the history of PDP in Nigeria, in Lagos State, as bad as it was. Look at another Didiri, another moron that they chose as their flag bearer in Lagos State, who was almost 10 times behind a political Lilliputian like Shinedu. The guy was polling 67,000 or 68,000 behind 350,000 of Shinedu, a political irritant. Then they look at, can you see, does this guy represent a serious political party as a political giant like PDP? He's been crying since morning before they cast the first ballot in Kogi State.
Hold on. Did you say he's been crying? Oh, hold on 1 second. Unbelievable guy. He's an unbelievable guy.
Nigeria can only afford one dancer as governor, so there's no. I mean,
but we have two
No,
already.
but that's a old video. That's a very
Is it?
Osun State.
I think it's
Osun State.
relevant to the now. Is it not relevant?
Osun State, we sacrifice the dancer for the country. Please, no more entertainers and governor anymore.
Yeah, one man. I think we should be talking about Imo State and Bayelsa State. Do you know the case is controversial?
Hold on.
I'll build it up to that place now. Just hold on. But what I'm concerned, because PDP should be the face of opposition that we have in Nigeria. Not we can't call Labour Party. They are not a force, right? And obedient, we know they are not. They are just truculent and malevolent, and then a set of headless mobs. You can't call those ones anything because they are not part of Labour Party. When Peter Obi or he leaves APC, whenever he takes the decision to leave Labour Party, no more obedience in Labour. And Labour Party, they know. But this is the face of opposition that we should have in Nigeria. You know for a fact that the same situation that happened in Kogi State, it was replicated in Imo State. The guy they had a prominent guy who could have done the good job for them, but they did the abracadabra during the primary, especially in Kogi State. And then you know that you are squaring up against a Yaya Bello that has been a perennial enemy. The two of you have been having this cat and dog fight all over for forever. And then you are not serious. You are not ready for the election. Look at what the guy in SDP is doing. One man, Ajata. Is it Ajata or Ajaka? That guy is going. There's a possibility that there could be an upset as it is. So, and I won't dignify too much time on Dino and PDP, but this is just the larger picture of the whole PDP as it is now, because PDP is not representing at the national level now. They have Atiku is there, causing confusion. Then we don't know if how the national party is going to get themselves together now as it is. Now let's go back to Bayelsa State and Imo State. 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I don't know, maybe sometime this week, I said on this platform, right, the outcome of especially Kogi State, Imo State, and I gave out the reasons, I gave out the metrics, and I gave out the statistics, how it was going to pan out. And I'm not surprised the way it is going as it is. And I told you, the fickle-minded and the finicky, and the loquacious obedient, they were useful for a purpose, and their usefulness, had an expiry date immediately after the presidential election. And I gave you reason why nobody should trust them to be a viral opposition. Just 2 weeks after the presidential election, or a week, they couldn't pick up any other state. And if you look at the return numbers now at the tribunal, they are probably having the most return number of tribunal losses as we speak. So in Imo State, regardless of even, I didn't speak about the power of incumbency or whatever. I was just speaking to the politics of Imo State, and it has already panned out. So nobody will come out and say, Uzodinma rigged or did not rig, right? It was very clear that it was going to be a sweet victory for Uzodinma, but because of the hatred, right, and because of the fact that people mix emotion and they mix hatred with politics, they wouldn't be able to shine their eye and see clearly, the numbers on the numbers and the figures. So there was no way. Even you can make a debate for the PDP guy Umaya, who has been there for a while, but you cannot make a debate for the Labour Party guy just because of noise or just because of the fact that the obedient can. They don't even have, as we speak, APC. They are very coordinated even for these gubernatorial elections. They have their situation rooms, general situation room in Abuja, their national party, and they have it in each of the states. They have in Kogi State, they have in Bayelsa State, they have in Imo State. The obedience, situation room is on Twitter, it's on social media. They don't have it. When tomorrow they want to claim a case now that probably they are going to tribunal, they are going to court, they will start their noises again. Judiciary, eyes on the judiciary and stuff like that. How long do we want to keep doing that? And then they will be saying APC is dirty. But you are not giving APC, right, the fight that they need as an opposition. PDP is falling apart on a daily basis. The obedience, they are just here and they're just mad. They're just like mad dogs, always mad at everything. They can't really process things, in an idealistic manner. So I'm not surprised what is happening in Imo State. Kogi State is tight. SDP is giving APC a big run for their money. And it has now been reduced now to a contestation of two ethnic groups in Kogi State, Igala versus Ebira, right? So the Igala people of Kogi State, they've been the political stronghold and political house, right, of Kogi State. But that jinx was broken through Yaya Bello and Ebira Man. But Yaya Bello, they are trying to create their own political hegemony in Kogi State to ensure that they continue with Ebira nation political hegemony in the government house. That's why Yaya Bello went back to Ebira land to bring the gubernatorial candidate. But that decision is costing APC some ruffles now, because it could have been a very an easy victory for them. The guy who is actually giving APC a big chase for their money now, that's SDP guy. He was actually a strong PDP guy, even stronger than Yaya Bello. Because when you know the history of Yaya Bello was not really an APC person, right? But this Ajata, he's been at the national level, he's been chairman of APC in Kogi State, deputy national. He has held almost 7 or 5 different positions at the highest managerial level of APC. So he knows the work, he knows the in and out, and the workability and the politics of APC in and out. And during that primaries, he actually was able, right? During the primaries, he actually, from reports, he was the one that actually won the primaries, right? But because of Yaya Bello's, kind of politics, they have to do him a bad way. So eventually he had to move on to say SDP, and that's why they're having issues now. And the Gala people, landmass, population-wise, and topography and everything, they have the numbers. So I don't know how APC is gonna get out of this. Even when they get out of this, there is a possibility that this may be turned in the courts at the tribunal. There's a possibility. But this guy is doing really good, and I really appreciate what is going on in Kogi State now. This is what I expect in Imo State. But because of the silliness, right, and the cavalierly nature that all these people actually play their politics, they won't see. I was expecting a very strong guy from PDP, right, from PDP to find a solution to merge with Labour Party. I was expecting Labour Party, they have this. I won't say too much about them, but it would have been a very big fight in Imo State. Regardless, Uzodinma would have won anyways. But I wanted a big fight, but they couldn't give Uzodinma a fight because they came with 2 very lightweights, and the political parties were just noise. But in Bayelsa State, it's quite.
They've not started announcing. Sorry, enigmatic. They've not started announcing results yet, have they? Even though everybody's the feedback that we are getting though is that Uzodinma is coasting to a very, very, very comfortable victory.
Yeah, I don't want to even talk. Uzodinma will be. Oh man, when I explained everything about how everything's gonna pan out. I'm not trying to say it now, right? Just to say, okay, I said it. No, I knew it was gonna pan out that way. There's no way Nwanyahu or Etan is gonna beat the 2 of them combined. Hope Uzodinma will still floor them. It will still floor them. Because regardless of the fact that Uzodinma, he knew that he was already on a comfortable ride. He did a political mathematics and a political calculus by ensuring that he had, the quote and unquote now the political Iroquois of that state by his side. He found a way to ensure that he reconciles with Okorocha, right? Because Okorocha is a man from Olu, and if Okorocha does not support him, then he could take some number, and he was preparing for the wars, because Obide could come with their nonsense and PDP. So he was preparing that, okay, these people may probably have to merge. Regardless of that, he found a way to have a good relationship with Okorocha, and then the two other minority, so to say, local government that I told you from the Ohakim, right, and Ararume. The Ararume is working for him, same as Ohakim working for him. So if there is any lapses, the Mbano people where Ohakim and Ararume, those two guys, they've never lost elections in their local government for straight 12 years back to back. So he's been able to cover the ground. So rigging or no rigging, Uzodinma would have won the election. But I was not expecting this landslide, this gap between them. But in Bayelsa State, there's no way for APC in Bayelsa State. Silva is not going to do it. He's going to try his best, but I think Diri is solidly getting returned. But I want my mind, one man. Let me be honest with you. In Kogi State, the problem with Kogi State now is that the Okun people of Kogi State, they will keep getting the short hand of the political stick in Kogi State, and this is why they made a very big mess of themselves. They had a Dino Melaye and unserious character, on the ballot. So it was supposed to be a 3 ethnic group race in Kogi State, but Dino Melaye caught, let me use that street language now, he caught the card for Okun people, because Igala people had Ajata, very strong guy, on their card. Ododo had the Ibira people, right, the central, they had Ododo on their card, very strong guy, with Shayabelo, incumbent governor, and the state apparatchiks supporting him. Then we were expecting that somebody very serious from the western part of Kogi State would have actually come out from PDP. Then they went to take this clown. So obviously Dino is out of the race. So the race is between Ododo and Ajaka now. Anything can happen, man, in Kogi State. But congratulations to Uzodinma. Obedience, you go and sit their ass down.
Enigmatic, you beautifully summed it up, right? So my very good friend here in Canada, his late father used to be a Second Republic senator. He's from Kogi, and what you just analyzed is spot on. And I'm wondering if you were in our meeting when we analyzed this, you understand? If you were in our meeting, or did you go somewhere but for beautiful? You nailed it to be very crusty. No, nothing missed. Well done.
Well, thank you.
All right, brilliant. Zita, did you want to come in? Zita, you were waiting for that space to open up.
Actually, one man, I'm not waiting for any space. You see, at least last, they no go call Hope Uzodinma Supreme Court governor again, I think.
No results have been announced yet, though, by the way. No results have been announced yet, but it looks as though...
I'm telling you that last.
Madam Zita, they call him Uzodinjo.
After every, they will not call him Supreme Court governor again. That's what I am saying. If you are still waiting for the result, that's fine. But the good thing about it is that my people, as I said before, and I will continue saying it, we never vote LP. In the presidential debate.
And they did in Abia State now. They did. Okay.
I said the Ukutas, my local government, Oru West, they will never They didn't vote him in
Madam
presidential.
Zita, can you explain why Imo people are different? Because I still don't understand Imo people. Why?
What do you, I don't understand what you mean by they are different.
They vote differently. Like if you listen to the conventional narrative from the Southeast online, it's like, oh, Puzo Dingo, Supreme. I mean, you know the normal spiel. But now,
You see,
real votes are happening, and people are voting for him. They're actually voting for him.
Yeah, let me tell you this. If I have time to say this, Imo State is one of the most learned states in Nigeria. Then when you come to Igbo land, is the most learned. When you talk about the most learned in Imo State, you talk about this Oru West, that's the Ugutas, the Nkweres. Then you talk about the Okigwe. These are the people where you get extremely learned people, both men and women. Now, because they are learned and exposed and well-traveled, they understand what politics is. You remember what I said yesterday? To Aton Zeribe, he will tell you, win them in the polls. I remember growing up, my father used to chase me around the house. When I turned the voting age, he said, you must go and vote. It's funny. He's not even telling me who to vote for. He's telling me that I just have to go there and vote anybody. But I must vote. That's how they train people from there. So we are not more in number, but we are the ones that decide who rules Imo State. Why? Because we vote like the Northerners. We come out en masse to vote. We don't usually have voter apathy. He might be making close to 40,000 votes from there because they're now using Vivas and all those. In those days, it used to be 300,000. But I can assure you that today, before now, if you start counting the vote, he might get up to, from just one local government or one town, up to 40,000 or 30-something thousand votes to tell you how they vote. But when you go to Ikeduru, Bitolu, there can be almost close to 800,000 or 400,000 that registered. But that day, you won't be sure of 50 or 60,000 people coming out because they don't understand what it means for their fingerprint to be there. That is one. Secondly, because of our, you see the way I talk here, most Igbos don't like it. I am not interested in propaganda and gossips and what you say. I'm going to ask you questions. You don't just come and throw something to me and I will accept it. So it doesn't work in Imo State. It's not all about calling somebody, hey, he's a thief, he didn't do anything. You can't tell me he didn't do anything when he repaired a road in front of my house. Or when he constructed a road in front of my house. So these are the things that doesn't work for Imo State people, but it can work elsewhere. As I said before, and I am still saying it, my people will never vote LP. Because my people share boundary with Anambra State. They did not vote them in presidential and they will not vote them for governor. Even if Hope Uzodimba is going to lose, not in where he comes from, not in my area. Not in my area. He will sweep those places. He can lose elsewhere, but not there. We are people who keep record. Even when you erase it, we will remember. So it is what it is. That's why we vote differently in the whole of the Southeast. And we are a swing state. as a governor, you can do something to get us on our last nerve. Even as people don't believe that election is fair. But I still tell people that this is the closest we've gotten to democracy. Because you snatch ballot paper, there is nothing to record. They will just cancel that unit. You don't show them empty from whatever. They will just cancel that unit. So, but still, people are not comfortable because they claim there is no real time, whatever they call it. I don't get it. But it is what it is, my dear. That's how we vote in Imo State. And we are very dodgy. You don't tell us who to vote. The Obasanjo tried it. Unless you force the person on us. But you don't actually tell us who to vote. This one of bringing one person you think is somebody to us, who the heck he is. We come to campaign and tell you vote for. No, it doesn't happen in Imo State. Maybe in other places, but not in Imo State. Obasanjo tried it, it didn't work. He told us that we will see what he's telling us. When we saw, he said he wanted to give us a small thief. We said we want a big thief. Okay, fine, he's going. We took our big thief for 8 years. So we don't. It's part of the political exposure in Imo State. They have a lot of people that you cannot just come on. Who is the LP to come and jump around in Owerri to tell Imo State people to vote for them? They're mad.
Madam Zita, just something to remember, one man. The election is kind of the three main political parties and their candidates. You know, they are from three different zones. So it's like each of those zones having their sons on the ballot. So why would you tell me to abandon my own son to chase after your own son? What is special in your own son that I won't vote for my own son? And then the son who is the incumbent party now come from the most voting part of the state, and you're expecting them to abandon their son and go to other people. That's
true.
All right, Brian. Let's bring Larry into the conversation, or Kulata, anybody. Has it struck you how relatively peaceful this election has been? We've not been hearing, I'm sure there have been skirmishes here and there, but we've not really been hearing incidents of those sort of wild, or even attempts at ballot snatching was quickly shut down by the citizens. Are we right to say it's been a relatively peaceful and smooth election?
Yeah. So for me, I think the main thing is the presidency being neutral, and that's exactly what's playing out, and the security guys also being neutral. Take for instance Kogi. If they had not been neutral, Kogi would have been hell now. I know they actually made some arrests. They made some arrests yesterday. I think the Kogi, the APC candidate was kind of like, a lot of APC guys have been arrested. And even if you look at today, I think one local government chairman was arrested with money, with some ammunitions and everything, right? So I think you can always give it to the security guys. Even Dino has to say it out, right? That they have more than enough security to be able to at least do their job, which I really commend. I commend the presidency for that. You really want to get it right. The issue of people believing that the presidency is going to command the military, is going to command the police to do their bidding, I think we are beginning to leave that side. So, which I think it's the major thing why we are having people doing what they are supposed to do. But I think for me, I think INEC, it's really playing below the bar, because what I saw in Kogi, where obviously people going as an INEC staff, going with pre-printed, election results, it's really below the bar. I would have expected INEC to also do a good job, as the security are actually doing a good job. INEC should also do a good job too. But unfortunately, I think INEC actually, they didn't do what they're supposed to do. And it's good. I was so happy that they had to, people had to like call them out. And there is no way they could just look away. So they didn't have any choice. I think that was exactly why they had to cancel some places in Kogi. Like probably they have those elections tomorrow. So I think INEC needs to work more, right? Because obviously, if you really want people to be more confident, then if the security is working, then you as that umpire need to kind of like make people be more convinced where this issue is not supposed to even happen, right? Coming to with election results. So what's the essence of people voting? If I could see that election has already been written and we could actually see, and unfortunately, you could see some of the electoral guys, right? As in, you can see them rejecting, and people are like, yeah, some of them were like, okay, they don't even know anything about it, right? You could call our superior. So INEC, for me, they are really below the bar. This is just 3 states, and the same thing is happening in all the 3 states. People saying election results have been written, and we could see it. So that's what I think. But give it to the security guys. I think they are really on top of it. They were not really partisan. They did what they were supposed to do. And going to
there were allegations of ballot stuffing in Kogi State, certainly, which INEC even claimed they are investigating. And there are calls for cancellations of that election. Dino Milaye and the Labour candidate in Imo State are calling for cancellation as well.
Yeah, you see politicians, right? For me, politicians will always call for cancellation. Even if you have the best election, for me, when immediately you start seeing people complaining, right? I think probably they are losing. So every politician, no politician is clean. Every politician go to elections with a target and with a strategy. So probably the smarter one is kind of like smarter than the other. That's the major thing, right? Even Labour Party, they go to that election with their own strategy. So it's obvious. So, but for me, a normal Kogi, it's something that it's obvious. A normal Kogi, if the security guys had not been neutral, I'm telling you, Kogi will have been, I'm telling you, it should have been hell. Look at what happened during the presidential election in Kogi. Even before that, election before that time, during Yaya Bello's second time, look at what happened in Kogi. Look at the people that were arrested. Look at all the bullets. So, and unfortunately, one of those guys that was arrested today, is a local government chairman with a lot of bullets. What are they going to use those bullets for in an election? So I think it's minimal. Probably it's normal. I think there was also one guy too that was trying to snatch ballot box that I think they actually shot him. I think he's dead now. Kind of like said.
Yes, I've got the image on my screen as you speak. Yes, I've got it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't share it, but yeah.
Yeah, which I think, I think it's actually good. And give it to the security guys, right? They had to like do some changes. The IG had to like do some changes, change the commissioner of police in Imo, at least for people to gain people's confidence that Tinubu, I think Tinubu is trying to like make people know that he wants to at least do what he needs to do. And it now left for the actors at the state level to also live up to expectations. So for me, give it to the army, give it to the police. But for me, INEC, if I had to score INEC, I think I'm not going to score INEC more than 30% in this election. They were really below the bar for me.
Would this be the last electoral cycle of Mahmoud Yakubu, and should it be?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I think they need to. I think I don't see Mahmoud coming back. Probably after the end of his tenure, he should just go. I don't see Mahmoud coming back because, as far as I'm concerned, what I'm saying, because this is not even general election. This is just election of 3 states, and these are not even states like Lagos, right? The Bayelsa is just, look, what's the population in Bayelsa? What's the population in Kogi? And what's the population in Imo? And I expect Mahmoud to come out to apologize for them to even have that, you taking people, and you can see it. These are results that are already written. So there is nothing anybody can tell me that Mahmoud himself should not come out to publicly apologize. Look at the amount of money. You see, that's why I keep saying, INEC keep collecting billions. You can't collect billions and give us this thing. What does it cost you to do election where people won't have this kind of a thing? Why are you going to justify the billions that you've collected where you can't even hold election in a state like Kogi without people coming in with results that are already written, and you could see the coppers? Some of them were like, yeah, they don't even know it's even above them. Kind of like they were forced to take some of these results. So for me, Yakubu, if I have to have that opportunity to score him now, I would just say, yeah, Mr. Yakubu, thank you for what you've done. You've done this election. Please, as soon as your tenure is finishing, don't even lobby. Don't even lobby for any renewal. Just take your thing and go. Because for me, it's a no. You can't even justify Nigerians' money being spent on this small election, and he has really fumbled.
Is it did you want to come in?
Yeah, I wanted to say something, not that I'm interjecting. Is it done?
Yeah, I think it's just rounded off. Yeah.
Okay. You see, it will be very nice if we understand the powers of our institutions in Nigeria. When I mean the powers, what is their job description? What can they do? You see, when they say ballot is being snatched, there is electoral malpractices. And I hear people blame INEC. And I begin to ask, is it that INEC manipulated the result in their office? First of all, Nigeria as a country do not have permanent staff of INEC in the field. They are ad hoc contractors hired to do the job in the field. They are not actually INEC staff, more especially those coppers. I remember the shenanigan they did on 25th of February this year. I don't want to talk about it until they do Anambra State election. That's when I'm waiting. So, when you send somebody to go give the person the job description, first of all, let me say this. INEC do not have the power to arrest. INEC do not have the power to prosecute. INEC uses ad hoc staff to go to the field to do the election proper with instructions and training. Those ad hoc staff do not wear body cam for INEC to monitor them. Now, division of labor. By the time they are out of that place, INEC is waiting for their feedback, their return. What is the job of the police? Law enforcement. And then the politicians. I keep asking, how do INEC come in this? The job of the police is to arrest anybody who is doing electoral malpractices. The job of somebody who is sent to do a job is for the person to do it very well as he is instructed to do it. And now let me say this. I don't think INEC will hire somebody and train the person that when you go there, collect money and then write the result. But these coppers do that. I don't want to go. I said I will not go into the detail. I'm waiting for Anambra State gubernatorial election. Inshallah, I will still be alive. Then I will say what I want to say. So, are you blaming INEC or are you blaming the characteristics and the citizens of politicians and those who work for them in Nigeria? When you lose, it's so bad and it's terrible. And when you win, it's all well and good. When the woman in Abia State during the gubernatorial election this year, who claimed to be Professor something, she said she was dwindled, she was bribed, she would do this. But she stood to the oath she gave to INEC that when he's go there, she's going to do the job the way they told her to do. And what did she do? According to her, she declared the winner, who happens to be a Labour Party candidate in a state PDP has been ruling since 1999. At that point, it's all well and good. INEC is the best. But when their ad hoc staff goes to do other things, INEC is terrible. I think we should be able to understand the job description of these institutions, their limitations, what they can and cannot do before we start criticizing them. Thank you, woman.
Yeah, Madam Buta, please, can I interject? As far as I'm concerned, right, there are some stages in that election that I may not blame INEC for. Take, for instance, now, ballot snatching, I'm not going to blame INEC. But where I will blame INEC is this. If you know you are giving jobs to people that you don't think they can do the right thing. For me, going to an election, leaving INEC office, that election with a result sheet that has been written. So then, if INEC needs to put measures in place, because it doesn't really need to get to that point where it has to be in the media before INEC starts saying, oh, we are investigating. Election has not even started. So INEC still has power to conduct things before election starts. After election starts, then it's out of INEC's power, because then people are beginning to come into it. But if INEC cannot take care of from their office till the beginning of that election starting, then I can always say that INEC needs to put measures. If part of the measures you need to put is to put it into the electoral heart, that anywhere the result sheet has already been written and you see it, the election in that place is automatically cancelled. So that's where, for me, anywhere from INEC office to the beginning of the election, everything within that side, when it comes to material for election, is the duty of INEC to ensure sanctity of that material before election starts. That's where I can always, for me, if INEC does not do the job, ensuring the sanctity of the material for the election before election starts, it's a no-no for me for them.
All right, brilliant.
Can I say something?
All right, say something, but then we move on from that topic. I think we're circling it a bit. Have the final word.
We are circling it, but it's not going anywhere. But let me say this. It's actually ridiculous for someone to believe in this day and age that whatever an ad hoc staff did, not knowing how the election process is being done, that those people wait for those things at the polling unit, not from INEC office. The people that bring it from INEC office are different from people who handle the election proper. But that not being said, it is ridiculous for anybody to look at our institution in Nigeria today and say that they sit down in their office, in INEC office, and write a result. They move it out to go and conduct an election. But I leave it like that because Nigerians don't actually see anything good in their institution. But the important thing is that at the end of the day, one man, somebody will be a winner, and another person is going to be a big loser. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Is Ogweni still there? Ogweni? There was one topic I wanted him to pick up.
Yes, Roma. Amen.
All right, Ogweni, brilliant. So, Ogweni, I hope you have a screen. I hope you are looking at a screen. So, I want you to talk us through this headline and give us the backdrop to this story. India's Zakir Naik's arrival in Nigeria stirs concern amid struggle with religious violence. So, this Indian chap in Nigeria, what's the backdrop there?
So, Woma, you see, we now run a country where our media only go for whether you are pro-government or politics, and then whether you are anti-government or politics. Why? Because this news, I wonder why this news should not make it to the mainstream media in Nigeria. I just wondered. I don't know why. I tried to search. I realized that I can't find it there. I don't know why. But I think why, the only why I can think about is that our media now, particularly mainstream media, what they just need or what they look after now is, something like a sensationalism where you put news outside there that is pro-government or anti-government politics, so it draws traffic. And it's so sad that the one that could even destroy Nigerian unity, they don't look after it, bring it out, and change the narrative there. You see this man here, it's an Islamic scholar. Though some Muslims don't follow him and they don't believe in what he teaches or what he says. But he's not just an Islamic scholar, he's also an extremist. He has so many extreme positions that
not the Sultan, by the way. Is that Indian chap stood to the right of the furthest left?
I'm not talking about his eminence. No, I'm talking about that guy, that secure guy. Not his eminence. No, I won't talk about the Sultan like that. No, I'm talking about the guy there that is standing with the soldiers. That's standing with 3 soldiers there. He's not a Nigerian. Okay, and the little search I've done about this guy, I've listened to him once in a while. Even about 2 years ago, I've listened to him and his stance. He takes position. So what he does is he goes to some spaces. So when he comes like that, people do come, and he talks about his own religion, which is Islam, and then he talks down about your own religion, the other religion, whether Christian or Hindu or Buddhist, anyone, he talks down on it. And he does it in form of, you think is intellectual engagement, but eventually when you look deep into it, it's not really intellectual engagement. When you really look into it, it's more of you talking down on others, sometimes to steer, some this kind of religious hostility up. That's the way he does his things. And because of that, in some spaces, it has been banned. In some spaces, it has been labeled and as terrorist. And in some spaces, it has been declared wanted to. Some spaces, like India, for instance, if you do a quick search of his name in India, for instance, they declared him already as a terrorist and banned him. from coming to their space, because of most time the footprints you always leave behind when he's leaving your country, in case he comes to your country. Now, this same man came to Nigeria. Okay, he came to Nigeria, and first and foremost, I don't know how somebody, if I know India is one of Nigeria's allies, because we're an American allies, and in West in Africa.
Sorry. Apologies, Ogbeni. Can 10 people who have not already clicked on the like button please do? We are trying to get to 120. If you can help us on that way. Sorry, Ogbeni, to interrupt you.
Yeah, I've done that. Okay, so if Nigeria is a major American ally in Africa, not even West Africa, in Africa.
Ogbeni, you
Yes,
said
sir.
you came to Nigeria at the invitation of who?
Oh, that's what our press should unravel. Do you get, Baba? That's what our press should unravel. He was in Nigerian space. He was welcomed by some Islamic scholars. He went to Sultan. They said he took pictures with Sultan and even described Sultan as, was he Nigerian head of state or something? You can't just understand. Okay, took pictures with all these military guys. He took pictures with top military guy, and he would describe them as Islamic army, Islamic Air Force, and with all the shenanigans and everything around in our space, and he escaped like that and is back in his country, believing that Nigeria is such a place where you can stir things up. Nigeria has outgone. I don't know who advised him, but he didn't know. They didn't advise him whether Nigeria has outgrown that. Where was he in '93? Well, in fact, where was he during Abacha time? Where was he in Kano riot or Jos crisis, or where was he in? We have outgrown that thing, but I think he thought he could just come to our space, stir things up at this time, and then it become a serious issue when he left. But he didn't get his information well. But the issue that I have is I have you mainly with our mainstream media. And I don't understand why this could not make a good news and let them bring people together to discuss and change the narrative, and probably send a note to our government and let us know who gave this guy visa to come to our space. If he has been declared a terrorist and wanted in some countries who are supposed to be Nigerian allies, then what happened? Where our ambassadors from his own country, are they not aware of all these issues surrounding this guy? So why would our own high commission or embassies in his country, issue visa for this kind of person to come to our space? It's so sad for me, and I think it's because our public officers we put in office most time are politicians. They are not sensitive enough to understand all these diplomatic indices. That's the little I know about the guy and what happened in the media. But you hardly find it in mainstream media.
All right, brilliant. I actually saw that story about 2-3 days ago, and I just read it. I thought, it didn't really strike me as anything that I should bring to the fore. But then when you saw it as well, then I thought, okay, certainly there's a conversation to be had there. That country, Nigeria, man, is just is being held together by very thin threads.
So, but one man, would there ever be a time in Nigeria where we will sit down and address issues like this that we just tend to, we shy away from? I mean, the political ruling class, because this is a ticking time bomb. If you let this thing fester over time, it might lead to something else. But when we will ever have direct conversation about the religious and cultural divide? Like, let's just stick to religious divide now. Will we ever get to that point where we'll sit down and say, listen, let's have this talk, and how can we move forward from having extremists amongst us, and now we're having them from outside coming in now to influence the brand of Islam practice in Nigeria? So will we ever get to that point? I don't know.
I doubt if we can, because the country is so precariously balanced, and everybody works on so much eggshell. Sorry, everybody, just give me one moment. Let me just let me give you the backdrop to this. It says, in the heart of Nigeria, a country beleaguered in the heart of Nigeria, a country beleaguered by the haunting echoes of Boko Haram terrorism, a controversial figure has made his entrance. As Zakir Naik, an Islamic preacher, notorious for his provocative speeches and facing accusations of inciting religious disharmony and money laundering in his home country, India, has arrived at the invitation of prominent Nigerians. And I just glossed over I rephrased that bit somewhat. This development has stirred unease in the African nation, already grappling with the specter of religious extremism. Nake's arrival has already sparked controversy. The preacher banned from the UK and from public speaking in Malaysia, posted photos captioned "Interaction with Muslim Immigration" upon his arrival, prompting citizens to reiterate that Nigeria is not a Muslim nation. This has amplified concerns about his potential to incite religious tension in a country already wrestling with religious extremism. The fear is not unfounded. And then he goes on to tell you Nigeria's backdrop. So this guy should have been arrested at the airport, of course, but there it is.
You know, one man my own is we can manage the one we have in our territory, someone like Gumi, and the like of them. But when you now start importing them in, it's I don't know.
But that's my point. Even the one you have in your country is not being properly managed.
Yeah.
So if you not compound it with this foreign now, you're just creating this. So I'm saying that can't we just even sit down and even discuss the one we have in our country right now? And your Muriks, all those kind of likes. We need to address those ones. Because if we don't address those ones and compound it with what is coming in, that's disaster. That's for disaster.
I mean, I agree.
It's really because we've not taken decisive actions against the ones we do have within our midst. So that then sends the signal that if they are dealt with somebody like Gumi, for instance, then it'll be very difficult for elements like this character to come into our country.
Woman, can you hear me?
Yeah, Patrick, good to see you.
But my concern is what has it done in Nigeria? That's the question. Because it's an Islamic scholar, is a preacher, just like churches in Nigeria invite pastors from US, from other countries, come and minister in their conventions and programs. You can't stop Muslims from inviting people to their country, to their meetings in Nigeria. And if it's okay, it was because he was banned in one country. He was banned in that country for their own reason. He wasn't banned in Nigeria, and there could be circumstances why that happened. You understand? So we need to investigate it and see if under that same circumstances would have been banned in Nigeria, then we say okay, we consider him as such. But if, for example, in the circumstances in UK and based on the British law, this man is classified as banned, and we say okay, because the British said so, we are not supposed to also allow him. No, we are a country of our own. We have our own mindset. Let them also independently, based on our own law, examine him and the circumstances surrounding that decision before we say, okay, you cannot come in and preach. I listen to Zaki now. I don't know. I've not listened to him in recent time, but all these old ones that I've listened to, I don't see any extreme incitement in his I don't used to see it in his preaching. Actually, I'm not a Muslim, but I don't used to see it in Zaki's preaching. He used to say, "Oh, Jesus is just a prophet," blah blah. That's what he believes. You understand what I'm saying? And people are free to express their belief. You understand about it? And I'm surprised that he's having problem in Malaysia. I've seen him go to Malaysia. The government of Malaysia, they used to welcome him and stuff like that. He's one of the most popular Islamic preachers. He's not the best of their scholars, but he's one of the most popular Islamic preachers. So you can't say that I should not come and preach. And we
Patoski.
invite Kenneth Copeland, we invite TDJs to come to Nigeria, we invite all those people, and nobody is raising any eyebrow.
Why you,
If he comes here, if he comes here, wait, now let's finish. If he comes here and says something bad that is capable of
Patoski.
inciting people, yeah, fine, yeah.
Patoski.
But
You see, you don't really get the point here. First and foremost, you can't compare this guy to Khaled Kovnan and others. The reason why you can't compare him is one, do they have the record he has? The answer is no. What is their level of religious tolerance? The answer is no. There are many Islamic preachers in the world that go easily to different countries and they don't have this record. What matters here is this. What is his record? And we do it diplomatic and use war. It's not that, oh, it happens in one country, you ban, therefore let's test our own. No. You exchange intelligence. If you ban somebody in your allies, don't forget UK, and I keep saying it. UK, Nigeria is the major US, UK, India allies in Africa. So by that, you expect them to share intelligence with Nigerian diplomatic missions anywhere you find it in those countries. So if they share intelligence with Nigerian diplomatic mission in India, that this is an enemy. But when you declare somebody wanted and you ban somebody, it becomes the enemy of the state. Then if it becomes enemy of India, then what happened to Nigerian mission in that country? Granting the same enemy, just like Snowden. You want to tell me today that you have Snowden as enemy of the United States of America? You think UK will give Snowden visa to enter UK? The answer is a big no. So UK will not say, I will wait till Snowden also offend me. Therefore, I will now stop Snowden. No.
Patoski, Yorubas will say, only umbo. I will like dead.
You
don't wait until things happen. The time you must be proactive.
Yes. That's why they share intelligence. So it's not about whether he's a Muslim. Yes, he has a right of religion. But let me tell you, he doesn't have any right of religion under our constitution. Our constitution protects only our citizen. It's not a citizen. So if you go and see what our constitution says, it talks about Nigerian citizen and it protects your rights. It doesn't say people outside Nigeria. He can't enjoy that privilege. So we shouldn't even allow it at all. Yes, sir.
Patoski was asking a question that what did he say that is detrimental to Nigeria or that is a threat to national security?
Baba, yeah. India has declared him a terrorist. That's what matters to Nigeria diplomatic mission.
Okay, let me push back right there. Let me tell you why India declared him a terrorist.
Okay, because why?
India as a country with population of Hindus in domination in that country have consistently humiliated the Muslim.
You are not right,
killed, sir. Hold on. And this is what we have seen now.
With
you are not right.
Humiliated, killed, molested, and suppresses Islamic religion in that country.
God bless you.
Millions of Muslims have been killed in India.
Yeah.
So this man being an Islamic scholar stood up against India, criticizes India, and in an effort to kill him, he has to leave that country, and they declare him terrorist because he always condemned what do you call it? Indian, policy, or let me say, Hindus dominated government supporting killing of Muslims in that country.
Baba, before you go too further, you are wrong.
And I will
So
tell you,
if India are not wrong and follow
you
that,
have not read about why they declared this guy. So let me quickly tell you so that you don't build your argument on a very wrong premises.
Let me land.
Have you read about why they declare him terrorist? Let me start with that. If you have
So,
not read, try to read.
Hold on, Benny. I will let you continue. So, if India call him terrorist, is he a terrorist to Nigeria?
Yes, as an ally. The answer
Hold
is
on,
yes.
we are not allied to India.
So the enemy of my enemy is my enemy. That's what I'm saying.
We are not
That is
allied
how
to
it works
India.
in diplomatic mission. What are these
Yeah, but
guys?
that's not the right thing, and that's not the truth. Based
We
on
are
the
not
law.
to India.
Which law are you talking about?
No, based on the, you don't want to go there.
Which law are you saying?
One man, can you
don't
believe these
understand these
guys?
guys.
Can you believe this? Seriously, just wait until something happens, then react and say, we didn't know before. That's what we're doing, really.
I'm giving you an example of Snowden. Why don't you use that example to tell me to talk into this narrative? As Snowden offended UK, okay, Baba Daleko, you are talking about it. They ban him in India. What about UK? Please, can you explain UK? Is UK also full of Hindus and Buddhists?
I don't know why.
That is it. You need to go and read. You see the problem with Nigerians now.
Ogbeni, you listen to what Baba Jaleko said. They labeled him as a terrorist and also claimed that he had a problem with money laundering. That was why he was banned in India. He's an Indian guy. He actually resided in US. He has not been banned in US. What this guy simply does is a comparative religion. So what you are just doing this morning, excuse me. Even when he came to Nigeria, what did he do? He came to Nigeria and left. Ogbeni. What terrorist trace did he left in Nigeria that you are now what you are doing this morning just to label a dog a bad name just in order to hang it. That's what you are doing.
You see the problem.
This guy organizes lecture.
You see the problem with Nigerians now.
And lecture, and debate between religion against other religion. This is what he does. I've watched and I've never seen him making a derogatory or
exactly. That's what they call comparative religion.
Yes,
comparative religion.
You see the problem with Nigerians, You see the problem with Nigerians, how do I describe Nigerians?
Dilo, you know exactly why Simba jumped to defense. You know, I know it's uncomfortable to say, but we both know why they are both doing that. And that's
what do you know?
You know exactly why you know exactly what you are doing.
No, you can't do that now. You can't do that. One voice. Carry on.
Baba Ajale Koko is not a Muslim because you just want to label me so that you discard whatever I say just because I'm a Muslim. Patoski is a pastor. Baba Ajale Koko is not a Muslim. But what you people are doing, you are not just being objective this morning. I'm very sorry to say.
And you have been objective.
Simba,
and you have been objective, Simba.
You see, you are the one not being objective here. I've given you guys, but you guys don't want just to reason with me.
What did you do? What you are saying is not true now.
Why don't you use Snowden as a narrative? Why are you dodging Snowden issue I just gave you? Then what do you really know about diplomatic intelligence, sharing of intelligence? You dodge all these things. You just want me to believe your own that India took that position because India is an Hindu country. Where do you find that? What exactly do you know about India that you label India as India as if Hindu
country? Why are you not? You don't know that India's majority of them are Hindus. Are you kidding me?
You don't understand. Okay, in Nigeria, for instance, they kill Christians, right? You've seen Boko Haram kill Christians and others. Do you now say Nigeria take?
It's only Christian. It's only Christian Boko Haram killed in Nigeria. Why are you making it
you an instance? You see the EU. Is it that it's only Muslim also they killed in India? Don't they kill Christians in India? I'm just giving you an instance. So do you now say
Muslim? That of Muslim is very rampant, and we have seen several times
that the government will, take their eyes away when the Hindus are killing Muslims.
Baba Dale Koko, you don't want to just look at the area of religious intolerance with this guy. And that's why I said you've not, that's why I said you've
can you
not
tell
read.
us specifically? Hold on, Ogbeni. Can you tell us
sorry, we can only have one voice at a time. One voice at a time.
Okay, Ogbeni, can you tell us specifically what it did against India that is responsible for India to declare him as terrorist? What did he do against it? Tell us.
You see, that's one of the issues I have with you guys. I asked you, I asked you, have you read? You said yes. It means you have not even read what happened in India. But you just bring up, you speculate what you think is the issue. You think India is a Buddhist country. Are there no Islamic preachers in India? Have they been banned? Have you asked yourself that question? You have not. So if you have not asked yourself that question,
Benny, we know why. We know why they are triggered. Just say
no,
we
my
know.
own is I've listened to even Simba that has been objective in some issues like this before, So I wouldn't want to label him.
You have not answered my question. You have not answered my question.
Your question is that I asked you said you know, and you gave me a wrong answer.
Tell me. You said yes.
So 2 major things is religious intolerance teachings. They call the channel, I think Peace TV or something like that. That's the first thing they had with him. And they've given him several warnings. And what does he promote? Radical form of Islam is Islam. That's the first issue they had with him. Second issue they have with him is that his teachings over time have caused incited issues. And they've called him to question on several occasions. Secondly, they also accuse him of acquiring about 29 or 30 something million dollars, okay, worth of the criminal assets under their law, and which he denies, which they picked him up severally, but he has escaped to the United States, and so many other reasons they have against him there. So my issue is this: I compare it with Snowden. I will still go that route because I like. Since Simba says it's a comparative thing and where maybe we know more than Indian government. We may be on a platform and we think we know more than Indian government. Okay, let's compare. I use an example of Snowden for you. What did Snowden do to the US? Snowden simply linked some of their confidential information in the US, right? And when he did that, what happened? They declared wanted. They ran away. When they ran away, they didn't enter their country again. And then he sought asylum in Russia. And today, he can't even enter any of the allies country because they share intelligence. Whichever he enters, US will look for you and pick you up there because they've declared you an enemy of the state.
Benny, you
okay,
can't use
now, when you now compare it in diplomatic, I know we like doing selective righteousness here. Because if what this guy has come to do in Nigeria, okay, when he came to Nigerian space, what did he do? On his Instagram, he started saying, oh, I'm meeting with the Muslim Air Force. I meet with the Muslim immigration. And that was what is steering people on the internet to say, no, don't label Nigeria a Muslim. In a Muslim country. And if you don't see any issue with that, in Nigeria, that is already deep into religious divide, tribal divide, and you think such a person should be allowed, even if it's allowed in our space, it shouldn't be allowed to be peddling all this narrative. If you don't see any issue with that,
do you have a problem with him labeling the Air Force as a Muslim Air Force?
I have issue with it.
No, I'm asking. I'm asking him. Do you have an issue with it?
It's saying Nigeria Muslim airport.
Air Force. Did you have a problem with that?
He said, listening to that statement, I met with Muslim Air Force officer. I met with Muslim.
That's not what he said, Baba. What did he say? Why are you rewriting it now?
No, what did he say?
This is my point. Why do we always have to?
I give up.
Why are we doing this?
Tell me again. Tell me, what did he say?
I've given up on you, sir.
You don't need to give up.
I need to give up because you don't want to be objective.
Hold on, guys.
So why are we analyzing EU and you are
That's my
Repeat.
point now?
I'm asking you a question. Repeat what you said.
Okay, so you didn't hear what I said.
I didn't hear what you said. Repeat.
I said this man took pictures with top guys in Air Force and said, I'm taking picture with the Muslim Air Force. I'm taking picture with Muslim immigration.
That is wrong. Nigeria is not a Muslim, but that does not warrant you to describe him as a terrorist.
I didn't. I said India described him a terrorist.
If he's a terrorist, this guy live in United States. A terrorist cannot live in United States.
Why do you say that? Why do you even turn this United States to heaven?
I
don't know why.
Hold on. You are the one. Hold on now. You are the one that said, hold on now.
So somebody living in United States cannot be a terrorist.
Hold on, Benny.
Basically, guys, wait.
Let me ask a very question. Let me ask a question.
USA heaven?
Now look at Ogbeni. He just said earlier. Hold on.
Patrick, three voices are layered over each other already, and then you are coming on top of it. This room.
I don't have to ask a question. You know, I've kept quiet, please.
Patrick, let me say this, and I will let you say. Look. This is Ogbeni that just said in some few minutes ago that the Western nations, they share intelligence, and Snowden did something.
I said allies, not Western nations. Allies.
Okay, we're allies. Shared intelligence. Snowden revealed some secret about America that borders on national security. So he ran away to no country can accept it. Only Russia. So are you telling us now that United States that accepted this guy to stay here it doesn't know that it's a terrorist, but they allow you?
Why are we doing this?
Because they don't read to know me.
I mean, come on.
Why are you saying? Are you saying somebody that is a terrorist, that is a confirmed terrorist, and America will let him stay in United States? Baba, answer the question.
Let me ask you.
You see the United States will allow him to stay in United States.
Let me add my own question. Please.
Yes, go ahead.
Adali Okwad said 80% of what I wanted to say. You said that as a country that has diplomatic relationship with India, how did we give him visa? This man, America is a country that has relationship with UK. You have told us that even in UK, the guy was banned. So why did America that has the closest?
Thank you, Patisco.
Because there are diplomatic relationship that is closer than that between UK and America.
Thank you,
Patisco.
Can I answer you guys?
Thank you, Patisco.
Before I answer you guys, you see, I see you guys as, instead of you to pick that story to read and be informed, you will rather pick things that can support your narrative in order for you to insist on your narrative. It's so sad because intellectuals will just pick that news, you go and read, then you understand why and why. Before you take a stance and you want to pick things that will support that stance, it's sad. And I think we should change this attitude. Now, let me tell you your question. Let me give you an instance of your question. This guy's Indian passport was revoked. This guy has been staying in America for a very long time. It's not just now in America. In fact, there's a news that came at a point in time, and is this guy stateless? That's a little I read about him. And the person that analyzed that said that no, he sought asylum in the US. Some said no, he's not seeking asylum, that he has been staying in the US over time. So why undergoing EU with India? You know, under international law, and that's why I want you guys to go and read again. And I will give you another good example of a case that looks like his own. Shamami Begum, if you remember that case, if you don't know it, read please. Shamami Begum left UK some years back. Shamami Begum was a British girl, but with Yemen origin. She left here to go and fight for ISIS in Syria. And when he was leaving, I think it was Cameroon that was prime minister there that warned them. But those guys were about 3 of them. They left. And when they got to Syria, they married them to some warriors in Syria. They fought for the Islamic fundamentalists. But after ISIS had issues, they wanted to come back. No, 2 of them died also. Sharon Begum was heavily pregnant and wanted to come back to the UK. And the UK said, no, you can't come back. Later, they stripped her of her British passport and everything from her. And then she had no option to stay back. And then it became a serious issue under international law. Because under international law, you shouldn't be left stateless. You must still have a state, okay? Even if that state is even an ally, they must accommodate you so that you don't become stateless. Now, the lady remained there and they said the lady should go back to Yemen. They went to court here. Unfortunately, she lost that case because the UK court said, after all, she's not stateless. She still has Yemen to run back to, so she can go back to her origin. A very bad decision of the court. For me, if I look at it as a lawyer, I don't think UK should do that. But they are trying to protect terrorists not coming to their, or somebody who have bad tendencies of terrorists not coming back to their space. Now, if I apply it to the case here, Shakir will not be left stateless under international law. So the only state he has presently is the United States of America. So it's not as if he's leaving United States, he's entering United States. That's the only state he has presently, because India has revoked their passport and India has declared him also wanted in their space. So don't think if he is not a citizen in India and there in US, if he's somewhere from let's say Afghan or somewhere outside here and he wants to be entering US, he will not be able to get even visa of US to enter. So compared to Nigeria, he's not a citizen of Nigeria like US. He's not carrying a Nigerian passport like US. He's not seeking asylum in Nigeria like US. But it is entering Nigerian space. Even if you are entered Nigerian space without even steering the same tendencies that Indian complain about him, I won't have any issue and be coming here to analyze him. But you enter Nigerian space and you still repeated what that Indian is complaining about you. And I still see some Nigerians sitting in the United States and be protecting and be canvassing argument like this.
We will protect him, Benny. We will protect him because the statement, though, is a reckless statement, but it's not enough to describe this guy a terrorist. That is
Can you believe this? Seriously.
I thought the condemnation will be universal, but
I'm telling you, we get that with this religious.
A lot of Christians leader and make the worst of the worst statement than what he said, and they were not declared terrorists. So we should get it right. He is a bad
Koko, I bet you that you have not read about this guy. You see, that's the
I have read about it. Don't tell me I have not read about it.
Because you were not correct on what the reason why India kicked him out. You were speculating. I just told you now. You don't even know it.
You didn't say anything as to why they declare him as terrorist. You didn't say anything.
Damn you didn't listen to me.
You didn't say anything.
Okay, I'll drop a link now. I'll look for a link and drop it so that you can read.
You didn't make specific point as to why it was declared.
I told you that they said he's financing.
It's a lie. He's not financing anything.
So you know more than Indian states. You know more than Indian states.
India have more intelligence than the United States.
All right.
So United States is evil now. United States doesn't do. It's not Abba. See,
so United States will allow him to stay.
One more thing. Let's keep an eye on your platform. From now on, I'm going to be monitoring my Coco on this platform.
Ajale Coco is the platform. Ajale Coco go on the platform.
Let's monitor him on this show for security threat. I'm going to be monitoring him on this.
Babajale Coco is freedom. And I understand Babajale Coco.
Let me tell you this.
Is freedom taking too far? That American.
No, you guys should not.
He's taking it too far. But the diplomatic thing doesn't work like that. You take freedom too far.
No, what you are doing is a propaganda against him. Look, let me tell you.
I'm just
if this guy
analyzing. Please
is
don't label me so that I
no,
don't have.
that is what you are doing
I don't
tonight.
have people
If this
attacking me on
guy,
social media because he has so many Islamic. No. Let me clarify this, please, Baba Jai Koko.
Yes.
He has. I know this guy has so many Islamic fundamentalists online. I don't want anybody to be looking for Benny and be attacking me on social media. What I'm simply doing here is to analyze his footprint. So please, let's be cautious.
All right.
Let me make this statement. America as a state, as a country, will never allow a terrorist, a person that funds terrorist organization in any part of the world to live in the United States. That's a fact. That's a fact. Go and check it out. So this one you are saying that Indian said nonsense. All this.
America
hold on, Patrick. Just give me 1 microsecond. Gentlemen, we have to take this conversation to the back room. Thomas is not available. Neither is Mike, and it's going on 6 hours. So I have to shut it down. But on my way to doing that, let me signpost people in the direction of our Dupsy session coming up tomorrow. Dupsy, of course, everybody's favorite. So that's
one man. No, please. The show for some reason is set for next week.
Is it next week?
Please, no. It says 19th, right? Because I saw it. I thought it was. It says next week on my calendar stuff. It didn't say this week. It says
Dupsy session.
Yeah, it says 19th, right? Because I clicked. Can you just bring that link up just to make sure? Because I'm like, I thought it was this weekend. I didn't know it was next week. I was confused.
No, it's this weekend, though, and it's going to be an epic. Did you see the last one? It's so. I mean,
I was listening. I know it was a woman, but I didn't want to. I know you had guys on there, but I didn't want to jump in.
Look at that. And Chioma even turned up. For Chioma that you are all chasing in the
comments. That's for the homie for Kenny. Yeah, Kenny.
Look at that. All right. So that's Dupsy session right there. Click on it. Go bookmark it. It's on for tomorrow. So do that. And then so let me remove that. Let me acknowledge the super chart. So of course, you know the name we're going to start off with. Ayo, of course. Not once, not twice, but that's the third one right there. So thank you, Ayo.
One man, hold on. Once again, I'm right. It says live in 7 days. Yes, I was right.
Hold
on. I'm saying that it says next. See, it says live in 7 days. This is what I was telling. Like I knew I saw like next week.
Okay. Let's correct that immediately and right now. No, it can't be live in 7 days now. It's live tomorrow. It's even live in 7 hours. Never mind 7 days. Is that what the link is showing?
It says the 19th. Yeah.
Yes, it does say the 19th. So let me correct that right now. And tomorrow will be the 13th. Yes. So. Okay. Click on it again.
Tomorrow is 12 or not 13 or 1 man.
Oh God, Kinimonshi, what's going on? Because we've crossed over into a new day. All right. Third time lucky. Well, it should say the right date now. Babati?
Okay, live in 11 hours. 9:35 a.m. in the morning, right? Early. Okay.
Yes, it's 3. Oh gosh, thank you for spotting that. I've been promoting it all week, and there it is. We didn't even.
You owe me one on that.
I owe you one. Imagine the sort of flogging that I would have gotten from Dupsy. So thank you for that, Babati. So that's Ayo rattling it off. And this is Kulata joining in that space, delighting so much in that conversation with Daniel Bwala and Alexander Gomez. So that's Alexander Gomez right there. Fourth, but what does that even mean? Fourth of what? Is it fourth of many? So there is right there fourth. So also delighting in that conversation. That's Kulata carrying on. Joel of Nashville. He peeps through the door, asking what's going on there. Prince Daddy on screen and in the comment section with the super chat, and Tima Jack right there enjoying the Eyendeba music. So thank you everyone. So we end the session here, but the conversation goes on in the background. Tomorrow 2 sessions. Dupsy, your morning, my afternoon, and then of course the traditional session around about 10 p.m. UK time. So thank you, everyone, and especially thank you, Daniel Bwala,